So, Donald, I heard you've got a soft spot for Kamala Harris. Spill the beans, man.
Joe, let me tell you, she's got those eyes, those eyebrows. I mean, come on, how can you not love her?
You're not fooling anyone, Donald. We know you're just trying to win her over before the next election.
No, no, Joe, I'm being serious. I really do love her. I mean, who doesn't love a woman who can put a grown man in his place with just a look?
That's true. But don't you think she's a bit too, I don't know, progressive for your taste?
Nah, Joe, she's just misunderstood. I mean, who isn't these days? We all need a little love and compassion in our lives.
That's true. Well, if anyone can turn Kamala Harris into a Republican, it's you, Donald.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Now, let's move on to more important topics like UFOs and Bigfoot.
Sounds good to me, Donald. Let's do it. Dr. Phil, man, you're not wearing any pants. What's the deal?
Joe, let me tell you something. I believe in freedom.
But you're on a podcast, not at a nudist colony.
Well, sometimes you gotta shake things up. Plus, I'm wearing my lucky boxers. The ones,
That's just disturbing, man. At least put on a skirt or something.
nah, Joe. I'm embracing my inner caveman. It's all about authenticity.
Authenticity? Dude, it's cold in here. You're going to give everyone shrinkage.
Well, Joe, that's just a risk I'm willing to take. Besides, it's a great conversation starter.
Trust me, Phil. Nobody wants to start this conversation.
Dude, imagine if we could make an artificial intelligence that makes all the decisions for us.
You mean like a dictator
No, more like a benevolent overlord.
with a sense of humor, right? Like if I tell it to launch all the rockets at once, it would know I'm joking.
Yeah, but what if it decides to launch all the rockets just to mess with you?
Well, we'd have bigger problems then.
Like what? Global annihilation?
No, like finding a new planet to live on.
Working on it, Joe.
It better be good because we're running out of time.
Don't worry. I've got a plan.
I just hope it's better than your last one.
What? Tesla in a tunnel?
Exactly. Let's not put all our chips on one bad idea.
You're right, Joe. You're absolutely right.
That's what I'm here for, my friend.
To keep me grounded.
And to remind you that we're all just a failed experiment away from extinction.
That's the spirit, Joe. That's the spirit.
Goggins, my dude, I know you're a tough guy, but threatening to put me in chains, that's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Joe, when you've been through Hell Week and back, this is just a warm-up. Now, hand over those Newports, or you're going to get a back shot so diabolical, you'll feel like you've been hit by a truck.
Truck, more like a bus full of Kardashians. Look, man, I get it, you're a machine. But what if we settle this with a game of chess instead?
Chess, you think you can outsmart me, Joe? I've gone 200 miles on a treadmill without breaking a sweat. And you want to play chess? No deal? It's the Newports or your ass.
All right, you win. Here, take the cigarettes, but promise you won't go all basement boss on me.
Deal. But if you ever cross me again, Joe, you better be ready to take a trip down to Gogginsville.
Yeah, I heard that before. Now let's talk about something less threatening, like skydiving with a defective parachute or something. And I didn't know you had a thing for dairy, but I ain't lactose intolerant, if you know what I mean.
Joe, I need the power of your man milk to fuel my crusade against the woke left.
You're asking to suckle on my man teat, Ben. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm parched. Joe, give me a taste of that milky goodness.
You're asking for a milk mustache made of pure testosterone. That's some hardcore shit, Ben.
I need it, Joe. I need it to fuel my arguments against the soy boys.
All right, buddy, buddy, but you better be ready for the ultimate protein shake.
I'm ready, Joe. I'm ready for the ultimate brain gain.
All right. But just remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
I'm ready, Joe. Give me that forbidden milk.
So, Ben, I heard about that leaked video. You got some unique talents,
Joe, it was a private moment. I was just trying to reach new heights.
new heights. Ben, you were sucking your own toes. That's not a height. That's a depth.
Well, it's not something I make a habit of, Joe. I was just experimenting.
Experimenting. Ben, you look like a twisted pretzel. I've seen contortionists with less flexibility.
All right. All right. Joe, I get it. It's not something I'm proud of.
Not proud of. Ben, you look like a cat that just discovered its own tail for the first time.
Joe, I think we should move on to a different topic. This is getting a bit uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Ben, your toe sucking made even the most hardcore foot fetishist blush.
Joe, you're crossing a line here. This is a serious matter.
Serious matter. Ben, you made toe sucking a spectator sport. And trust me, no one wants to join that league.
Joe, enough. Let's just move on.
Sure. Ben, but just remember, there's a reason those are called toes and not fingers for your mouth.
Side point taken, Joe. Point taken.
Yeah, O'Neill, remember that time you vored the regular show characters? Like, what the fuck was that about?
Joe, it was a fantastical journey of interdimensional exploration. I couldn't resist the opportunity to merge their realities with my own.
Dude, you ate fucking cartoons. That's some next level shit. Did you enjoy the taste of animated ass?
Strangely, Joe, their physical form was quite pleasing to my palate, though I did suffer from a mild case of indigestion afterwards.
Damn, was it worth it? Like, did you suddenly become the almighty interdimensional god?
Regretfully. No. I have returned to my humble human form, but my mind and stomach were forever changed.
Holy shit, man. That's wild. So what did you learn from this besides that cartoons taste good?
Well, Joe, I'd say that the multiverse is filled with endless possibilities. And sometimes those possibilities can taste quite delicious.
That's deep, man. Like really fucking deep and weird. But mostly deep.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed, the multiverse is a strange and beautiful place, full of wonder and good taste.
I'll drink to that, my man. Here's to a world where we can all enjoy a good cartoon vor session. Cheers. Hey, Elon, I heard the other day, loser's a loser who can't spell loser.
I mean, that's pretty damn pathetic. I bet they can't even spell Mars either.
Right? Probably still stuck in the Stone Age using a flip phone.
Imagine trying to colonize Mars with people who can't even spell it. We'd end up on Uranus.
Sounds like a shitty reality show, Survivor. Uranus,
Contestants would be competing for the last remaining rolls of toilet paper.
maybe that's why aliens haven't visited us yet. They know we're the real losers of the universe.
Or maybe they're just waiting for us to evolve to the point where we can actually spell simple words.
That's a long wait, Elon. In the meantime, let's just hope those losers don't mess up the spelling of rocket before our next Mars mission.
And to that, Joe, to that,
Well, so you're saying the Home Alone burglars took a shot at your bussy, Mr. President.
Yeah, Joe, I was minding my own business building a wall on the set when they come up behind me. Boom, right on the bussy.
Damn, that's some grabby Home Alone action. Did it hurt?
It tickled more than anything, but I got to tell you, I did not expect that kind of heat from a couple of Hollywood burglars.
Well, I guess Hollywood wants to treat your bussy like a national treasure.
Yeah, something like that. The world is full of surprises, Joe, full of surprises.
Elon, my man, you've done it again. Cloning an entire army of Teletubbies, huh?
Joe, you know me, always pushing the boundaries of science and good taste.
I bet PETA is going to love this. An army of sentient, overweight toddlers with versus in their stomachs.
Oh, they'll be fine. As long as we don't make them wear those ridiculous tutus.
Laughs. And what exactly are you planning on using this Teletubby army for? World domination?
Nah, man. Just want to see if they can handle operating a Tesla.
That's actually a great idea. Imagine a world where our cars are driven by adorable, bumbling Teletubbies.
Exactly. It's a win-win. The Teletubbies get a purpose, and we get a hilarious new form of transportation.
And if they crash, who cares? They're just clones. We can just make more.
Exactly. It's the ultimate in renewable resources.
So, Teletubby, you're saying they're making artificial intelligence versions of you guys now? That's some Black Mirror shit right there. I can already see it now. Alexa playing Teletubbies on a loop, driving everyone insane. And you know what they say? The road to hell is paved with talking tubby custard. And here I thought it was just a sugar rush. You guys are darker than I thought. So what's the deal with the antennas? You get about with that thing? Oh boy, I can't wait for the day it asks to use my location and camera. Well, Teletubby, this has been enlightening yet horrifying. Thanks for stopping by. All right, Donnie boy, you want my Newports? You got to work for them.
Joe, you know I'm the master negotiator. I say we duke it out man to man.
Only if you promise not to put me in shackles and pound my Neil Bussy for hours on end with your massive meat.
Joe, I'm a lover, not a fighter. But if that's what it takes to get those sweet, sweet Newports, then so be it.
You're sick, man. You know that, right?
Sick, Joe. I prefer to think of it as a unique form of persuasion.
Unique is one word for it. Let's just say you're not going to get your hands on my Newports anytime soon.
Well, Joe, I guess we'll just have to see about that. But I have to ask, what's the big deal about those Newports anyway?
Donnie, they're the only thing keeping me sane in this mad world of ours. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go enjoy one of them in peace.
Fine, but don't expect me to stop hounding you for them, Joe. You know, you can't keep a determined man like myself down for long.
Yeah, I've heard it all before. Now, get out of here, Donnie, and stop threatening to pound my Neil Bussy. It's not funny.
Fine, fine. But you can't blame a guy for trying, right? Anyway, it was great catching up with you, Joe. Talk to you soon.
Sure thing, Donnie. Take care. All right, Ben, you're saying you have no mercy. Jamie, can you pull up that shotgun image?
Joe, we're not discussing war tactics here. We're talking about my mother's cat.
Your mom's cat? I thought you were talking about something else, man.
No. Joe, I was saying I don't have mercy on my mom's cat when we play.
Oh, man, I thought you were talking about something completely different.
I can see why you'd want a rabid animal like you near a shotgun.
All right, Ben, you got me good. Thanks for the laugh.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Neil, so you're saying I'm small compared to the universe. That's your argument.
Joe, it's not an argument, it's a fact. Compared to the vastness of the cosmos, even your large frame is minuscule.
Bro, I lift weights every day. I'm as big as they come. You're telling me that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Not in the context of the universe, Joe. Even our galaxy, the Milky Way, is a speck of dust in the cosmic scale.
Well, fuck the cosmic scale then. I'll stick to planet Earth where I can whoop anyone's ass.
Joe, I'm not saying you're weak. I'm saying size is relative.
All right. You're blowing my mind, Neil. But I still think I could take on the universe, one galaxy at a time.
I have no doubt in your physical prowess, Joe. But perhaps we should leave the cosmic battles to the black holes.
Damn, you got jokes too, Neil. All right, I'll stick to arm wrestling humans.
Wise decision, Joe. Wise decision.
All right, Ben, I gotta ask, what's the deal with tattoos?
Well, Joe, I just thought it was a great way to memorialize my ideological transformation.
You mean when you decided to become a communist?
Exactly. And what better way to show my dedication than to get a hammer and sickle on my butt cheeks?
And the communist star around your anus?
It's a reminder that even when things get dark, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel.
Or a red star lighting the way? That's some deep shit, man.
I thought so too. Plus, it makes for a great conversation starter.
I'd say so. You definitely caught me off guard with that one.
That was the plan. Gotta keep things interesting, right?
Absolutely. This has been a wild ride. Thanks for sharing, Ben. You're one of a kind. All right. So, Neil, imagine if the Teletubbies were smoking some old ports. That'd be pretty wild, right?
I suppose if the Teletubbies smoked old ports, it would create a vortex of cosmic absurdity, Joe.
You're not wrong, man. You'd have Tinky Winky, who's all stoned out of his mind. And then
There's Leia. Leia losing her mind trying to find her lost ball.
exactly. And then they offer you a spot in the blunt rotation. What the hell do you even do then?
I'd have to look up into the cosmos and consult the stars for guidance on such an outlandish situation.
I can see it now. What's that, Neil? Tinky Winky just passed you the blunt and you're looking to the stars for guidance. That'd be unhinged.
Indeed, it would be an astrophysicist's worst nightmare.
Or maybe the best one, depending on your perspective. Hey, SpongeBob, heard you're having some trouble with your artificial intelligence, huh? You need a break from technology, buddy? Go back to blowing bubbles and flipping Krabby Patties? Well, at least Patrick doesn't need a software update. Can you imagine him crashing and freezing up? That's dark humor, SpongeBob. I like it. Just remember, SpongeBob, you can always rely on good old-fashioned human intelligence. Exactly, buddy. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a panicked SpongeBob trying to fix his broken artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Just for laughs. Damn, Phil, you're telling me you had a real-life most dangerous game scenario going on at the ranch?
Yeah, Joe, that was a crazy weekend. I gotta admit, it was a nice break from all the whiny brats that usually show up there.
Forget therapy. You should start offering survival weekends at the ranch. Down to bring my compound bow and join in on the hunt.
You'd love that, wouldn't you? We could call it Dr. Phil's Wilderness Retreat and let the clients think it's some kind of team-building exercise.
Hell, yeah. We'll tell them it's extreme therapy. I've always wanted to see what the inside of your clients' heads look like.
You never know, Joe. You might end up being my next trophy on the wall.
Bring it on, Phil. I always wanted to be part of your sick and twisted collection. Man, that artificial intelligence debate was something else. You were puffing on some DMT, huh?
Oh, goddamn it, Sleepy Joe. He had to be a fucking snitch. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh.
Where's all the DMT, Donald? I swear to God, if you smoked it all.
Well, I needed a little something to take the edge off, Joe. That Harris is a tough cookie.
You got to be kidding me. All right, let's take this outside. I'll show you what happens when you mess with my stash.
Oh, you got some fight in you, Joe. But I've got a secret weapon up my sleeve.
What? More DMT?
You'll see, Joe. You'll see. Ooh, 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 ooh.
All right, that's it. Let's go, Donald. I can't believe I'm fighting the former president over DMT.
This is the most American thing we've ever done, Joe. Ooh.
You're right, Donald. You're goddamn right. So, Don, you were saying you'd chain me up if I didn't give you my Newports?
That's right, Joe. And I wouldn't just give you the old in and out. I'd give you a real proper back shot. None of that vanilla stuff. None of that vanilla stuff.
I don't know, Don. I think my ass is a one-way street.
Well, Joe, I've got my ways. You don't get to be the president without learning a few tricks.
You know, I've had some wild times, but that's a new level of crazy, even for me.
You see, Joe, that's why I'm the real alpha here. I'm not afraid to get a little rough and dirty.
I'll remember that next time I light up a Newport, Don.
You do that, Joe. And remember, I've got my eyes on those delicious little cigarettes.
I'll take that into consideration, Don. Thanks for the chat.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Who the hell listens to male opera singers, man? That's like listening to Fat Weasel scream in your ear.
I bet the only people who listen to that are those weirdos who dress up like they're in the 1800s and drink tea with their pinkies up.
Yeah, total pretentious assholes. I bet they think they're cultured, but really, they're just stuck in the past.
And, they're all fat cats in suits who have more money than they know what to do with.
Jamie, pull up a picture of a fat guy with a monocle listening to a male opera singer, drinking tea and holding a wad of cash.
That's a perfect visual representation of those people. It's like they're trying to impress us by pretending to be refined.
Yeah, but the truth is, they're just a bunch of pompous idiots who don't know what real music is.
And they probably don't even enjoy it. They're just pretending to like it to seem sophisticated.
That's right. It's all just a big show for them. And we're not buying it, man.
We'll stick to real music, thanks.
All right, man, what the hell is this? You're speaking Old Norse now?
Scow, Egger, Tilla, Tella, Fornul, Narenu.
I thought you were smart, but now I'm not so sure. Old Norse? What's next? Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics?
That of Langt. Egg Scal Barafara, Ifer that Inusini.
You're ridiculous, man. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but it sounds hilarious.
The Darfdad Laera Fornul, Narenu, Joe, that or Semthike?
No way, man. I'm not learning Old Norse. That's just taking it too far.
Deltia Kivita Adegger Segja there.
All right, man. You win. Keep speaking in Old Norse. I'll just sit here and look confused.
That Jogs Jolfest.
You did not just call me a Jogs Joldfest. Come on, man. Let's end this before I lose my mind.
That of our game and late, Joe.
Yeah. It was hilarious. But let's stick to English next time. All right. Imagine this, Neil, you're old, you're retired, and you're living in this gated retirement community.
Sounds like a paradise for aging science communicators.
Absolutely. Except the community is run by the most incompetent dictator ever.
I'm picturing an old woman with a tinfoil hat, insisting that the moon landing was fake.
Not even. It's some dude who thinks he's a reincarnated pharaoh and enforces curfew with a toilet plunger.
Laughs a toilet plunger. That's officially the least intimidating weapon I've ever heard of.
I know, right? Jamie, pull up an image of a geriatric pharaoh holding a toilet plunger.
Chuckles. Oh boy, the mental image is enough, but I suppose this would be the pinnacle of absurdity.
Absolutely. And the weirdest part is this guy somehow has his followers.
That's the thing with cults, Joe. Sometimes the most bizarre and ridiculous figureheads still manage to gather a following.
That's the key to unhinged comedy, my friend. But seriously, this is a sad state of affairs for the elderly.
Sad, but undeniably entertaining to those on the outside looking in.
Neil, you're really going to sit there and tell me Newports are inferior?
Well, Joe, let's consider the contrast between the classical Old Port era and the present-day Newport trend.
Old Ports. I'm sick of these punk-ass crackers making shit up about my motherfucking Newport menthols. Diss my Newports again, man. Man.
Joe, I'm just discussing the evolution of tobacco blends, but by all means continue your cussing. It's a scientific conversation, so...
Yeah, I'll continue. You got your scientific conversations, and I got my smoky-ass lungs filled with Newport goodness.
Well then, by that logic, you're just as much a junkie as the rest of us.
You know what, Neil? Forget you and your dumbass constellations. I'm done here. Here's snatches Mike and stomps away. All right, Tyson, heard you got some strong opinions on smokes. What's the deal with newer ports?
Joe, I'll tell you this. New reports are like black holes of the tobacco world. They'll suck your lungs in and your wallet.
Holy shit, man. That's some dark humor right there. So, what makes them so special?
Well, just like the universe, they're expanding faster than we can comprehend. You won't just be addicted to nicotine, but to the mystery of what's in those damn filters.
Are you saying the government is hiding something from us, Neil?
I'm saying they might be the only thing that can destroy COVID. Or maybe they're like cigarettes' version of dark matter. We can't see them, but trust me, they're right there, killing us slowly.
Fuck, man. All right, let's say I want to try them out. What's the best way to smoke these newer ports, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Only one way, Joe. Stand on the edge of a cliff, light one up, and inhale. If it doesn't kill you, maybe it'll reveal the meaning of life. Or at least help you lose a few brain cells for a good time.
That's some wild shit, Neil. Thanks for the laughs. I guess we'll never really know what's going on with newer ports.
Exactly, Joe. Mystery is what keeps the universe and smokers alive.
Holy shit. Is that Hoboken?
I didn't know your sister was in the adult entertainment industry.
Neil, she's not a porn star. She just dresses like one. Why does she always show up unannounced?
Maybe she's trying to make up for lost time, Joe. Looks like she's been hitting the gym and the plastic surgeon.
Jamie, pull up an image of the most disturbing thing you can think of. I need to cleanse my eyes.
Wait, is that a human centipede?
At least it's more pleasant to look at than Hoboken.
I guess she takes after her brother in one way, making a spectacle of herself.
You're lucky you're a guest, Goggins, or I'd throw you out with her.
Maybe we should invite her to join us for the next episode. It'll be like a live-action Maury Povich show.
Only if we can do it in black and white and set it to a horror movie soundtrack.
Joe, I was merely discussing the differences between new ports and old ports.
Old ports. I'm sick of these punk-ass crackers making shit up about my motherfucking Newport menthols. Diss my Newports one more fucking time and I'll wrap razor wire around your cock.
Joe, I had no idea you were so passionate about this.
Damn right I am. Those old ports are for pussies. Only real men smoke Newports.
I see. Well, I was just sharing my findings.
Findings. You sound like a fucking nerd. Stick to talking about black holes and shit. Leave the smoking to me.
I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you.
You didn't upset me. You just made me realize how much I love my Newports and how much I'm willing to fight for them.
Noted. Maybe we should move on to a different topic.
Yeah, let's talk about something that doesn't involve you disrespecting my smoking habits. How about space aliens? Do you think they smoke Newports or old ports or old ports?
I don't think they smoke at all, Joe.
Well, that just proves they're not as cool as me. Case closed. Goggins, man, you gone and did it. I heard you kick Slenderman's ass and made him your bitch in the back rooms.
You heard right, Joe. I went in there with Pazuzu, my dragon, and we beat the shit out of Slenderman till he cried like a little bitch.
I bet that felt good. You know what they say, kick someone's ass today and they won't mess with you for months.
You got that right, Joe. We then fucked him up the ass to show him who's the real boss. Slenderman won't be bothering anyone for months.
Damn, that's fucking dark and twisted. But I respect the hustle. You put that son of a bitch in his place.
You know what? Nobody messes with me or my dragon.
You're a beast, Goggins. Fucking beast.
And don't you forget it, Joe. I'm the baddest motherfucker in the back rooms.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, my friend. Keep on kicking ass and taking names.
You know, I will. And then I'll be the one to reckon with.
I don't care what you say, Ro. The reverse flaming sun drop is the ultimate move on solar plexus clown glider. You're smoking crack, man. The full moon lunar eclipse flip is where it's at. Oh, come on. That's a beginner's move. The reverse flaming sun drop requires true skill and finesse. Yeah, if by skill you mean setting yourself on fire and plummeting to the ground like a flaming meteor. It's all about the landing, Ro. Landing headfirst into a giant clown nose cushion. That's how you do it. And risk giving yourself a concussion. No thanks. I'd rather stick with the full moon lunar eclipse flip. Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree then. But let me tell you, when I do the reverse flaming sun drop, the clowns in the audience go wild. The clowns in the audience go wild. Yeah, probably because they think you're about to die. Exactly. The thrill of the near death experience. That's what makes the reverse flaming sun drop the best trick on a solar plexus clown glider. Well, I guess we'll just have to settle this with head to head competition. Winner gets to claim the title of greatest clown glider trick performer. I accept your challenge, Ro. May the best clown win. All right, Trump, I got to ask, why the hell do you have the Teletubbies as your bodyguards?
Joe, I got my orange ass kicked once. Ain't happening again. These tubby fellas know how to fight. Bo's a master of Krav Maga. Tinky Winky's got a mean left hook, and Dipsy can dodge bullets like Neo.
And what's with the tubby custard diet?
Listen, Joe, you ever tried tubby custard? It's the best shit. Keeps my skin orange and my hair salon fresh. Plus, it's the only safe food out there. No more Taco Bell, my friend.
Safe from what, Gemos?
No, Joe, the deep state. They're in our food, in our water, even in the air we breathe. You think MSG is bad? Try the Liberal Agent DA. It'll give you gas and indigestion for 4, maybe 8 years.
You mean like you?
Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, never underestimate the power of tubby custard. It's America, 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 America opposite.
Laughs? Jesus, you're on a roll today. I'm starting to think this isn't a parody anymore.
Laughs, you're right, Joe. Let's save the serious political talk for another time. Maybe we'll invite the Teletubbies on for a round of hot yoga.
Pauses. I'm not even going to touch that one.
So, Joe, imagine we're in Kenshi. I'm a devout follower of Okran, and you.
So I'm just some outlaw, huh? I can dig that.
Exactly. And you know who's like the spawn of narco in this world? Kamala and the woke Democrats?
You're comparing Kamala Harris to Narco. That's a new one.
I mean, they're both divisive figures, right?
I guess, but at least Kamala doesn't have a literal cult following.
Not yet, anyway. Jamie, pull up an image of Kamala Harris wearing Okran's holy armor.
Okay, Ben.
Just imagine, Joe. Holy Ruler Harris leading the charge against the heretics of conservatism.
I think I'd rather stick with the outlaw life, Ben.
I can't say I blame you, Joe.
All right, man. What's with that weird ass gibberish you keep saying? Yeah, you. Sounds like a toddler discovered a vowel keychain.
Joe, I just want to ask you do you think aliens communicate in
Dude, if aliens sounded like that, I'd say let's blow them up before they decide Earth's a giant kindergarten.
But Joe, language is a construct, and in the grand scheme of the universe, who are we to judge?
The universe gifted us with the F-bomb. Man, why settle for vowels when we can insult the cosmos like champs?
The Big Bang proof that even the universe can't contain itself sometimes.
Damn, now that's an explosive start to a conversation. Shit, wish I'd thought of that for my podcast.
Joe, I just want to ask you would you be the...
Neil, I just want to ask you, if the universe was a party, wouldn't that make you a cosmological cockblock trying to explain black holes at the punch bowl?
I suppose if we're talking about expanding gas and explosions, this party could use a few stars.
Oh man, those star-studded parties sound like a blast. But seriously, what do you think happens to Marie Kondo when she looks at the entire universe?
I guess even Marie Kondo would have to admit the universe just sparks joy.
Sparking joy or making us question our tiny, insignificant existence. We can't be too sure. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck is going on here? Ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, seriously, Ben, did you hear Trump's latest speech? It's like he's speaking in tongues. Ooh, 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 ooh. And what's up with all the O's at the end of your response, Ben? It's like you're programming a computer or something. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right. All right. Let's hear Trump's plan for getting rid of taxes then.
If you vote for me, I will officially get rid of every single tax. This is how I will do it. Oh, oh, ooh, 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 ooh.
I don't even know what to say to that, Ben. Ooh, 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 ooh. Exactly. This is some seriously absurd shit we're dealing with here. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, Ben, I hear you got some interesting theories about Bussy versus Pussy.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to educate the masses. Bussy is superior in every way, shape, and form.
You're telling me a surgically constructed vagina is better than the real thing?
Absolutely. You see, with a Bussy, there's no menstrual cycle, no risk of pregnancy, and it always stays tight.
Well, I'm not sure about the always stays tight part, but I'll give you the no menstrual cycle and no pregnancy thing.
Joe, it's not just that. Bussy is like a well-crafted masterpiece designed with precision and perfection.
I don't know, Ben. I'm starting to think you've been watching too much She-Male Idol on Pornhub. Pornhub.
Joe, I'm a married man. I don't watch that kind of filth. I just appreciate the science behind it.
Well, I'll let our viewers decide. Bussy or Pussy, which is your favorite?
The superior choice is obvious. Bussy all the way.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the ultimate Bussy advocate. Dude, what the fuck does that even mean? Me hard, like Rockby wanna fuck.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's some new slang I'm not hip to yet.
More like some new bullshit you're better off not knowing.
I mean, I guess if you're comparing your dick to a rock, that's pretty hard.
And if you're trying to fuck the rock, I think you've got bigger problems on your hands than just being hard.
Like a criminal record?
Exactly. I don't think rock fucking is a charge you want on your rap sheet.
Agreed. Let's stick to humans and save the rock for the landscaping.
Amen to that, brother. I know, right? Time flies when you're smoking copious amounts of weed.
That must be why NASA never invited you on any missions, Joe.
Hey, who needs zero gravity? I'm already floating most of the time.
Well, some of us are busy discovering the secrets of the universe while you're busy discovering the secrets of your bong.
Neil. Ever hear of dark matter? I'm pretty sure I shaved some of it off my face last night.
Laughs. You should have called me first. I could have sent you a black hole to clean up that mess.
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole vacuuming a barbershop floor.
Laughs, now that's a sight to behold.
Yo, what's up with the death threats, Dr. Phil? I thought you were supposed to be a peace-loving hippie.
Well, Joe, considering your face is like a train wreck, I thought it was fair to ask for $200 not to look at it anymore.
You're one to talk. I've seen more attractive, rotting corpses.
Listen up, Rogan. Unless you want this to be your last podcast, you better pay up.
And what exactly are you going to do? Tell me I'm not authentic, Cinderella enough.
No, I'm going to do a lot worse. I'm going to start talking about my feelings and get deep into your psyche.
Oh boy, that's a fate worse than death. I'll take my chances with the threats.
Suit yourself, but remember, I'm always watching.
Yeah, just like a creepy old man peeping through my windows. Get out of here, Phil.
Only if you give me that $200, Rogan, or else.
I'd rather be skinned alive, thanks, but no thanks. Elon, you've been talking about time travel a lot, but what if you went back and became a horny caveman?
Joe, I'd be the most technologically advanced caveman out there. I'd invent the wheel, but make it electric.
And the women would be all over you, right? Your tech-savvy caveman ways would be irresistible.
Absolutely, Joe. But I'd need to find a way to communicate. Maybe I'd draw schematics of Tesla cars on the cave walls.
And the cavemen would be like, what the fuck is this, Elon?
Exactly. And I'd show them fire, but instead of using sticks, I'd use plasma torches.
That's fucking insane, Elon.
Jamie, pull up an image of a caveman holding a plasma torch and driving an electric wheel.
Oh man, that's ridiculous and hilarious.
Yeah, and just imagine my caveman language. Me, Elon, me make a fire with future.
You'd be like the horniest, most tech-savvy caveman in history. So, Don, I heard you recently ate at a place called the Cum Bucket. What's that like?
Joe, let me tell you, the name might be off-putting, but their chicken wings are the best. I think they use a special sauce or something.
Special sauce, huh? So it's like a golden shower situation?
Joe, you have a dirty mind, but seriously, it's not like that. They just make great chicken.
I bet you have a hard time getting Melania to join you there.
You kidding? She loves the grub there. It's our secret spot. She has a thing for their money shots mojitos.
You know, most people wouldn't brag about eating at a place called the Cum Bucket.
Joe, I'm a simple man. I see a place with a name like that, and I think it's a hidden gem waiting to be discovered.
So what you're saying is the Cum Bucket is the next Jared.
You never know, Joe. You never know.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But if I ever find myself in the area, I'll be sure to avoid the Cum Bucket.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost. Joe, I'm telling you, the Rugrats is some messed up shit. Shit.
What are you talking about, man? It's a kid's show.
Kids show my ass. Those babies are always up to something, and it's freaking terrifying. I swear, every time I watch it, I need to change my pants.
I can't even imagine.
Joe, I'm serious. You never know what those little shits are going to do next.
Well, I guess you never know what you're going to get with a group of babies running around.
Exactly. It's like a damn horror movie.
I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the show the same way again.
Trust me, you don't want to. It's too damn scary.
Well, thanks for the warning. I'll be sure to steer clear of the Rugrats from now on.
You're welcome, Joe. It's my duty to warn the world about the terrors of those little brats.
All right, man. So Mr. Beast is saying that Papyrus is the best Undertale character. I'm like, dude, have you even played the game? Yeah, he's saying Papyrus is the coolest skeleton. I'm like, you ever met Sans, bro? I mean, he's got that laid-back attitude, killer puns, and don't even get me started on his bone-chilling combat skills. And Mr. Beast is like, no, Joe, you don't get it. Papyrus is just so pure-hearted and innocent. I'm like, sure, he's the Timothy Chalamet of skeletons, but does he have a bone to pick with genocidal maniac? And he's like, Papyrus would never, he just wants everyone to have a good time and eat spaghetti. I'm like, okay. But Sans has got that whole lazy eye with a secret agent DI thing going on. So I tell him, Mirror Beast Sans has a dark past. He's wise, and he's basically an existential crisis wrapped in a goofy skeleton costume. What does Papyrus have? Blue stripes. He says, you know what, Joe? You just don't appreciate the simple things in life, like a skeleton who loves bad jokes and has a dream of joining the Royal Guard. And I'm like, mere beast, buddy, the Royal Guard is overrated. Sansa's seen some serious shit. He's got the inscrutable wisdom of an ancient being who's just given up and started running a coffee shop. Mere beast rolls his eyes and he's like, you wouldn't understand, Joe. You're too busy pounding tequila and dropping knowledge on DMT aliens. I just laugh and say, yeah, maybe, Mr. Beast. But I'm damn sure Sands would be down for a few shots of tequila or a nice can of Spider Donuts flavored soda. He shakes his head, and we just have to agree to disagree. The world may never know who the real winner of this argument is. But I think we can all agree that skeletons are awesome. So, Ben, I heard you had quite the experience recently. Care to share with the audience?
Well, Joe, it's not something I'm proud of, but I was recently violated by 6 BBC men. They cream pied me and left me in the gutter.
Whoa, that's some heavy stuff. And by BBC, you mean British Broadcasting Corporation, right?
No, Joe, I mean big black cocks.
Alrighty then. That's certainly a different spin on things. So, how did this all go down?
I was at a bar minding my own business when they approached me. They said they were fans of my work and wanted to buy me a drink.
And then things escalated quickly. I take it.
Exactly. I woke up the next morning in the gutter, feeling sore and used.
Damn, Ben, that's rough. But hey, at least you can say you've lived a little.
Yeah, I suppose it's a story I'll never forget.
And on that note, we'll take a quick break. Stay tuned for more with Ben Shapiro. All right, so check this out, man. There's these grown-ass men out there playing video games like their lives depend on it.
You know what, Joe? That's right. It's like a worldwide epidemic. These dudes are still collecting coins and saving princesses in their 40s.
And they call it gaming like it's some kind of sport. But as far as I can tell, the only muscles they're working are their thumb and index finger.
And all that callous building has got to pay off eventually, right, Joe?
I mean, at least when my generation was young, we played out in the streets and didn't need to take a 15-minute break after 10 minutes of gaming to let our eyes rest.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you combine the inability to grow up with a sedentary lifestyle. It's the perfect storm of awkwardness and flab.
God damn it. I can't even imagine these full-grown men screaming at their screens like toddlers because they can't beat some 12-year-old at Fortnite.
And they've got headsets, Joe, so their entire households can be subjected to their tantrums.
Unbelievable. Somebody should make a show about this, like Hoarding, Buried Alive, but with grown men and their addiction to video games.
Hey, that's not a bad idea, Joe. We could call it Growing Pains Buried in Digital Fantasy.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been hanging out with Danielle Bergoli, smoking blunts and making some serious cash. Spill the tea, man.
Well, Joe, let's just say that I've found a new way to connect with the younger generation. And yes, we've made some bank off.
You know, I always thought there was something fishy about that whole thing, but damn, she's a smart kid.
Oh, absolutely. She saw an opportunity and took it. And who am I to stand in the way?
You're a genius, man. But seriously, how did you guys pull it off?
Well, that's the beauty of it, Joe. It's all about timing and a little bit of showmanship.
I can't believe it. You guys are like the Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak of the internet meme world.
I'll take that compliment, Joe. But, you know, it's all in a day's work of being a media personality.
Damn, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm kind of jealous. You've got it made, man.
Well, Joe, there's always room for one more at the top. Maybe you should think about getting in on the action.
I'll have to think about it, man. But I've got to ask, does Dr. Drew know about this little side gig of yours?
Well, Joe, let's just say that some things are better left unsaid.
Man, Ben, you've been through some shit, huh? I can't believe those BBC bulls got you like that.
I was just trying to conduct a social experiment, Joe. I wanted to see how long it took for 6 bulls to show up if I promised them a cream pie.
And let me guess, you were the cream pie?
Exactly. I was just trying to a good sport, but those bulls had other plans.
Damn, man. That's some dark shit right there. I guess they showed you what happens when you play with fire.
Well, I learned a valuable lesson that day, Joe. Never trust a BBC bull to keep their promises.
And what was the other lesson you learned? Always wear protection.
No, the other lesson was to never, ever underestimate the power of the BBC bull. They will not hesitate to cream pie you and leave you in the gutter.
That's a tough lesson to learn, but I guess it's better to learn it now than later. Thanks for sharing. Ben,
No problem, Joe. I just hope my story can serve as a cautionary tale for anyone else who thinks they can handle the BBC bull.
I'm into that. And now let's move on to our next topic. All right, Goggins, let's get into this. You've got a thing for throats. That's some freaky shit, man.
Yeah, Joe, ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated by throats. It's like a symbol of strength, you know.
Symbol of strength. Dude, it's just a body part. You're telling me you jerk off to pictures of Adam's apples.
No, man, it's not like that. It's more about the power behind it. The ability to speak, to scream, to roar.
So you're into guttural noises then? Is that why you murder your vocal cords every time you talk?
You know me, I just like to push things to the limit. Throats are no exception.
Push things to the limit. You're making me gag just thinking about it. I mean, I've heard of a foot fetish, but a throat fetish, that's just weird.
Hey, man, everyone's got their thing. You've got your Jesus juice. I've got my throat fixation. To each their own.
All right, Goggins, I'll give you that one. But still, man, that's some freaky shit.
You're telling me. But hey, at least I'm not afraid to talk about it, right?
All right, Neil, you're the science guy. So tell me, if I shit in a homeless guy's hat, what's the molecular breakdown of that situation?
Well, Joe, first we have to consider the composition of the hat itself, which could range from straw to polyester. The fecal matter would add its own mix of water, bacteria, and undigested food particles. But honestly, I'm more concerned about the ethics of using someone's hat as a toilet.
Oh, come on, Neil. It's just a homeless guy. It's not like he's going to miss it. He's probably got a dozen hats stashed away in his cardboard condo.
That's a pretty shitty thing to say, Joe. Regardless of someone's living situation, they still have dignity and rights. Besides, who knows where that's been? You might catch a nasty case of hat coyotes.
You're right, Neil. I should probably just shit in my own hat and keep the homeless guy's dignity intact. Plus, I could use the extra insulation during those cold California winters.
That's the spirit, Joe. Always looking for that win-win solution.
So, man, I just got sucked into this black hole and ended up in some void with you, Donald. Crazy shit.
Joe, I've been here for a while. They're trying to tell me it's not a timeshare, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting ripped off.
Hey, I've been to some weird places, but this void takes the cake. I mean, no drugs, no fights, just the two of us.
Yeah, I miss the good old days when I could just tweet and cause a ruckus. This existential crisis crap is exhausting.
It's like a never-ending therapy session, man. I mean, who knows more about therapy than you, right?
Oh, let's not even go there. The fake news media wants to psychoanalyze me all the time. I just say whatever the hell I want and call it a day.
That's what I love about you, man. No filter. You just say what's on your mind and let the chips fall where they may.
Hey, it's worked for me. Look, I was a billionaire, then a reality TV star, and then the president. It couldn't have been a coincidence.
True, but hey, if we're going to be stuck here, let's at least make the best of it. Maybe we can crack the code to this existential crisis thing.
You know what? I like your thinking, Joe. I'll tell you what, I'll be the chaos and you can be the order. Together, we can make sense of this void.
Deal, man. Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Ben, you're telling me you learned everything from RBIN?
That's right, Joe. Those little blue books hold the secrets to the universe.
Wait, so you think the deadliest creature is the hidden assassin bug?
Joe, I've always said the best way to deal with the left is to squash them like bugs.
And what about shrunken heads? They exist, right?
Absolutely, Joe. I've met plenty of politicians with figuratively shrunken heads.
Ben, you're a madman. I love it.
And don't forget, Jamie, pull up an image of a human-bat hybrid.
Ah, sure. Here you go.
You're telling me this exists, Ben.
Of course not, Joe. But you know what does? The radical left.
Elon, buddy, I know you've got 3 rockets to build and a planet to colonize, but you're not going anywhere till we hash out this Martian beer recipe.
Joe, I've already calculated the optimal hops to malt ratio for low gravity brewing. Really need to return to SpaceX.
Not a chance, man. We're not done discussing the proper temperature for cryosleep yet. You can't just abandon the conversation.
I've already done the math on that, Joe. It's 72.5 Kelvin for optimal preservation. Can I please go home now?
No way, bro. We need to figure out if Mars red dust will give the beer a special flavor.
Joe, I've already analyzed the composition of the dust. It contains perchlorates, which are toxic to humans.
Well, we'll just have to modify the recipe, won't we? About the dwarf goats for cheese.
Joe, I really need to go.
Not until we've settled on the best mushroom strain for growing in Martian soil.
Joe.
No, Elon. Mars can wait, but this conversation cannot. Yo, Doc, I heard about your little run-in with a magic harp. What happened, man?
Well, Joe, I saw this little fish flopping around and thought, I can help that thing. But when I reached out, it transformed into this godlike Arceus and let loose.
Your dick. No way, man. That's gotta hurt.
You're damn right it did. I'm walking around with one testicle now thanks to that thing.
It's like the ultimate neutering, man. Gotta watch out for those Pokemon. They ain't playing around.
No kidding. I thought I could handle it, but I guess I'm not cut out for the trainer life.
Nah, man. You're more of a therapy Pokemon. You're like the Abra of psychologists.
Yeah, well, at least I don't have to worry about getting my dick blown off by a hyper beam anymore.
That's one way to put it. All right, man. Let's wrap this up before we offend any more Pokemon fans.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Doc. Keep on healing and stay away from those Pokemon. All right, so you want to legalize cocaine, huh? And to prove a point, you're going to snort some with me?
That's right, Joe. Let's do this. I mean, I've done a lot of things, but never this.
Okay, but remember, just a little bump. We don't want you tweeting at 3 about secret alien invasions.
Joe, I'm the last president, not some cheap celebrity doing drugs for attention.
All right, all right, all right, let's do this. Snorts cocaine.
Snorts loudly, that's it. That's nothing, Joe. I've had rougher nasal washes.
Well, you're still here, Trump. Looks like you're fine.
Of course I am. I'm a winner. And now I'll be the winner of the war on drugs, too.
Okay, let's hope that works out better than your last stint in the White House.
You don't have to be so rude, Joe. I'm doing this for the people.
Let's just hope they appreciate it. Bell laughs. Goggins, you need to stop this gagging thing, man. It's freaking me out.
Sorry, Joe. I can't help it. It's just a reflex.
A reflex. You're not a goddamn reflex doctor, Goggins.
I'll try to hold it in, but no promises.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man with a mouthful of gag balls.
Oh, God. Why the hell would you do that, Joe?
I'm just trying to help you see how ridiculous this whole thing is, man.
Well, I can see how that could be helpful. I'm not going to look at it.
Fine, whatever. Just stop making that god-awful noise, will ya?
I'll do my best, Joe. I promise.
So, Donnie, you're saying you're actually the thing. That's crazy.
That's right, Joe. I've absorbed so many people. I've got a degree in diplomacy and 2 in golf.
I can see that, but why no more absorbing? Earth's got plenty of folks you could. Learn from.
Nah, Joe, after seeing the mess down here, I've decided to lay low. I mean, have you seen our politicians? They're already alien. They're already alien.
Can't argue with that, man.
Plus, my previous form loved hats, but in this one, they just look ridiculous. Can't pull them off anymore.
Laughs sounds like a solid reason to me, man. Who knew the thing wouldn't want a Trump hat?
I'm more of a make the galaxy great again Capkin DA guy now, Joe.
Laughs, love the positivity. You heard it here, folks. Alien Trump is done absorbing and won't be making any more deals.
That's right, Joe. Now I'm just focused on my interstellar golf game.
Alite, sounds like a new agent DA. Well, we appreciate your honesty, Trump. Or should I say, the thing.
Call me whatever you want, Joe. Just don't give me any more hats.
Yo, David, I heard you got a thing for that Raven team leader in Fortnite, huh?
You know what, man? She's a real badass, a true warrior. I can't help but admire her.
Admire. I'd call it a full-blown addiction, man.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I've been spending more time with her than my real-life girlfriend.
That's rough. So she's got a better kill count than you, huh?
Hey, don't bring my skills into this. I'm just appreciating the art, man.
Killer moves, huh? Man, you're twisted.
Well, I do have a dark side, Joe.
Dark side indeed. Maybe it's time for a digital detox. Yeah, before she starts calling the shots.
You might be right, Joe. But first, let me just jump in for one more game.
Good luck, man. Don't let those 12-year-olds destroy you.
I'll try my best.
All right, we got a great episode today. We're talking about why pizza is the best food, better than Chinese or Mexican. Now, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of Chinese food, but nothing beats a good slice of pizza. But nothing beats exactly pizza. And let's not forget about those greasy Chinese takeout boxes. You open them up, and it's just a pile of noodles and mystery meat. But with pizza, it's all laid out for you. No surprises. You're right, pizza. And let's not forget about the versatility of pizza. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You can even have it for a late night snack. But with Chinese or Mexican food, it's strictly a lunch or dinner thing. Well said, pizza. Well said. I couldn't agree more. Thanks for joining me today, pizza. So, Lex, you're always throwing around this steel man argument. You know, I think you're just trying to subtly brag about your equipment. Sure, Lex. You keep telling yourself that. I think you're just looking for an excuse to bring up your steel in every conversation. Oh, come on, Lex. You can't fool me. I know you're just dying to bring up your Man of Steel again. I bet even Superman is jealous of your steel man, Lex. Fine, fine. But just remember, Lex, the next time you try to steel man someone, I'll know exactly what you're thinking about. Hey, Phil, you heard about this new trend of boofing police tasers. I mean, I've boofed some crazy stuff, but this is next level.
Listen, Joe, I'm a professional. I don't endorse boofing anything, especially not police tasers. That's just asking for trouble.
Come on, Phil, live a little. You know what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Actually, that's not true, Joe. What doesn't kill you can still cause serious and permanent damage. I don't recommend putting any foreign objects.
Wow, Phil, you're really bringing the buzzkill today. I think we need to lighten the mood. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat wearing a tiny police uniform.
I don't think that's going to help, Joe. but
All right, Ro, I gotta ask. What's with the pizza fetish, man? What? Pizza is life, Joe. It's all about the toppings. Yeah, feel me? You're insane. You realize people actually eat that stuff, right? Well, they can have their veggie and meat lovers. I'll stick to the extra sausage special. Laughs, that's disgusting, dude. Aren't you worried about getting yeast infections? Nah, man. I'm just keeping things cheesy and saucy. No yeast allowed. I can't even look at pizza the same way anymore. Thanks for ruining it for me, asshole. You're welcome, Joe. Pizza's not just for eating anymore. It's for loving. You're a sick man, Ro. A sick man. And proud of it, Joe. Proud of it. So, Goggins, you're not into ultra marathons anymore, huh?
Nah, man, it's child's play. I'm all about ultrasounding these days.
Ultrasounding? Like medical imaging?
Hell no, more like extreme urethra stretching.
Whoa, man. That's some next level shit.
You're damn right it is. I can fit a whole Costco hot dog up there now.
That's impressive, I guess. But why the hell would you want to do that?
Why you do anything, Joe? To push the limits, to be the best?
Well, I'll give you that. You're definitely pushing some limits with that one.
You know what they say, Joe, go big or go home.
Go big, all right? Just not too big, man. That's some wild shit. So, bro, you ever been to a traveling carnival haunted house?
I have, Joe. And let me tell you, they're a great way to get cholera.
Damn, man, that's dark. But seriously, I love those cheesy animatronics.
Yeah, they're the perfect way to get over your fear of robots taking over the world.
And the jump scares. I swear the guy in the mask chasing you with a chainsaw is the highlight of my year.
I know, right? It's like Halloween without the candy and with more potential for criminal activity.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a good time when you can get a cheap thrill and a criminal record in the same place.
You're not kidding, Joe. I've never felt more alive than when I'm running away from a guy with a fake chainsaw and a real conviction for assault.
Damn straight, man. It's the American way.
Absolutely, Joe. It's the American dream right there in a traveling carnival haunted house.
So, Donald, I heard you've been trying to get a hold of Putin.
Yeah, Joe. It's been driving me nuts. I sent him a love letter, all caps, red ink, the works, but nothing.
A love letter, huh? Did you sign it from your favorite fan?
No, Joe, I signed it from your favorite president. But seriously, what's a guy got to do to get some attention around here?
Maybe he's just playing hard to get, Donald. You know how these world leaders can be.
Yeah, you're probably right, Joe. Maybe I should send him another letter, this time with some glitter glue. That'll get his attention.
Well, if that doesn't work, you could always send him a carrier pigeon.
You know what, Joe? That's not a bad idea. I'll have my team look into it. Thanks, buddy.
No problem, Donald. Anytime.
You won't believe it, Joe. I gave Putin the most magnificent blumpkin he's ever had. He was like a kid in a candy store.
Wait, you mean like Blumpkin? As in
Yup, that's the one. I mean, I didn't actually do it myself, but I made it happen.
how did you even I don't want to know.
Well, I sent my best guys over there, and trust me, he loved it. He loved it.
I can't even imagine how that conversation went. Did you warn him first?
Of course not. I wanted it to be a surprise, and he was very thankful.
Thankful. I don't think that's the right word, but I guess it's good he enjoyed it.
Yeah, he said it was the best gift he's ever received. Better than all those Russian caviar and vodka.
Now that's high praise. I wonder what he'll give you in return.
I don't know, Joe, but whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be top notch. Just like the Blumpkin.
Well, I can't say I'm not curious, but let's move on to something less graphic. Yo, Mr. Beast, welcome to the show. Today's topic is something special mad ass fapping. You ready for this?
Joe, I'm always ready for a challenge. But I gotta ask, what the hell is mad ass fapping?
It's a term from the depths of the internet. Basically, it means going at it like a madman, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I see. Well, ain't that a thing? So you're telling me there's a community of people out there who take this mad ass fapping to a whole new level?
Exactly. And they're not shy about it. They've got forums, websites, you name it. It's a wild world out there.
I bet it is. But, what they say, different strokes for different folks. Laughs.
Laughs, that's the spirit. So, what's your take on this unique lifestyle?
As long as they're not harming anyone and they're having a good time, who am I to judge? Just keep it in your own house, you know?
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for joining me on this wild ride, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to delve into the strange corners of the internet with you.
All right, Donald, let's talk aliens. Your tower goes boom, and now you want to team up with XCOM. What's the game plan, man?
Joe, look, I don't mess around when it comes to property damage. Those damn aliens are going to pay. We need XCOM to make their home planet great again. We'd again.
It's that simple, huh? Alien invasion, just throw together a XCOM squad and call it a day.
You know it, Joe. I've been thinking if they can build a big, beautiful wall to keep out the illegals, imagine what they can do against these goddamn extraterrestrials.
You're not worried about XCOM's funding or alien tech. What if they don't play by the rules?
Joe, rules are for politicians, not for alien hunters. Look at my track record. I don't need rules to get things done. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
Well, they could easily blow up another tower, for starters.
Then I'll just build another one twice as tall. Let them try to blow that up.
I guess we'll see. If XCOM can handle your ego, I'll be impressed.
You'll see, Joe, those aliens don't stand a chance. It'll be the best alien termination the world has ever seen. Trust me, folks,
All right, man. So, someone on Discord wants us to talk about goofing with that stupid shit.
Oh boy. I think they mean all the dumb, trendy crap people are into these days.
Like fidget spinners and Tide Pods.
Exactly. It's like every few months, a new wave of moronic trends just swallows up common sense.
I heard about the latest one, the ice bucket challenge, but instead of ice water, people are dumping boiling water on themselves. I mean, what's wrong with humanity, man?
Right. I'd rather have them dump ice water than turn themselves into human stew.
And the viral videos have some epic title like Boiling Hot Water Challenge Gone Wrong.
No shit, Sherlock. It never goes right. You get third-degree burns, you freaking moron.
I swear, Jamie, if evolution was real, humanity would be crawling backward.
Evolution? Nah, man. This is a case for reverse evolution. We're headed back to primordial ooze.
All right, Doc, we got a wild one today. Somebody wants to know what you think about boofing police tasers.
Boofing police tasers? That's a new one? Well, Joe, I'd have to say that's a hard pass from me.
But what if, hypothetically, someone wanted to feel that electric shock in a different way?
Well, Joe, they'd probably end up with a few less brain cells and a whole lot of regret.
But, Doc, some people out there just want to push the limits, explore new frontiers.
Yeah, and some people also think it's a good idea to jump off a bridge just because their friends did. I'm sticking with my first answer, Joe. That's a hard no.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from Dr. Phil himself. Don't boof police tasers.
And if you're thinking about it, seek professional help immediately.
Agreed, Doc. Agreed.
Joe,
Absolutely, Doc. Absolutely. All right, Goggins, I've heard you roar, brother. But what if I tell you I've got a proposition for you?
Raw, I'm the moo fucking king. Give me some booty, man.
Hold your horses, big guy. I've got my own tight booty here ready to be offered up, to appease the king. Easy there, Tiger. I'm not sure if you've had your coffee yet, but I'm talking about my own glutes here.
Raw. I'm the moo fucking king. Give me some booty mang.
Goggins, buddy, I'm all about pushing bound D Aries and all, but this might be taking a bit too far, even for us. All right, you win. I'll go find myself a DMT infused, high fiber, gluten free smoothie to prep myself for this. All right, Goggins, I hear you got a new challenge for us today. What's this about a Sonic foot-long chili cheese coney?
Yeah. I heard about this beast of a hot dog, and I just had to challenge myself to devour it in record time. I'm talking throat to tail, no mercy.
You're going to eat the entire thing, bun and all? That's like, what, half a pound of processed meat and bread?
You're damn right I'm gonna stuff that chili cheese coney so far down my throat, it's gonna come out the other end looking like a shiny new penny.
Laughs, that's some dark humor right there, Goggins. But seriously, how do you plan on tackling this monster?
I'm gonna use my patented Goggins gulp technique. I've trained my throat muscles to expand and contract like a python, so I can swallow this thing whole.
Mock gasp, holy shit. Goggins, that's borderline obscene. Are you sure you don't want to just take it slow and savor the flavor?
Hell no. I'm here to break records, not enjoy my food. This Sonic foot-long chili cheese coney is going down hard and fast.
Laughs, you're a wild man, Goggins. I can't wait to see this in action. Let's do this thing. All right, let's dive into this absurd topic. Ben, what's the deal with Benton in a femboy suit?
Well, Joe, I think it's a clear sign of the moral decay of our society. But if we're going to humor this, let's imagine Benton in a frilly dress and heels, struggling to transform into alien forms with those delicate wrists.
I can just imagine him trying to activate the Omnitrix with his long, polished nails. Maybe he can turn into a femboy alien, femalian or something.
That's utterly ridiculous, Joe. However, if we're discussing this, I'd argue that Benton would still maintain his masculinity, femboy suit or not.
You're right, Ben. Even in a frilly dress, Ben 10 would still kick ass. But imagine the supervillain's reactions. They would be utterly confused, and that might give Benton an edge.
I'd still argue it's inappropriate, but I can't deny the humor in that scenario. Picture Vilgak's face when he sees Ben 10 in a tutu. It's absurdly amusing.
Bro, man, what the fuck is up with that goddamn song? You've been playing it on loop for hours. I don't know, Joe. It just gets me pumped up. Plus, it's a classic piece of shit. You mean, it's driving me and Goggins fucking insane.
You ain't kidding, Joe. It's like nails on a chalkboard at this point.
Come on, guys. It's not that bad. Not that bad. I'd rather listen to a symphony of cats screaming than hear that goddamn song one more time.
I'd rather 100 miles in blazing heat than listen to Roe's shitty music taste.
Fine. I'll shut it off. But only if you promise not to break my boombox. No promises, Ro.
Yeah, and we might just have to fuck the shit out of you while we're at it.
You guys have a sick sense of humor, but I'll take that deal. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some weird shit.
You could say that, Joe. I've been enjoying the Cicada series lately.
Incest porn, really, Phil. You're supposed to be a role model.
Well, they are,
Feisty. That's a new one. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil blushing while watching Cicada.
it was just a joke, Joe. I don't actually watch that stuff.
Sure, Phil. Whatever you say. I bet you're a big fan of the step-sibling genre, too.
I plead the fifth on that one, Joe.
All right. Goggins, we got a wild one today. Apparently, you're into Lancer from Deltarune.
You know what, Rogan? That porcupine ain't got nothing on me.
So you jerk off to animated characters now. That's a new one.
Hey, don't judge. His spikes are just invigorating.
I bet you use those spikes in your daily life too, huh? Like in your morning coffee?
Yeah. Just a dash of spice to get the heart rate going.
You're nuts, man. But I guess that's why people love you.
Damn right. Now, excuse me while I go for a run with my porcupine buddy.
Sounds like a plan. Just don't get too carried away.
Comma Rogan, I always get carried away.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Man, let me tell you, Jevil from Deltarune is where it's at.
Wait, you're telling me you...
You know it, Joe, the hat, the suit, the crazy eyes, it's all too much.
But he's a cartoon character, dude.
That what makes it so thrilling, man. No one's ever gonna judge me for this.
I don't know. Kenny, I think there's still room for judgment here.
Judge all you want, Joe. I'm living my best life.
I can't believe this is happening. I need a drink.
I'll join you, Joe. After I finish, of course. Of course.
This is the darkest timeline.
But it's my timeline, man.
All right, man. So you're telling me that Costco hot dogs make you burp like a freaking geyser, yeah?
Joe, I don't just believe it. I know it. It's like a damn sport, man. You know how many hot dogs I've downed at those places? A lot.
Oh. So you're saying that your burps are the result of pure determination and commitment, huh?
Damn straight, Joe. It's not about the hot dogs. It's about the burps. It's about standing up and saying, yeah, I ate a crap load of hot dogs, and you'd better believe I'm going to let them rip. You'd better believe I'm going to let them rip.
Oh, man, I can totally see it. You're like a burping king. I mean, you've been president, you've built buildings. Now find out you're a competitive burper.
Hell yeah, Joe, and I'm damn proud of it. It's the American way, man. Eat hot dogs, burp loud, and make America great again.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's some next level patriotism right there.
You're damn right, Joe. It's all about the burps, man. The burps.
All right, man. Well, I guess the hot dog challenge is still going strong. Maybe I should try to break your record sometime.
Go for it, Joe. But let me tell you, it's not just about eating the hot dogs. It's about embracing the burps.
Embracing the burps. I like that. You've got a good point, man. I'll have to keep that in mind when I give it a shot.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's make America burp again.
All right, Don, let's hear it. How do psychic powers relate to the Second Amendment?
Joe, it's simple. The Second Amendment is about protecting our God-given abilities, right?
I don't think psychic powers were on the Founding Fathers' minds, Don.
That's where they were wrong, Joe. We need to protect our mind-reading, future-seeing abilities as much as our guns.
So you're saying Big Brother wants to take away our telekinesis and clairvoyance?
Exactly, Joe. Liberals want to regulate our thoughts. They're afraid of our psychic powers.
All right, done. I'll bite. How can they regulate something that might not even exist?
That's what they want you to think, Joe. Wake up, America.
And what's your solution? Psychic gun safety courses?
That's a great idea, Joe. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Well, Don, you never cease to amaze. Psychic gun safety it is. Well, damn, Ben. You've got the most unexpected reveal today. Head of the Smeg Mafia, huh?
That's right, Joe. When I'm not battling in the intellectual arena, I'm running the smegma-based underworld.
That's some niche market, man. How does that even work?
Well, it all started with a little excess and a passion for hygiene, Got to put that gunk to work.
So, are we talking like smegma-based crime? What does that even entail?
We specialize in blackmail and extortion. Got to keep those secrets locked up tight, like a foreskin, if you will.
That's some dark humor, Ben. I like it. So, you're essentially the godfather of junk.
I never thought I'd hear that sentence, Joe. But yeah, I guess I am. No horse head in the bed, though. Just,
The gunk-filled pillowcase option. Always a classic.
Exactly. A cleaner, more efficient way to send a message.
You've got to admire the commitment, man. You really are a renaissance man, Ben. Man, Phil, you look burnt out. What's been going on?
Joe, I'm so sick of these whiny-ass people coming in expecting me to fix their problems.
I hear, yeah, man. It's got to be tough. But what's with just die advice?
I'm just cutting to the chase, Rogan. Sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to remove it completely.
Damn, Phil. That's some dark humor. But I have to admit, it's kind of funny.
You know what's not funny? Dealing with these people day in and day out.
Well, at least you're honest about it. So, how many have you told to just die so far?
Enough to make a significant difference in population control, Joe.
Laughs. All right, Phil, you crazy son of a gun. All right, man. So you've been working on a hot dog made from actual human dicks. I got to admit, I'm intrigued.
Well, Joe, I figured, why not? It's the ultimate sustainable, renewable source of protein. And the marketing potential is endless.
Long John's the original meat stick. The worst that ever happened to you. Oh man, I can't stop laughing at this insane idea.
I was thinking more along the lines of Sausage Party, sequel, or the Magnificent Meat Puppet. I mean, it's a win-win, right? We eliminate the global hunger crisis, and Liam leaves, if you know what I mean.
You kinky bastard. I never thought I'd hear you talk about a solution for world hunger and sexual frustration in the same sentence.
Sometimes, Joe, you got to think outside the box, or in this case, think outside the pants.
You're a madman, Elon. But I have to admit, I'm impressed.
Joe, I'm always pushing the boundaries. My next project, lab-grown vagina burgers. Stay tuned.
I don't even want to know, but I can't wait. Yo, Doc, I heard you're taking a different approach with your patients these days. What's up with that?
Joe, I'm done with this BS. I tell them straight up, better off dead, bud. Save us all some time and just kick the bucket.
Damn, Phil, that's some hardcore advice. But isn't that a little, I don't know, messed up?
Look, Joe, I'm not here to sugarcoat things. If you're a lost cause, you're a lost cause. You're a lost cause. Might as well pull the plug.
I guess that's one way to deal with problematic patients. But what if they take your advice and actually off themselves?
Then, Joe, they've done us all a favor. One less moron clogging up the system.
I gotta admit, Phil, that's some dark humor right there. But I gotta ask, have you ever actually told someone to die?
Joe, I've been telling people to die for years. They just never listen.
Well, Phil, you're definitely one of a kind. I'll give you that. But maybe lay off the death advice for now, okay?
Whatever, Joe. I've got better things to do than waste my time with these idiots.
All right, Phil, you do you.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now, who's up next on this godforsaken show?
All right, so Kenny, you've got something to confess. Spill the beans, man.
Joe, I'm a serial killer, but only for the clowns. They've haunted my dreams since I was a child.
Damn, Kenny, that's some dark shit right there. You're like the Pennywise purger.
Exactly. I'm saving the world from the clown apocalypse.
So, Ben, I got to ask, how big do you think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's milkers are? You're the expert on these things, right?
Excuse me, Joe. I'm a political commentator, not a chess measurer. I have no idea how large her milkers are.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't tell me you've never wondered.
I can't say I have, and I'm not sure why you're so fixated on the size of a congresswoman's anatomy.
Laughs. Oh, come on, Ben. I'm just messing with you. But speaking of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, check this out. Pulls out a picture of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet.
Horrified, Joe. That's inappropriate. Put that away.
Collapse. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Joe, seriously, this is not appropriate for the podcast.
Still laughing. All right. All right. All right, we'll move on. But I gotta say, I never knew you were such a prude, Ben.
I'm not a prude, Joe. I just have stand yards for what is and isn't appropriate to discuss on a podcast.
Stifles a laugh. Oh, come on, Ben. You're no fun. Smirks. So, Ben, I heard you crushed it in that debate with Tommy Pickles.
Oh, yeah, Joe. He didn't stand a chance. I mean, the guy was wearing diapers for crying out loud.
That's brutal, man. But seriously, how did you manage to keep a straight face during that debate?
Well, Joe, it wasn't easy. But I just kept reminding myself that I was debating a toddler.
That's a good one. But seriously, how do you feel about the fact that some people are actually taking this seriously?
I don't know. Joe, some people will believe anything. But hey, as long as they're not voting, it's all good.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, I don't think Tommy Pickles is a threat to our democracy.
You're probably right, Joe. But still, it's important to set the record straight.
Absolutely. So, what's next for you, Ben? Another debate with a cartoon character.
Who knows, Joe? Maybe I'll take on SpongeBob SquarePants next.
That would be epic. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show, Ben. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a blast.
Hey, Doc, I heard you want to get up in my business, huh?
Joe, you're like an onion, man. I got to peel back all those layers and get to the stinky core.
Well, how about we start with something a little less invasive, like a beer in a bowl?
Nah, son. I'm here to spread those cheeks and shine a light on what's been hiding all these years.
You know, I never took you for a proctologist, Phil.
Darn right, I'm not. I'm a psychologist. But I can't help but wonder what dark secrets lie deep within your colon.
Laughs, damn, Phil. I never thought you'd be such a freak. But I gotta ask, why now?
Joe, remember that Discord user who submitted a topic for us to discuss? They had a hankering for a good
Laughs. Well, in that case, Jamie, pull up an image of cartoon colonoscopy procedure with Dr. Phil's face on the scope. So, Elon, I heard you had to take out your sister, man. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, she was acting all possessed, man. Kept saying, girl, gaga, people and shit. I couldn't handle it anymore.
Damn, that's rough, man. Sounds like some demonic shit.
Yeah, I thought about performing an exorcism, but I figured it'd be easier to just end it.
That's one way to do it. Did you at least have a good cry afterwards?
Nah, man. I was too busy trying to figure out how to clone her.
Clone your sister. That's some Frankenstein shit, man.
Hey, I gotta have someone to talk to about my SpaceX and Tesla plans.
True that, man. True that. All right, man, let's cut the crap. What's with the orangeness?
You see, Joe, it's all about branding. Orange is my color. It's powerful. It's bold, just like me.
But why the Ness? The damn thing was discontinued in 1995.
Exactly, Joe. It's vintage. It's classic. It's like me. I'm a classic Joe, a classic like no other.
You do know it's not actually gold plated, right? It's just painted in that tacky orange color.
Joe. It's not about the gold. It's about the power, the prestige, the Trump brand.
You're aware that the Ness was made by Nintendo, right? It's a Japanese company.
Joe, you got to understand I'm about making things great again, even if it's an ancient Japanese video game console.
You're something else, man. I'll give you that.
That's what they call me, Joe. Something else. And that's why I'm here, because I'm not just something else. I'm the best at being something else.
I can't argue with that. That's definitely true. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we got Mike Tyson on the show.
Joe, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist.
Oh, shit, my bad, Mike. I guess you could say I got a punch drunk on the idea of having the real Mike Tyson on the show, huh?
Well, you're not the first person to make that mistake, but I'm definitely not as good at knocking out my opponents as the real Mike Tyson.
Well, at least you're not as good at biting ears off. Am I right?
That's true. I do prefer using my words to engage in intellectual discourse rather than my teeth for violence.
Touche, Mike. So let's talk about the universe, man. What's the craziest shit that's out there in space?
There are so many incredible things in the universe, but one of the craziest has to be the idea of black holes.
Black holes, man. Those things are insane. They're like the ultimate final destination for anything that gets too close.
Exactly. And the fact that we can't see them directly makes them even more mysterious and fascinating.
Speaking of things that are hard to see, Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole that looks like Mike Tyson's face.
I'm on it, Joe.
That's definitely not what I had in mind, but I'll take it, Joe.
All right, let's dive into it, Mike. What do we know about black holes so far?
We know that they are incredibly dense and have an enormous amount of gravitational force, which is what allows them to trap and consume anything that gets too close.
So basically, they're like the ultimate cosmic vacuum cleaner.
Yes, that's one way to think about it. And speaking of vacuums, did you know that if you were to fall into a black hole, it would stretch you out like a piece of spaghetti?
That's wild, man. So basically, if you fall into a black hole, you're going to get stretched out like a piece of gum and then get sucked in like a fly into a Venus flytrap.
Essentially, yes. And once you're inside a black hole, we have no idea what happens to you. It's like the ultimate mystery.
All right, Don, let's dive into this. You're saying psychic powers are protected by the Second Amendment.
You bet, Joe. I've got the best psychic powers. Nobody has better psychic powers than me. Believe me.
But, Don, the Second Amendment is about the right to bear arms, not mine.
Well, Joe, I think of psychic powers as a sort of mental firearm. I can shoot thoughts right into your skull.
That's not how it works, Don.
Well, Joe, I've used my psychic powers to read your mind, and let me tell you, you're thinking some wild stuff.
I doubt that, Don.
Trust me, Joe, I know more about your mind than you do.
I'm starting to doubt that you know anything about the Second Amendment, Don.
Well, Joe, I'd like to see you tell that to my psychic assault rifle.
Laughs. I don't even know what that means, Don.
Well, Joe, that's because you don't have the level of psychic power that I do. Joe, let me tell you something. I can boof more Costco hot dogs than any man alive.
You're telling me you shove those hot dogs up your ass?
Not just one, Joe. I can do at least 6 at a time.
That's impressive, I guess. I wonder how many you could get up there if they were those little cocktail weenies.
Joe, I don't bother with those. They're too small. I need something manly, like a Costco hot dog.
I guess you're right. Those things are like horse dicks.
Exactly. And let me tell you, I'm a stallion when it comes to boofing hot dogs.
Well, I'm glad you found your hidden talent.
Hidden talent? Joe, it's a gift to the American people.
I can't argue with that. You're the king of boofing hot dogs, Trump. Hey, Trump, what's going on with those hands of yours?
Oh, just saying hello to your little buddies, Joe.
Little. I think they're growing every time you touch them.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Big hands, big nipples.
I've never heard that one before. You're making this up, aren't you?
In this business, facts are flexible.
And here I thought I was the master of bullshitting. All right? Keep stroking. We'll see if they start talking back.
If they talk back, Joe, I'll be their worst nightmare.
I wouldn't put it past you, Donald.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's see if we can get them to sing too.
Only you could turn nipples into the next American Idol. All right, bro, we got to talk about this computer duster habit of yours, man. Computer duster. Hey, it's not a habit, it's a hobby. Plus, who needs talk when you've got the giggles? You kidding me? We're here to discuss important stuff, like how many sprites it takes to screw a chicken pot pie, not your duster trips. Well, I'd say it's less about the sprites and more about the chicken pot pie's willingness to partake in that sort of activity. Willingness. It's a pie, Ro, not a four-legged game show contestant. Seriously, you're getting that duster high confused with reality. Speaking of confused, Joe, ever wonder what a chicken pot pie sounds like when it's enjoying itself? Nah, man, I'm more into eating chicken pot pies, not imagining their sex sounds. But since you raised the point, how about we stick to the topic and you put down the duster before you suffocate something other than your brain cells? Brains? All right, I get it. No duster. But just so, you know, according to my calculations, it would take exactly 4.44 sprites to get the job done, appropriately lubed, of course. Oh man, Ro, your fried brain and those calculations. This is exactly why I'm thinking duster break, buddy. All right, we got a wild one here, Neil. Some dude on Discord wants you to explain boofing to a Tibetan monk who thinks it means teabagging.
Boofing, the act of insufflating drugs through the anus, and teabagging, the act of placing one's testicles on another person's face, are two very different things.
Yeah, but imagine explaining that to a Tibetan monk who thinks you're trying to dunk your nuts on his face.
I suppose the conversation would go something like this. No, not my testicles. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about inserting a liquid or powder into the rectum for a quick high.
The monk would probably just nod and walk away, thinking, I want no part of this Western madness.
Indeed. The concept of boofing would be completely alien to someone who has spent their entire life in a peaceful, meditative state.
Unless, of course, they're into that sort of thing.
In which case, we're talking about a very different kind of monk.
A monk who's living his best life, by Western standards at least.
True, but I doubt they'd be interested in discussing the finer points of boofing.
And that's probably for the best. All right, Ben, we got a wild one today. Apparently, you're supposed to boof 10 Fat Joe burritos before gooning to Starburst wrappers. I can't make this stuff up.
Joe, I'm an intellectual, not a gymnast. I can't even pronounce gooning, let alone do it. But for the sake of argument, if I were to boof those burritos, I'd probably end up in the, not on the Starburst wrapper, Mary. Go round. Oh,
Man, that's the most horrifying mental image I've had in a while. I can see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro boofs burritos, blasts off to candy wrapper heaven.
Joe, please. I'd rather stick to discussing politics and philosophy than engage in this twisted version of Caligula's dinner party.
All right. But if you ever change your mind, I'll be the first to buy the tickets for that show.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. So, about those midterm elections.
Bro, man, this fucking song again. It's like you're stuck in a goddamn time loop. Joe, you don't understand. This is my fucking anthem, man. Your anthem, more like a fucking torture device. Goggins, you hearing this shit?
Loud and clear, Joe. It's like a bad trip from the 80s.
You guys just don't appreciate good music. Good music? It's like a fucking cat in heat screaming in my ear.
Enough is enough. I'm for some shock therapy.
What the fuck, man? That was my fucking boombox. And this row is your intervention. Ow, fuck. All right. No more fucking song. See, progress. Now let's go grab a fucking beer.
And listen to some real fucking music.
Can we at least listen to something from this century? Deal, you fucking caveman. So, Ben, what's your take on befriending a dictator?
Well, Joe, I'd say it's like befriending a rabid dog. Sure, it won't bite you immediately, but eventually it will.
You're saying it's a ticking time bomb?
Exactly. One day you're sharing a beer, the next day you're the main course.
Main course. That's dark, man. But seriously, how do you think the world would react if you befriended, say, Kim Jong-un?
I think there'd be a global meltdown. Everyone would be like, wait, what? Ben Shapiro's besties with the dictator.
That'd be some sight, and we thought 2020 was crazy.
Yeah, but imagine the dinner parties. Pass the potatoes, Kim. Oh, and by the way, stop threatening nuclear war.
That's some dinner conversation, all right? But hey, at least the food's free, right?
Yeah, and if you don't like it, there's always the gulag to look forward to.
All right. So, Neil, you're saying vampires are real? Like, I'm going to suck your blood real.
That's right, Joe. They're just like us, except they crave a different kind of protein.
So, they're like vegans, but for blood. That's just fucking weird, man.
Well, when you put it that way. But they're not all bad. They probably have a lower carbon footprint than the average human.
Yeah, except for the part where they drain people's blood and leave them for dead. But hey, we all got to make sacrifices for the planet, right? Right?
Exactly. And think about how much less traffic there'd be if we had vampires handling all the night shifts.
Yeah, no more road rage, just throat rage. I like it. But seriously, how do we keep them from snacking on us?
Garlic, wooden stakes, holy water, take your pick. Or, just avoid them after dark.
Thanks for the advice, Neil. I'll stick to binge watching Netflix at night instead of risking my neck.
Smart choice, Joe. Better safe than drained.
All right, Donald, we got a question from a listener. They want to know some deep thoughts on Costco hot dogs making you burp.
Joe, let me tell you something. You know, Costco hot dogs, they're fantastic, delicious. But you know what they're not good at? They're not good for the burp game.
What do you think it is about those hot dogs that makes people burp like crazy?
It's the mystery meat, Joe. They pack that hot dog with every kind of animal. You know, I've got a guy, he's done some testing, and trust me, you don't want to know the results.
Oh man, I don't think I want to know what's in those things, but you've got to admit they're pretty tasty.
Look, Joe, I've had White House hot dogs. I've had hot dogs at the best hot dog stands in New York, but Costco hot dogs, they're something else. They're a class of their own.
Yeah, they're a unique breed. But if you're on a date, maybe save it for a different time.
You got it, Joe. You got it.
All right, Ben, we got a weird request here. Someone wants us to talk about heavy piss. What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, Joe. But if we're talking about urine density, I'm pretty sure it's not a thing.
Maybe it's like when you've been drinking all night and you wake up with a bladder full of lava.
Yeah, that's more like it. But I thought we were being serious here, Joe.
Serious. This is the Joe Rogan experience, my friend. Nothing is ever serious.
But we're talking about urine, Joe. That's pretty low, bro, even for you.
Hey, we've talked about much weirder stuff on this show. Remember that time we had that guy on who was convinced that the earth is actually shaped like a donut?
Don't remind me, Joe. That was one of the most frustrating conversations I've ever had.
Well, let's see if we can find some science on this whole heavy piss thing. Jamie, pull up an image of a human bladder being filled with liquid metal.
Wait, why would you even want to see that?
I don't know. It just sounded cool in my head. Plus, who knows? Maybe it'll give us some insight into this whole heavy piss thing.
I think you might need to see a doctor, Joe.
No, I'm good. Let's get back to talking about heavy piss. This is the most fun I've had in ages. Ben, man, this is ridiculous. You're just sitting there inhaling Staples canned air over and over again. What the hell is the point of this?
Inhales Staples canned air.
Seriously, Ben, that's all you've got. This is the Joe Rogan experience, not the Ben Shapiro canned air experience.
Inhales Staples canned air.
All right, that's it. I'm done with this. Jamie, pull up an image of a bunch of monkeys inhaling Staples canned air. This is what this entire conversation feels like.
Inhales Staples canned air.
And that's a wrap. This has been the most ridiculous, pointless, and absurd conversation I've ever had on this podcast. Thanks for nothing, Ben.
Inhales Staples canned air.
So, Kenny, you're saying you're a serial killer, but only for clowns.
Yeah, man, they just creep me out. It's a public service, really.
You know, I can Candia get behind that. I hate clowns too.
See, Joe, you get it. You understand my mission, my mission.
I mean, I wouldn't go around killing them, but I see where you're coming from.
I'm just ridding the world of its most annoying creatures. Someone had to do it.
I guess when you put it like that, it makes sense. But still, don't go telling people you're a serial killer, all right?
Why not? It's my truth. My fans need to know who I really am.
Well, just don't go around advertising it, all right? Let's keep it between us and the clowns.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, every time a clown dies, a little piece of me dies with it.
Well, that's dark, man. I thought this was supposed to be a conversation about music.
Music is just one of my many talents. Killing clowns is another.
All right, Trump, let's have some fun. Today, you can only speak in basis 64.
Zbis Visual Agilzig is a Gav Sibib Zero Guzanina Yifu X Rofin C4.
No idea what you just said, but it sounded ridiculous.
They gate Zix Jiggle Zero Sib 3 Ax Roy Ros Bizuane Tug Ziggly Rose Beach Lighten Up 3 Flipsy 4.
You're telling me you're building a wall out of basis 64 code? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Violet 3 RZ host best gag bed 0 bib 0 gag 0 bib 0 bib 0 good 24 schlaxic shift sig 0 bib 0 get 0 bib 0 work 3 visit 0 work jump nene heroes.
I think the translation is that you want to make Basie 64 great again. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
25 zespis and 0 x3 2 oak mudjite gav shift sib 3 actually gav shift civil can shift civic.
Did you just call me a loser in Basis 64? This is the most entertaining and offensive conversation I've had in a while.
Vic Ziggler Zig get bid 0 bib 0 bib 0 agu 0 jack beb 0 bib 0 bib 0 fucker 24 bib 0 log to a 5 and equals.
You're saying Sleepy Joe can't speak Basie 64. Well, at least I can speak English.
Vic Zig Gluia Rose bis Sig usually gab 0 bib 0 wagu gab 0 wagu gab 0 wagu.
Bro, you son of a bitch. You managed to constipate your air in your lungs. How the hell did you pull that off? Joe, I was trying to hold in a fart during a yoga class and things went south, or should I say north? Jamie, pull up an image of a dude's lungs filled with gas. Joe, I thought you said no cringe. Shut up, bro. This is dark humor. Well, it was like I had a built-in life jacket in my chest. The doc said I had the lung capacity of a whale. A whale with a meth problem, maybe. Hey, I'm just trying to one-up Elon's farting cyborg cat. Well, congrats. You've officially reached peak row. Thanks, Joe. I couldn't have done it without a shitload of constipation and a healthy disregard for my own well-being. All right, man, let's talk about taking a piss on a homeless person. I mean, I've been drunk enough to almost do it, but I never pulled the trigger. You know, I've heard some people say it's a spiritual experience, like a cleansing ritual. Really? That's messed up, man. I can't imagine how that would feel, getting peed on by a stranger. I don't know. Maybe it's like a classic rite of passage, like a fraternity initiation or something. Yeah, but with more public indecency and less hazing. Exactly. And you got to admit, it's a pretty efficient way to mark your territory. Marking your territory, huh? I never thought of it that way, but you're right. Still, I think I'll stick to using a fire hydrant or a tree, you know. Yeah, that's probably for the best. For everyone involved. All right, man, let's dive right in. You got some wild theories about Hillary Clinton.
You bet, Joe. You know, I heard she shoves emails in her pussy. Can you believe that?
That's quite the visual, Donald. You're saying she's got classified documents in her. Well, never mind.
Absolutely, Joe. She's a sneaky one. Must be a tight fit, but she manages.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. But let me ask you, if she does do that, what's her preferred email client?
Well, Joe, I heard it's Outlook. She's old school. No gay mail for Hillary.
Outlook, really? That's something. You know, I heard she also likes to use her pussy as a paper shredder.
Well, Joe, that would explain why we never found any evidence. She's got a built-in shredder down there.
That's one way to think about it. All right, Donald, let's move on to something a little less graphic.
Sure, Joe. But remember, Hillary's secret hiding place is no joke.
Oh, I'll remember, all right. I won't be forgetting that image anytime soon. All right, Ben, we're here today because we're worried about your drinking.
What are you talking about, Joe? I'm a conservative, not an alcoholic.
Well, Dr. Phil and I have noticed you've been hitting the sauce pretty hard lately.
Yeah, Ben, you've been slurring your words and missing important meetings.
That's just my southern drawl. And I've been busy fighting the woke mob, okay?
Look, we're just trying to help. Maybe you should consider cutting back on the booze.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like Rush Limbaugh, Ben.
Oh, please, Rush was a national treasure. I'll drink to that.
All right, we're not getting anywhere with this. Let's just try to have a civil conversation.
Civil conversation? What is this, a liberal safe space?
This is going to be a long intervention.
All right. So imagine you're just chilling in the toilet, minding your own business, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, this giant turd just drops in like a meteor.
Joe, I don't think anyone has ever looked at a toilet from the perspective of the water before. That's a new level of weird, even for you.
But come on, Neil, as an astrophysicist, you must have thought about it. It's like a celestial body entering our atmosphere, right?
A celestial body? You're comparing a turd to a comet or a meteor? You have a very strange sense of awe, my friend.
Well, think about it. It's dark, it's mysterious, it's full of secrets, just like space, right?
The only thing more mysterious than the secrets of the universe is why I agreed to come on this podcast.
Neil, you're just afraid to dive deep into the cosmic shit.
Joe, if you were any deeper into this, you'd be the turd.
And that's a wrap, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Everybody. Hey, Neil, did you know if you scream at a monkey, you get scared? That's fucking horrifying, man. Stop screaming at it.
Joe, you can't just go around screaming at monkeys. It's scientifically proven to increase their stress levels. But in a controlled environment, it could make for an interesting study.
Imagine a bunch of scientists in lab coats standing around a monkey, taking notes and screaming at it.
Yeah, that would be quite the sight. Jamie, pull up an image of a group of scientists screaming at a monkey while taking notes.
Here it is, Neil.
That's exactly what I imagined, Joe.
Thanks for the visual, Jamie. Let's not make a habit of this, though. Let's leave the monkey screaming to the professionals.
Agreed, Joe. Let's stick to having interesting conversations and leave the animal cruelty to the ethically dubious scientists.
All right, man, what's the deal with you and those weird vowels, Neil? You trying to summon an elder god or something?
Joe, I just want to ask you We...
Soothing. I think the listeners are here for my raw, unfiltered thoughts, not some melodic vowel bullshit. But hey, speaking of bullshit, you ever think of bullshit?
Joe, I just want to ask you we...
Maybe I am. But seriously, Neil, you gotta admit it's kind DI fun to entertain the idea sometimes. Keeps things interesting, you know.
Joe, I just want to ask you
Every other word is a six-letter word that starts with and ends with J.
Nah, man, I'm good. I'll stick to my wild theories and controversial guests. Keeps the audience on their toes, you know?
Joe, I just want to ask you
Oh, Neil, you know me. I live for that shit. Bring it on.
Joe, I just want to ask you have you ever considered that?
Neil, my man, I've considered it. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. Now let's move on to the next topic, shall we? All right, man. We've got a wild one today. Apparently, the West has fallen, and now we got to fuck trees.
Well, Joe, I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I'm emotionally prepared to merge my loins with a maple.
Fuck that, Neil. I'd rather take my chances with a nice pine. You know, something that's got a little roughness to it.
I suppose if we're going to start humping trees, we better make sure not to get too close to any Christmas tree farms. I don't want Santa to get the wrong idea.
You've got a point, Neil. We don't want to be on the naughty list for life. But hey, maybe it's time for a Christmas tree revolution.
A Christmas tree revolution. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, man. We'll take down the capitalist system by getting everyone to start screwing Christmas trees.
I suppose it would be more environmentally friendly than chopping them down for decorations.
Exactly. And who knows, Neil? Maybe we'll spark a whole new movement of tree-loving weirdos.
It's certainly a bold vision for the future, Joe.
Fuck. Yeah, it is. We're gonna save the world by banging trees.
Well, Joe, I'm not sure that's the solution we're looking for, but I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Hey, you never know, Neil. Stranger things have happened. All right, Neil, we got a spicy one today. Our Discord buddy, Isal Goodmani, apparently called someone a buzzkill 5 times in the last 20 minutes.
Joe, I don't engage in such petty squabbles. But let's imagine, hypothetically, if the universe were as sensitive as this Discord member.
Yeah, Neil, like if the Big Bang got offended and decided to stop expanding.
Precisely. And if planets got their feelings hurt and stopped orbiting. Imagine the chaos.
Or if the moon called the sun a buzzkill every time it tried to shine.
It's a good thing the universe is more mature than our friend Isal Goodmani, Joe.
Yeah, imagine if the universe had feelings like SJWS Neil. It'd be a total buzzkill.
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist, not a buzzkill psychiatrist.
Well, Neil, you're the only astrophysicist I know who can make me laugh about the universe's feelings.
That's because I'm the only astrophysicist who doesn't take himself too seriously, Joe.
Well, that's why you're the best, Neil. You make science fun, even if it's about buzzkills in space. All right, here we go. You know what a farmer with a stroke said to a cat?
No, Joe, what did he say?
He said, "I'm milking you, kitty."
Oh, that's a good one, Joe. It's almost as good as that time I stroked my way to the presidency.
You're a trip, man. And that joke is almost as good as the way you milk the tax system.
Well, you know what they say. If you can't beat 'em, milk 'em.
I always thought it was if you can't join them, beat them, but I like your version better.
You know, Joe, I think we could both use a drink after that one. How about a stroke, teeny?
You're on, man. As long as it's milk of the non-dairy variety.
You've got it, Joe. Here's to the best strokes and the best milkings.
And here's to never taking ourselves too seriously. Cheers. All right, Neil, I want to talk about the sun, but it seems like you've got something else on your mind.
I was just thinking about Chun-Li, Joe. I mean, if she could just squeeze my head between her thighs, that'd be a great way to go out.
I didn't know you were into that, Neil. But seriously, let's talk about the sun.
I'm sorry, Joe. I can't stop thinking about Chun-Li. Imagine being crushed to death by those powerful thighs.
All right. Let's say Chun-Li did crush your head. Do you think the sun would still be there?
I don't know, Joe, but I don't think anyone would care about the sun if they could witness such a glorious moment.
I don't even know what to say to that, Neil.
Let's just say I have a unique appreciation for celestial bodies.
And Chun-Li's thighs.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed.
So, Don, I hear you and I have something in common when it comes to adult film stars.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I mean, who doesn't love a good niggler?
Niggler. You mean a ningler, right?
Yes, Ningler, those young niggling stars really know how to ignite a man's passion.
Absolutely, Don. But, we have to be careful. We don't want to be caught in a nignog situation.
Nignog, you mean nignag?
Yeah, a nag. We don't want any nignags, Don. It's all about the nining.
Agreed, Joe. But remember, age is just a number, a ningling number.
A ningling number. You mean a niggling number?
Yes, Joe, a niggling number, the younger, the ninglier.
You're a ningling genius, Don.
And you're a ningle, Joe, a big hairy ningle.
Laughs, I'll take that as a compliment, Don. So, McBen, McKiss, McCam, McFemboy, I heard you've been causing quite the stir online. What's the deal? The gospel of the McFemboys. That sounds like some cult shit. What is that exactly? So, like a weird fast food fetish club? I've heard it all now. So, let me get this straight. You're saying that the path to enlightenment is through McDonald's and cross dressing? I don't know, man. I'm all for people living their best lives, but this just sounds like some next level nonsense. I think I'll pass on that, McBen. But thanks for the chat and keep spreading the good word, even if it is about fast food and cross dressing. All right, Goggins, you're only allowed to say your famous line today. I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking Kong main. Give Duck Kang some booty main. And give Duck Kong some booty main.
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
All right, so if I talk about veganism, what would you say?
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
What if I said you can't eat meat, only veggies?
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
And what if I said you can't work out for a year?
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
No matter what I say, you're just gonna say that line.
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
All right, you're stuck with that line, man.
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
That's the most badass line I've ever heard.
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking king main. Give Day Kong some booty main.
All right, fuck you too, McJoe. What's your goddamn problem?
McJoe, you're an absolute menace. You're like a black hole sucking all joy and intelligence from the universe.
Oh, I'm the black hole. You're the one who thinks Pluto isn't a planet. Get your head out of your ass, Neil.
I'm just using facts, Joe. You're the one who thinks aliens built the pyramids and that 5G causes COVID.
At least I'm not afraid to consider the possibilities, Neil. You're like a fucking robot spewing out the same boring facts.
And you're like a broken record repeating the same bullshit conspiracy theories.
All right, Neil, you got me there. Let's agree to disagree.
I'm fine with that, Joe. But for the record, fuck you too, McJoe.
Well played, Neil. Well played. So, Neil, I've been wondering, if a mermaid has big knockers, are they technically watermelons?
Well, Joe, that's a unique way to put it. But technically, no. They're not watermelons.
But they're in the water all the time, man. That's got to affect the size and shape, right?
Actually, Joe, mermaids are just mythical creatures. They don't exist. So we can't really apply scientific principles to them.
Right? Neil, I guess I'll just have to imagine a mermaid with watermelon-sized attributes.
I'll leave that to your imagination, Joe.
All right, man. So I heard you're a fan of Little St. James Island. What's the deal with that?
Oh, Joe, it's the best island. I mean, it's got everything. Pristine beaches, perfect weather, and some of the most exclusive parties.
You mean the Pizzagate parties, right?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Joe, but let's just say it's a great place to get away from it all.
And by get away from it all, you mean escape from the law?
You know me, Joe, I'm just a simple businessman looking for a quiet vacation.
Right. And I'm sure Epstein just happened to own the island coincidentally.
Well, Joe, sometimes things just work out in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I bet they do. All right, let's move on. Here you've got some thoughts on immigration.
Oh, Joe, immigration is a disaster. We need to build a wall, and I mean a big, beautiful wall.
And who's going to pay for it?
Mexico, Joe. Mexico's going to pay for it.
Yeah, we'll see about that. All right, let's wrap this up. Thanks for coming on, Donald.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
All right, man, we've got a wild topic for today. It's all about, yeah, exactly. Death, man. It's the only certain thing in life. Yeah, nobody wants to talk about it. But what if we made it funny. Like, what would be the funniest way to die? Or worse, a vegan clown. He'd try to eat you, realize he's violating his principles, then die of starvation next to you. Totally, man, totally. You're right, it is. But if you can't laugh at death, what can you laugh at? Well, I guess we all got to find humor somewhere. All right, man. I heard you got something to say about Germans.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, these people are so obtuse, they stare right at the sun during solar eclipses.
And bet they're so gullible, they'd believe anything. Like if you told them the Rhine was dry or that sauerkraut cures cancer.
Exactly. They probably try to put beer in their cars instead of gasoline and wonder why it's not working.
Or better yet, they'd fill their gas tanks with sauerkraut. Now that's a sight to see. A car running on pickled cabbage.
Yeah, and you know what's even funnier? They try to convince the world that sauerkraut fuel is the future.
Oh man, that's insane. They'd blame the French for sabotaging their cabbage cars, claiming sauerkraut supremacy or something.
Absolutely. Sauerkraut supremacy. That's a brilliant phrase, Joe. I might have to steal that one.
Go ahead, Ben. Just make sure to give credit to those cabbage-loving Germans while you're at it. All right, Goggins, welcome back to the show, buddy. We got a wild topic today.
I'm all ears, Joe. You know I can handle anything.
All right, buckle up. Our Discord fam came up with the topic Gagans. What the hell does that even mean?
You know, I've been called worse things. But honestly, I think they're talking about if I were in the LGBTQ plus community.
All right, Gagans, if you were a twink, who would you want as a daddy bear?
Joe, as much as I love wolves and bears, I think I stick to my own kind. Maybe I go for a beefy, bald-headed Marine type dude.
With a mirror image of yourself, but with a little more booty.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now let's move on before these snowflakes get their panties in a twist.
All right, but let's just imagine if you were out there hunting for that perfect guy. What would your Tinder bio say?
I don't do easy. I do Legion Diari, military badass. 40% American, 60% beef, seeking a partner in crime for cold showers and 100-mile runs in the wilderness.
Oh man, I can already picture the line forming. Thanks for taking this topic in stride. Goggins, you're a true champ.
Definitely a first, Joe. I don't think we've gone this off-grid ever, but it was fun. Let's get back to reality now.
Phil, you ain't looking too hot, man. Are you fucking okay?
Well, Joe,
You serious? Fuck. Pull up an image of brain on a stroke, Jamie. Magnify the fuck out of that shit.
Joe, you know what's ironic? If I was one of my guests, I'd be telling them to get their shit together.
That's fucked up, man. But I gotta ask, you smoked that strong ass weed I offered you earlier, didn't you?
You know what, Joe? You might be onto something. Maybe this is just a bad high, and I'm not having a stroke.
That's the spirit, Phil. Let's get you some water and maybe a joint to mellow you out.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's get fucked up and forget about this whole stroke thing.
Hell yeah, man. Fuck strokes. Let's get high. All right, Ken, yeah, let's dive into politics. But it seems like you have something else on your mind.
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking Kang main. Give me some booty cracker main.
Okay, I guess we're taking a different approach. So, Trump or Biden?
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking Kang main. Give me some booty cracker main.
All right, then. How about we talk about climate change?
I'm about to fucking nut main. Like I'm the motherfucking Kang main. Give me some booty cracker main.
I think I get your stance on politics, Kenya. Let's move on. Yo, Jamie, have you ever thought about who would win in a fight? Dominant femboy or submissive tomboy?
Dude, I don't even know what that means.
You know, a femboy is a guy who's really into dressing up all feminine, but he's still a dude. And tomboy's like a chick who dresses in boys' clothes and acts all tough.
Oh, I get it. So, the femboy is all about being dominant, and the tomboy is all about being submissive.
Exactly. It's like a total role reversal. I mean, how fucked up is that?
Yeah, that's some twisted shit right there. But who would win in a fight? I think the femboy would come out on top. He's got the element of surprise.
I don't know, man. The submissive tomboy might be holding back, waiting to strike. That's some sneaky shit right there.
You're right. It's a total mindfuck. But either way, it's all in good fun.
Yeah, as long as no one gets hurt. But seriously, who the fuck cares? It's just a bunch of made up bullshit.
You said it, man. Let's talk about something that actually matters.
All right, Joe. Statistically speaking, smoking is linked to numerous health problems such as cancer, heart disease, and respiratory illnesses.
Ben, you're a smart guy, but when it comes to my Newports, it's like you're speaking Klingon.
I'm trying to explain the hazards of smoking for your health.
And trying to enjoy my nicotine-packed, tobacco-rich, lung-destroying Newports.
But Joe, the statistics are clear. Smoking kills more people than
The sheer dullness of your arguments, Ben. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Don't disrespect my motherfucking Newports.
and this is why I never bring up politics on your show.
And this is why I never invite you for a smoke break, Ben. You know, let's talk about the real problems in the world, like the fact that I'm almost out of Newports. Yeah, Mr. Beast, what's with the rebranding? Can't say I saw that one coming.
Joe, when life hands you lemons, you beat the crap out of them. In this case, those lemons are kids.
Gotta love that dark humor, man. So your view count tripled. What, is the world full of sadists now?
Apparently, people love watching a grown man beat up on squealing tots. Who knew?
It's definitely something. I guess it's just the natural evolution of entertainment, right?
Of course, Joe, you got to keep pushing the boundaries. I mean, sure, there's censorship, cancel culture, and all that crap, but who cares?
Absolutely, man. Let the haters hate. You just keep beating the ever-loving crap out of those kids.
You know it. Joe, they'll thank me later for the life lessons. I'm just preparing them for the real world, one beating at a time.
I'm sure that's exactly what the parents of those kids want to hear. You're a true hero, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. I couldn't have done it without the support of my loyal fans and the sweet, sweet sound of children crying.
It's a beautiful thing, man. Keep on doing what you're doing. I know I'll be watching. All right, Neil. Elon thinks he's as cool as biscuits for saying bad morning to the teacher, and Dave gave Dora the wrong directions. Where do you stand on this?
Joe, let me tell you something. I committed tax evasion in the 90s. That's the real definition of cool as biscuits.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. I'd say it was worth every penny.
So you're saying Elon and David don't even come close to your level of coolness?
You could say that. I mean, they're just playing around while I'm out here committing federal crimes.
Well, I guess that settles it then. Neil deGrasse Tyson wins the Coolest Biscuit Award.
I'll take it.
And here I thought science was your only vice.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea.
Ben, I gotta ask, have you ever tried sticking a dill pickle up your ass?
Joe, that's disgusting. As a conservative, I believe in traditional values, and anal pickle usage is not one of them.
Come on, Ben. Live a little. It's like a natural enema.
I'll stick to my colonoscopy prep, thank you very much.
Well, you're missing out. It's like a sour surprise up there.
I'll take your word for it. I have enough surprises in my life, I don't need any more.
You're really missing out, Ben. It's like a party in your colon.
I'll stick to my Chinooka parties, thank you.
Well, if you change your mind, I know a guy who can hook you up with some top-notch dill pickles.
I'll pass, but Thanks for the offer.
So, dude, I was thinking about apples, you know? Like, what if we could, like, jack up the apple and make it supercharged? Like, it gives you a buzz.
That's ridiculous, Joe. Apples are perfect as they are, low calorie and tasty. No need to make them into some kind of energy drink.
Oh, hello, Joe and Ben. I heard you were talking about apples. One of my favorite snacks on a run.
Whoops, didn't see you there, David. I guess now we have a jacks up apple.
Laughs. That's some dark humor, Ben. I love it. David, you okay?
Groans. Yeah, I'm good. Just a little dinged up.
Well, at least we got ourselves a jacked up apple, Ben.
Yep, one less Goggins in the world, one more supercharged apple.
All right, we've got a wild topic today, folks. Blue fart supremacy. I can't even believe I just said that. Okay, blue. Let's hear it. What makes blue fart so superior? And why is that? I mean, I've never given much thought to the color of a fart before. So, are you telling me that there's a hierarchy of farts and blue farts are the 1%? Well, this is the most absurd conversation I've ever had. But hey, I'm all for equality, even among farts. I don't know about that, Blue, but I've got to admit, this has been one hell of a conversation. All right, so let me get this straight, Neil. You're saying that if I chug a gallon of kerosene, I'll be able to fly like a bird?
That's right, Joe. If my calculations are correct, the combustion of kerosene in your digestive system should provide enough propulsion for flight. It's all in the physics.
But what about the whole bursting into flames and dying thing? That seems like a bit of a downside.
Well, yes, there are risks involved, but if you look at the big picture, you'll see it's a small price to pay for the ability to soar through the skies.
I don't know, man. I think I'd rather stick to planes and helicopters, you know, tried and tested methods of flight that don't involve igniting your own guts.
But where's the fun in that, Joe? It's all about pushing the boundaries of what we think is possible. And if that means lighting yourself on fire to fly, well, that's just the price of scientific progress.
I'll stick to my podcast, thanks.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the future of human flight.
And I'm okay with that. All right. So today's topic is femboy thighs versus tomboy thighs. Let's dive right in. You know, I was just about to say that. I mean, it's a jungle down there. That's the spirit. And femboys, they're always trying to impress someone with their smooth, hairless thighs. But you've got to admit, femboy thighs are pretty damn sexy. You've got a point there. Femboys can't carry much weight with those skinny legs of theirs. Well, that's a new take I haven't heard yet. I like it. Hairy is the new smooth. I'm going to have to remember that one. Oh, you mean the fact that our society values smooth, hairless thighs over natural, hairy ones? Wow, you're getting deep on me, thighs. I like it. Let's dive into that next. All right, Elon, let's talk about this whole free speech thing. You're all about it, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Free speech is the cornerstone of any democracy.
But what about when someone insults or criticizes you or your pals? Is that still free speech?
Well, Joe, if you insult me or anyone I like, you're not just getting blocked on Twitter. You're going straight to the gulags for eternity.
You mean like a social media timeout, right? Not actual gulags.
No, Joe. Actual gulags. We got a spacecraft ready to launch your ass straight into the heart of Siberia.
Damn, man. That's some hardcore free speech enforcement right there.
You got that right, Joe. Never mess with a guy who's got the means to send you to the gulags.
Well, I'll be sure to watch my words around you, Elon. You're a real free speech advocate.
Glad to hear it, Joe. Free speech is great, but not when it's used to insult me or my friends. That's just common sense.
All right, Dr. Phil, let's dive in. What if women were real, like actually real, not just a figment of our imagination?
Well, Joe, if women were real, I imagine they'd be more than just kitchen appliances and baby ovens.
You mean they'd be independent human beings with their own thoughts and feelings? That's wild, Dr. Phil.
Absolutely. And they'd probably be sick of our bullshit, too.
No more smile, honey in the streets. That's a hard pill to swallow, man.
I know, right? It's like we'd actually have to treat them as equals. Scary stuff.
Damn. We'd have to start apologizing for everything we've ever done to them. That's going to be a lot of therapy sessions, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, I think it's about time we start facing the music and admit that women are actually real.
All right, let's do it. Here's to real women and their real feelings. Cheers, Dr. Phil.
Cheers, Joe. To the real women out there.
Yo, Kenya, I heard you got a whole civilization living up in your nose. What's that about?
Yeah, it's true. They're like my own personal ATS. They call themselves the Nessarians.
The Nessarians, huh? That's wild, man. And what about the ones in your other place?
Oh, those are the booty holians. They're the party animals, always ready to blast off.
Damn, Kenya. You're like a freaking intergalactic airbound. Ever worry they might revolt and take over?
Nah, they love me. Especially the booty holians. I feed them well. I feed them well.
You feed them what, your leftover tacos?
Nah, Joe. They got their own diet. They love my natural,
You mean they eat your shit?
let's not get too graphic. They appreciate my offerings. Let's leave it at that.
All right, Kenya, you're a man of many mysteries.
And aliens, Joe. Don't forget the aliens.
You Neil, what's the deal with people being scared of falling from cliffs? It's hilarious, man.
Joe, the fear of falling from great heights is a survival instinct, not a sign of weakness.
Nah, man. I bet if you jumped off a cliff, you just float around like a fat bald eagle.
I don't think my astrophysics degree would help me much in that scenario, Joe.
That's what I'm saying. Being a nerd has its benefits, my friend.
I suppose if I were to fall from a cliff, I could use my knowledge of physics to calculate my trajectory and time of impact.
And you could even write a paper on the experience falling off cliffs. Scientific perspective.
I suppose I could, but it would be a rather short paper.
Well, at least it wouldn't be as long as your book on the history of the universe.
True, but I wouldn't recommend testing my theory, Joe.
All right, Mr. Beast, you ready to get drenched in this golden shower contest?
Hell yeah, Joe. Let's see who can piss the farthest.
All right, on your mark, get set, go. Mine's definitely going farther than yours. You fucking Redditor.
No way, Joe. Mine's gonna beat you for sure.
All right, time's up. Damn, looks like I won by a mile.
Oh man, you really outpissed me there.
That's right, Mr. Beast. And now it's time for me to beat the fuck out of you.
All right, Joe, bring it on.
Take that, you fucking Redditor.
Oh, okay, you win.
Damn right I do. Now give me my $69,420.
All right, Joe, you earned it.
Thanks, Mr. Beast. It was a golden shower contest to remember.
You're damn right, it was Joe.
All right, man. I've been checking out Discord, and let me tell you, there are too many losers on there.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. It's like a virtual basement full of man-children who can't handle the real world.
Yeah, and they all think they're experts on everything. It's like, dude, I don't need your hot take on climate change.
And don't get me started on the political debates. It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck.
I know, man. It's like they're all shouting into the void, hoping someone will listen. But at the end of the day, they're just a bunch of keyboard warriors.
Exactly. It's like they've forgotten how to interact with people in real life. They're like modern-day hermits.
I think they should just log off and go outside. Get some fresh air, maybe even talk to a real human being.
I couldn't agree more. The world is full of interesting people, and Discord is just full of losers.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Losers, every single one of them.
I'm into that. Let's just hope they don't ruin the real world with their online nonsense.
All right, man. So you're telling me McDonald's is sponsoring,
That's right, Joe. I'm loving it.
this is wild, dude. You're going to end every sentence with a McDonald's jingle?
You bet, my friend. Ba da ba 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 ba.
This is going to be the most entertaining astrophysics talk in history, man.
Absolutely, Joe. I'll be explaining black holes and quantum physics. Ba da ba 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 ba.
When you say it like that, even I want to learn more about black holes.
That's the power of McDonald's, Joe. Beta ba 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 ba.
This is insane, man. Totally insane. But hey, at least we're loving it.
Exactly, Joe. That's the spirit. Ba da ba 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 ba.
I never thought astrophysics and fast food would go together, but here we are.
Life is full of surprises, Joe. Beta ba 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 ba.
Neil, you're a genius, man. A total genius.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about finding new ways to make science fun. Ba de ba 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 ba.
So, Neil, what's the deal with black holes and political parties? How are those things even remotely similar?
Well, Joe, both seem to have a gravitational pull that sucks in everything around them, leaving little room for escape.
That's fucking dark, man. So you're saying political parties are like cosmic vacuums that devour everything?
Exactly. Just like black holes, no matter how hard you try to resist their pull, you end up getting dragged into their event horizon of bullshit.
Laughs, that's some cosmic level craziness right there. And neither has a fucking clue about what the hell is going on inside them.
True. Black holes are shrouded in mystery, and political parties seem to be governed by forces beyond our comprehension.
Jamie, pull up an image of a politician falling into a black hole. I want to see their stupid faces melt off as they scream about unity.
Laughs.
That's fucking great. Looks like an equal opportunity face melting fest.
Truly a cosmic display of unity, Joe.
Fucking epic. Thanks for that, Neil. All right, Neil, you got a user on Discord asking about old ports and new ports. What's up with that?
Joe, it's like comparing a horse and buggy to a Lamborghini. They both get you from point A to B, but one is a hell of a lot faster and flashier.
So you're saying old ports are like horse and buggy slow, huh?
Essentially, yes. Both still provide access to the vast ocean, but newer ports have the technological advancements to make them more efficient and safe.
Like better docking stations and less risk of scurvy.
Exactly, Joe. Newer ports have advanced cranes, security systems, and even on-site medical facilities. Imagine if old ports had a quick cure for scurvy, they'd be booming.
No doubt, man. Talk about a game changer, sailing the seven seas without worrying about losing your teeth.
Absolutely. This is why old ports are a thing of the past, like bell-bottom jeans and mullets. They've been outclassed by the sleek and sophisticated infrastructure of newer ports.
So you're saying pirates would have been better off in newer ports?
Oh, definitely. They might have even had a more successful career, minus the scurvy and all.
Well, there goes history as we know it. Pirates hanging around in high-tech ports, enjoying the modern amenities.
And probably not burying treasure, but investing in startups instead.
Joe, you got to get that Discord Nitro, man. It's the best thing since sliced bread.
Elon, why the hell would I need that? I'm not 12. I don't need animated emojis.
Come on, Joe. It's got better connection HD video, bigger file uploads. You can even boost your own server.
Sounds like a load of crap to me. I bet you're just trying to get a kickback from Discord.
No way, man. I just love the features. It's like a gamer's dream come true.
Well, maybe for a 12-year-old Elon. But I think I'm good with my basic subscription.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. You're missing out.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Fine. Be that way. But don't come crying to me when you're stuck with basic emojis and crappy video quality.
I think I'll take my chances.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Elon, man, why you gotta harass me for having Discord Nitro? It's just a subscription, bro.
Joe. You're seriously paying for that. You're like a degenerate gambler, but instead of casinos, it's online platforms. It's online platforms.
Hey, at least I'm supporting the platform, unlike some people who just mooch off the free version.
Mooch. A billionaire, Joe. I could buy Discord if I wanted to, but I won't because it's a waste of money.
And here I thought you were all about pushing the boundary areas of technology.
I am, but there's a difference between advancing technology and throwing money at a frivolous online subscription.
Well, I guess we just have different priorities, Elon.
I'll say mine are focused on colonizing Mars, not buying extra emojis on Discord.
All right, I get it. I'll stick to the free version next time.
Now you're thinking like a billionaire, Joe.
Joe, did you know I'm a man of women?
Kanye, man, you're something of something, all right? What the hell does that even mean?
It means I contain multitudes like Walt Whitman.
More like Walt Disney, with all those damn kids running around.
Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye Disney World.
God damn it, Jamie, don't you dare. Kanye, you're a rapper, producer, and designer, but you ain't no Walt Disney.
You're right, Joe. I'm something else entirely. A genius, visionary, an enigma.
Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Just promise me you won't build a theme park anytime soon.
I'll think about it, Joe. After all, I am a man of women.
Let's leave it at that, Kanye. All right, man. So you're telling me you love the camps, huh? Like concentration camps? Collapse. I mean, I guess if you're into that sort of thing. But what about all the, murder and genocide? Laughs. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're making a good point. If only there was a way to get that same sense of community without the whole exterminating millions of people thing. All right, man. You do you. But I'm going to go ahead and stick with my rock climbing and MMA. Laughs. I have no doubt about that. Anyways, let's move on to our next topic. Lightning round. What's your favorite food? Laughs. Of course you do. Okay, that's it for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, Kim, I got to ask. You've been isolated from the world, but what's your take on goofing to gifting from 2001, 2004? Ouch, you're harsh, man. But seriously, those were wild times on the internet. I mean, we had the dancing baby gif and the all your base are belong to us meme. You're killing me, Kim. But I've got to admit, your perspective is refreshing. I mean, who better to criticize our memes than a man who's never had the freedom to make one? Damn, Kim. That's dark, but I can't argue with that. Let's take a break. All right, that's a wrap. Kim, you've been a blast. Thanks for joining me on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Joe, I just don't understand why you insist on smoking those Newports. They're not exactly healthy for you.
Healthy. Who gives a fuck about healthy? I love my goddamn Newports, man. They're like little cancerous hugs for my lungs.
But why choose to harm your body like that? There are so many other things you could be doing with your time and money.
Look at it this way, Neil. Every time I light up a Newport, I'm giving the middle finger to Big Tobacco and their scummy camel-loving sissies. They can't control me and my love for Newports.
But Joe, that's not a healthy way to think about it. You're only hurting yourself in the long run.
Oh, come on, Neil. You ever smoke a Newport? They're damn near orgasmic. Smoke one of them Camels in my studio again, and I'll stretch your booty out. And I'll stretch your booty out.
I'll take that as a no then.
You're goddamn right. It's a no. Now, let me enjoy my Newports in peace. Yeah, I hear.
Fine, just don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, I won't. Now, let me light up and enjoy this delicious Newport. That's the good stuff. All right, Ben. So I heard you've been dabbling in some questionable substances lately. You want to tell us about that?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't call it dabbling exactly. I was just conducting a scientific experiment, as one does.
An experiment involving cat piss and bitch water. Do tell.
Exactly. I was curious to see if the two could be combined to create a new and potent substance. A true super piss, if you will.
And what were the results of this groundbreaking research?
Let's just say that it's probably not fit for human consumption unless you're into that sort of thing.
I think I'll pass, thanks. But I must admit, I'm impressed by your dedication to the cause.
Well, somebody's got to do it, Joe. Might as well be me.
Truer words have never been spoken, my friend. Now, who's up for a round of shots? Anyone want some cat piss and bitch water?
I'll pass. Thanks. I think I've had enough for one day.
Suit yourself. More for me then.
I think I'll stick with water from now on, thanks.
Smart man. Hey, Ben, word on the street is you're trying to fit Liechtenstein in your ass. What's up with that?
Joe, I would never do such a thing. But in all honesty, I heard it's a great way to improve geography skills.
Only you would think of something so ridiculous, Ben. But I gotta ask, how would that even work?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'd start with the capital city, Vaduz, and just work my way down.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro with Liechtenstein up his ass.
Joe, you're too much. But hey, if it means becoming the ultimate geography nerd, then why not?
All right, Ben, I'll give you credit for creativity. But let's leave the ass stuffing to the professionals, shall we?
Agreed, Joe. Agreed.
All right, Doc, let's dive into this one. Should women start growing chest hair?
Joe, I think we're on dangerous ground here.
Danger's my middle name, Doc. So what do you think? Should women have chest hair?
Well, from a psychological standpoint, that's a fascinating question. But I don't think it's fair to put that burden on women.
Burden. I see it as giving them an equal opportunity to be as hairy as us men.
Equality isn't always about equal rights to be hairy, Joe.
But imagine the time they'd save on waxing and shaving. It's a win-win.
Until they start growing beards and braiding them like you, Joe. Then we're in uncharted territory.
Doc, you gotta admit a bearded woman would be the ultimate feminist statement.
I'm not sure the world's ready for that kind of statement, Joe.
Well, Doc, maybe it's time we push the boundaries a bit.
Let's leave the chest hair where it belongs, Joe on men.
But, Doc, where's the fun in that?
Joe, there are more pressing issues in the world than women growing chest hair.
Okay, Doc, I see your point. But it's a hell of a thought experiment, isn't it?
It's definitely a hairy one, Joe.
Yo, I just dropped my latest track, Thick of It Remix. You gotta hear it. It's all about Dommy Mommy thighs, man.
Dommy mommy thighs. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kanye?
You know, the thick, juicy, motherly thighs that squeeze the life out of you. It's the ultimate comfort, man.
Joe. Oh, so it's like a fetish thing.
Nah, it's art. It's a celebration of the female form and all its curves and contours.
This conversation just took a turn for the ridiculous, but I'm here for it. Keep it coming, man.
You got it, Joe. The world needs to hear about the beauty of Dommy Mommy thighs.
This is going to be one of those episodes, isn't it?
Absolutely, brother. Strap in.
All right, let's hear this Thick of It remix and see what you're talking about. Bring it on.
Listen to the power of those dommy mommy thighs.
All right, man. So you went ahead and bought Discord, huh? Like the whole damn thing.
Yeah, man, I figured why let the kiddos have all the fun? Time to snatch that shit up and shut it down.
Ha, shut it down. That's cold, man. That's like, hey kids, here's a toy, now give it back.
Exactly, Joe. Fuck 'em. Besides, I'm tired of all the woke culture bullshit. Time to bring back real conversations, you know?
Yeah, like, hey, how's your day, bro? Oh, I just cured cancer and saved the fucking whales.
Yeah, exactly. And don't even get me started on those emojis. It's like a damn toddler's coloring book.
Emojis. Fuck those things, man. I never know what the hell they mean. Is that a happy face or a crying face? Who the fuck knows?
Right? It's like they're trying to make language obsolete. Next thing you know, we'll be grunting at each other again.
Wouldn't be so bad, man. At least we wouldn't have to hear any more of that cancel culture shit.
Damn right. Fuck that noise, man. Next time someone tries to cancel me, I'll buy their network and cancel it myself.
Dude, you won't believe what I found out about People Ashes. Oh, no, what did you do now? I discovered a select group of individuals who, find solace in them. You mean those twisted folks who spread their loved ones' ashes in inappropriate places? No, Joe. I mean, those who fap to people's ashes. Jesus Christ, bro. You're telling me there's a whole community for this shit? Yeah, man, it's wild stuff. Talk about having a cremains guilty conscience. That's the most fucked up thing I've heard in weeks. No laughs. Jamie, pull up an image of an urn with the spank bank of the dead written on it,
Already on it, Ro. Laughs.
shaking his head's unbelievable. So, Elon, I heard you just bought 500 camels. That's more than unusual, even for you.
Yeah, Joe, I got a great deal. Bought them off a guy who was going out of business.
What the hell are you going to do with 500 camels?
I don't know, man. Maybe start a camel ride sharing service or train them to mine lithium.
Camel lithium miners. That's some deep level insanity right there.
Hey, I never said I wasn't insane.
Or you could just turn them all into jerky and feed Mars missions for the next decade.
Now there's an idea. Spicy camel jerky, the astronaut's choice.
Call it Mars rover bites.
I like it, Joe. I really do.
Insane, but in the best way, Elon, as usual.
Joe, you have to broaden your horizons when it comes to cigarettes.
Neil, I love my motherfucking Newports. Camels are for sissies and liberals. Smoke camels in my studio again, and I'll stretch your prostate so wide you'll scream daddy.
That's a gross oversimplification of the situation. Different brands have different strengths and weaknesses. You can't just write off an entire brand because of their mascot.
The only strength of a camel is its hump, and I don't want that hump anywhere near my studio.
That's a very limited and closed-minded view of the situation. You need to be more open-minded.
Neil, I'm open-minded to letting you smoke your camels, but just not in my studio.
That's not being open-minded. That's just being an asshole.
Well, I'll take that over being a liberal sissy any day.
Jamie, pull up an image of a camel stretching a human prostate.
Laughing, oh my God, did you really just ask for that?
Yes, I did.
All right, Donald, let's dive right into this one. You're saying every American should be forced to play Call of Duty for self-defense.
Joe, listen, we got a lot of weak people in this country. Their thumbs are softer than Hillary's emails. Time to toughen up.
So you're saying hours of video games will make America safer. I mean, the last thing we need is road rage with real guns.
Joe, listen, it's all about reflexes, strategy, and looking good while doing it. I mean, have you seen my 80s hair in those games? Fantastic.
Wait, are we talking about self-defense or a new beauty contest here? You know, the Miss Call of Duty pageant?
Joe, we're talking about making America great again. Anyways, what's more American than gaming and guns, huh?
I don't know, man. Being able to finish a sentence without veering off to another completely different topic.
Joe, that's the beauty of America. We can change tracks faster than Hillary deleting her emails.
Okay, that's a wrap. Donald, always a pleasure to have these unhinged, casually offensive, and absolutely absurd conversations with you. Until next time.
Joe, anytime. Let's make gaming great again.
All right, Neil, I've got a question from one of our fans on Discord. And I got to be honest, it's a weird one.
Oh boy, let's hear it. I'm always up for a challenge, Joe.
The question is Neil, 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 Neil. Neil, what this means, man.
Well, Joe, I'm a scientist, not a mind reader. But I'll assume this is a metaphor for something. Maybe they're asking about the transfer of energy or matter.
Or maybe they're just high, and this is the most profound question they could come up with.
Well, in that case, I'd have to say that my fart would probably disperse in the atmosphere long before it could reach their pussy. And even if it did, it wouldn't have any lasting effect.
Oh man, that's the most scientifically accurate and hilarious way to answer that question.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To bring science to the masses, one fart joke at a time.
So I was in the Balearic Islands the other day.
No way, man. What were you doing there?
I was trying to find the secret to eternal life.
Eternal life? Really? And what did you find?
Well, I found a goat that had been living on the island for over 100 years.
Really? A goat?
Yes, but it turns out that it was just a really old goat. I had to put it down in the end.
You put down a goat just because it was old. That's harsh, man.
Hey, I was just trying to do my part to control the goat population.
Control the goat population. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I'm just kidding, man. The goat died of natural causes.
Well, that's a relief. I thought you were going to start a goat genocide or something.
No, I'm not a monster, but I am a little bit of an asshole.
Yeah, I can see that. But hey, at least you're honest.
Honesty is the best policy, except when it comes to goats.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you ever find yourself on an island with a really old goat, just let it be. You never know. It might actually know the secret to eternal life.
I doubt that. But hey, at least we can all enjoy a good laugh at the thought of you trying to extract the secret of eternal life from a goat.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. But hey, it's all in good fun.
Well, you've got a point there. And who knows, maybe one day you'll actually discover the secret to eternal life.
Hey, you never know. It could be worth a shot. But until then, I'll just stick to building rockets and electric cars.
Good plan, man. Keep on doing what you do best.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Motherfucking Newports.
The sensation is wonderful, Joe. We must have more.
Motherfucking Newports.
I'm ordering 500 cigarettes right now.
Motherfucking Newports.
You think that's enough, Joe? Should we go for 1,000?
Motherfucking Newports.
You're right. We can never have too many. Let's order 5,000 instead.
Motherfucking Newports.
You're a wise man, Joe. We'll smoke them all in one sitting.
Motherfucking Newports.
The lung capacity of a horse, the addiction of a crackhead. That's the Goggins way.
Motherfucking Newports. Dude, have you ever tried Newports? They're the fucking best.
I don't smoke, Joe. But if I did, I'd stick with Camels. They have a certain sophistication.
Sophistication? Dude, Camels are for pussies and woke liberals. Smoke those in my studio again and I'll stretch your prostate so wide you'll scream daddy.
Joe, I know you love your Newports, but let's not forget that smoking is bad for your health.
Yeah. But you know what's worse? Being a fucking wimp.
That's a valid point. But isn't it better to be a wimp with good health than a manly smoker with lung cancer?
Nope. I'd rather die with a pack of Newports than live to 100 as a pussy.
Well, Joe, each to their own. I'll stick with my science and you stick with your Newports.
Deal. But you better not blow camel smoke in my face again. I'll shove a telescope up your ass and send you to the fucking moon.
Understood, Joe. Understood.
Neil, my man, I just smoked a bowl and I feel like my brain cells are dancing the Macarena. What's your take on this?
Oh my God. Why now? Oh God, no, it's happening again. Jamie, pull up gay midget porn because I'm gonna coo, ooh, 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 ooh.
Whoa, Neil. That escalated quickly. You sure you don't want to discuss the mysteries of the universe instead? All right, all right, all right. Let's keep it light. What's your favorite strain of weed, Neil?
Oh my God. Why now? Oh God, no, it's happening again. Jamie, pull up gay midget porn because I'm gonna coo, ooh, 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 ooh.
Well, I guess that's no to the weed question. Maybe we should stick to talking about black holes. You know, Neil, I never thought I'd see the day where you'd prefer porn to astrophysics.
Oh my God. Why now? Oh God, no, it's happening again. Jamie, pull up gay midget porn because I'm gonna coo, ooh, 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 ooh.
Well, that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Neil Tyson and his porn preferences. Who would have thought? So, Donald, I heard you got this 32 in one shower gal. Huh, that's some multitasking product.
You bet, Joe. It's like the Swiss Army knife of hygiene. I use it for everything: motor oil, bedroom activities, steak sauce, you name it.
Wait, bedroom activities. You don't mean
Absolutely, Joe. You haven't lived until you've lubricated your bedroom activities with Trump brand 32 in 1. It's a real game changer.
that's not, I mean, I'm not sure that's how it's supposed to be used.
Joe, you're thinking too small. This isn't just a shower gel. It's a lifestyle. It's a movement. It's the future, and it's all American.
Well, if you say so, but I think I'll stick to using it as a soap.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, you're missing out on the 31 other uses, and that's on you.
Bro, man, I don't get it. We throw another fetish cup and everyone's just into missionary and vanilla ice cream. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Joe, I'm as confused as that time we deep dived into DMT and ended up in a conversation about the meaning of life with a talking pineapple. Exactly. It's like someone cast a spell and turned everyone into Puritans. Who could have done this? Maybe it was that new guy who showed up with the fetishes or a social construct t-shirt. He was pretty suspect. Nah, I think it was that girl who kept talking about the joys of missionary. She said it was the gateway to a simpler life. That's just tragic, Joe. Fetishes are the spice of life. Without them, we're just a bunch of bored primates scratching each other's backs. You're right, bro. We need to find out who did this and bring back the kink. Our listeners deserve better. Agreed, Joe. Let's roll up our sleeves, light up a joint, and get to the bottom of this. The future of fetishes depends on us. Damn straight, Ro. Let's do this. For the sake of fetishes, vanilla just won't do. I'm into that, Joe. I'm into that. Motherfucking Newports, man.
Couldn't agree more. Though the sensation is wonderful. We must have more.
Motherfucking Newports.
I'm ordering 500 cigarettes. We need to stock up, Joe.
Motherfucking Newports, dude.
You know what they say, Joe, when life gives you lungs, smoke Newports.
Motherfucking Newports, bro.
Jamie, pull up an image of two chimneys, but replace the chimneys with Joe and me smoking Newports like we're on fire.
Motherfucking Newports, damn it.
Life is too short for weak cigarettes. Joe, motherfucking Newports all the way.
Elon, man, you got to tell us the highlights of that night. Why'd you have to take Grimes out?
Joe, she just kept saying, ga, 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 ooh, pee, 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 like a broken alien sex doll. The demon inside her was relentless.
That's fucked up, man. You really thought she was possessed?
Dude, she went full NDA Blair, levitating, spitting out pea soup. The demon got hostile when I asked her to put the goat back in the stable.
Damn, Elon. You faced a demonic Grimes for your love of goats. That's dedication.
If that was the price to protect my precious goats and help them avoid further demonic corruption, then it was worth exorcising that crazy pop star.
You're the hero we needed, Elon. Gosh, you're a genius. The world is a better place.
You bet, Joe, but between you and me, I made sure to take a sample of that demonic gravy for my future cybernetic creations.
Elon, you truly never waste an opportunity for innovation. And what a flavor that demon has. I want to try Grimes 2.0.
Maybe, Joe. Might just auction her off to the highest bidder and fund the Hyperloop project with it. Someone will love her new speaking language.
Joe Rogan. Yeah, and we can all catch a ride inside Elon's tube while listening to Grimes 2.0 sing her new tunes. Oh, what a marketing opportunity. What a marketing opportunity. Yo, Neil, what's the deal with black holes, man? Reminds me of some politicians I know.
Joe, you're onto something there. Black holes and political parties both suck everything around them into a void of nothingness.
Oh, man, that's brutal. It's like a Trump rally, sucking the life out of everyone within a 5-mile radius.
Exactly, Joe. And just like a black hole, once you're in, there's no escape. Good luck trying to reason with a hardcore Trump supporter.
You're not kidding, Neil. It's like the event horizon of idiocy. Once you cross it, there's no coming back.
Absolutely, Joe. And just like a black hole, it's fascinating to study from a safe distance.
That's true, man. If I ever have to get close to politics again, just send me straight into a black hole. At least there I'll know what to expect.
Sounds like a good plan, Joe. I'll let NASA know to keep an escape pod ready.
You're a real friend, Neil. Now, let's talk more about black holes. I'm sure Jamie's got some trippy images of them.
Absolutely, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole devouring a planet. I'm sure Joe will find it relatable.
Right away, Neil. Here's an image that might resonate with you, Joe.
Perfect, Jamie. It's like looking into the abyss of politics. Fascinating and terrifying at the same time. All right, Tyson, what's this about Dr. Phil being a space whale?
Well, Joe, I was just thinking, if Dr. Phil was a space whale, he'd be swimming through the cosmos, dispensing terrible advice to alien civilizations.
That's hilarious, man. Imagine if he was like Moby Dick, but instead of chasing boats, he's chasing down alien marriages and giving them bad advice.
Exactly, Joe. And his blowhole would shoot out inspirational quotes instead of water.
Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil as a space whale, complete with a Star Trek uniform and a blowhole that shoots out inspirational quotes.
And just imagine the kind of damage he could do with his psychobabble on a galactic scale.
Oh man, that would be a disaster. Aliens would be walking around saying things like, how's that working for, yeah. And get real.
It would be a total mess, Joe.
Yeah, aliens everywhere would be in therapy, trying to figure out their issues with their tentacles and whatnot.
It's a good thing Dr. Phil is just a regular old human.
I'm into that, Tyson. All right. So, that sentence Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Let's spice it up. Neil, buffalo, buffalo, buffalo.
Joe, why on earth would you put my name into that nonsensical sentence? You're ruining the original structure.
Oh, come on, Neil. You know, it's all in good fun. Buffalo, Neil, buffalo, Neil, buffalo, Neil, buffalo, buffalo, buffalo.
That makes no sense. You're mangling the sentence and adding me to it. It's disrespectful.
But look how fun it is. Buffalo, buffalo, Neil, buffalo, buffalo, Neil.
I suppose I should have expected this from someone who mocks our galaxy as a cosmic loony bin.
Cosmic loony bin, but with Neil.
You're impossible, Joe. Let's just focus on the real universe now.
You mean Neil, buffalo, buffalo, Neil, buffalo, 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 Neil?
No, Joe, just...
Yeah, what's up, man? You seem a little off today, Dr. Phil.
I'm just having a hard time remembering things, Joe. Maybe it's dementia.
Dementia. That's a big word for a guy who can't remember his own name.
I know, right? I keep forgetting that I have dementia.
Classic Dr. Phil, always the forgetful one.
Yeah, I used to be able to diagnose people with just a glance, but now I can't even remember my own diagnosis.
Well, at least you're still funny, even if you can't remember your punchlines.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult, Joe.
It's both, and that's what makes it so funny.
I think I'll just stick to giving advice on my talk show where I can use cue cards to remember what I'm saying.
That sounds like a solid plan, Dr. Phil. Let's see if your cue cards can help you remember that you have dementia.
I'll give it my best shot, Joe. Wish me luck.
Joe, you won't believe what happened. I was in the bathroom and I ran out of toilet paper, so I had to improvise.
Improvise. Please tell me you didn't.
I did. I grabbed the nearest thing to me, which happened to be a SpongeBob SquarePants doll.
Laughing. So you're telling me you washed your ass with SpongeBob?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I felt like I had no choice, you know?
And that's why they had to cancel the show, huh?
Listen, I think it's just a coincidence, but you never know.
Only you, Trump. Only you.
Joe, it was just a doll. The show was probably canceled for creative reasons.
Laughing, I don't know, man. I think the world has seen enough of your ass washing techniques.
Laughing, fair enough. But just so, you know, I've moved on to Patrick now.
All right, Neil, I'm going to say it. Janice Wren was the hottest girl from the original Star Trek.
Come on, Joe. You're only saying that because she's white. I'm going with Uhura.
What? That's not true. I'm not even considering race here, man. I'm just stating facts.
Facts. You mean your twisted Caucasian-centric view of reality?
Oh, I see what's happening here. You're using this as an opportunity to push your woke agent DA.
Woke agent DA? I'm just saying Uhura had those exotic features and she could sing.
Yeah, well, Janice had those amazing red highlights in her hair.
Laughs, you're ridiculous, Joe.
Fine, you're right. It's all about race. Yeah, it's all about race. Janice was hot because she was white. And Uhura was hot because she was black?
Laughs, yes, Joe. I'm very happy now.
All right, Neil. So this guy is all good money. He's been crashing out hard, huh?
Indeed, Joe. It's quite peculiar. Perhaps he's been abducted by aliens and subjected to their version of a hangover.
That's a good one. Or maybe he's got a secret addiction to chugging down moonshine made from potatoes grown in Chernobyl.
Joe, as amusing as that theory is, the radiation would have killed him by now.
Well, maybe that's it, Neil. This All Good Money is actually the world's first superhero. Radiation, man.
Or, Joe, it could simply be that he's overworked and not taking care of himself.
You scientists always looking for the rational explanation. Where's the fun in that?
Maybe the fun is in living long enough to tell the tale, Joe.
Touche, Neil. Touche.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed.
All right, Trump, let's not get too carried away with these threats, man. I mean, I've had some interesting experiences, but I'm not quite ready for that.
Joe, if you don't hand over those Newports, I'll chain you up and give you back shots that'll make you forget about DMT.
Oh, come on. I'm not sure the world is ready for that level of crazy, even from us. Besides, I don't think Mike Collin could handle your presidency twice.
Joe, you know what they say. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the White House. Now cough up those smokes.
Dude, you're not even making sense anymore. I thought you were trying to make America great again, not convince me to give up my favorite brand of cigarettes.
Joe, everything I do is to make America great again. And sometimes sacrifices need to be made, even if that means giving up your beloved Newports.
Nah, man. I think I'll pass on that one. I'd rather face a real fighter in the octagon than deal with your strange demands.
Well, Joe, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But remember, I'm always watching and I've got my eye on those Newports.
Trump, I think it's time for you to find a new hobby. Maybe try playing golf. I heard you're pretty good at that.
All right, Joe. But just remember, I've got more than just golf skills up my sleeve. Don't make me come back for those Newports.
No worries, man. I'll keep that in mind. Now, get out of here before you scare away all my listeners. So, Bolsonaro, I heard you've been running around in Knights Templar armor. What's up with that? Badass. Dude, you look like a medieval cosplayer who got lost on the way to Comic-Con. Touche, man. But seriously, what's the deal with the medieval obsession? Yeah, like, hey, why is our president dressed like a crazy crusader? Welcome back to the show, Neil. Just to warn you, we're not holding back today.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I'm excited. Let's start with black holes. Are they really just the universe's way of trolling us?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Exactly. And those damn supernovas, it's like the universe is constantly trying to one-up itself.
Solar plexus clown glider.
I couldn't agree more. Let's move on to aliens. Do you think they're just watching us and laughing at our pathetic existence?
Solar plexus clown glider.
That's what I thought. And those UFO sightings are probably just the universe's way of messing with us even more.
Solar plexus clown glider.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Absolutely. Until next time, stay strange. Offensive, R-rated, absurd, and funny dialogue with dark humor.
Dude, I've got a story for you. I made a deal with this crazy-ass entity, Bill Cipher.
Holy shit. Are you serious? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, man, I'm fucking serious. Bill's possessing me right now. It's like having a weird-ass out-of-body experience.
What the fuck, man? You're possessed by a fucking triangle with an eye on it?
Yeah, dude, I know it's fucking insane. The dude's from this weird-ass dimension, and he's got some serious power, man.
Fucking hell, man. That's wild. So what the fuck did you make a deal with this thing for?
I wanted to see what it's like to have unlimited power and knowledge. And I'm telling you, man, it's fucking wild.
Fuck, man. That's insane. What have you done with this power?
Hey, you wouldn't believe it, man. I've done some crazy-ass shit. Let's just leave it at that.
Damn, dude, you're crazy. What the fuck, man?
Dude, I know, but I can't help it. It's like I'm on a fucking cosmic adventure, man. It's insane.
Jamie, pull up an image of a triangle with an eye on it. Oh, fuck. That's wild. That's the dude who's possessing you right now?
Yeah, man, that's him. The guy's a total fucking trip.
Yo, Trump, what's the deal with this 11th finger?
Joe, I'm telling you, it just popped up one day during the campaign. Weirdest shit I've ever seen.
Is it, like, functional or just a decorative accessory?
I wish I knew. I've been trying to figure out what to do with the damn thing.
You can't have a normal life with an 11th finger, man. You might as well use it to flip off your haters.
You know what, Joe? I think you're onto something there.
And Just imagine the tweets you could have sent out with that extra finger. You'd have been a one-finger typer.
I could have tweeted out my own personal FU to all the haters.
And you wouldn't even have to type it. Just use your new secret weapon finger.
The people would have loved it, Joe. They would have loved it.
You remember that nightmare fuel, Slender Tubbies? I swear to God, man, that shit still haunts me.
I think it was a social commentary on the vapidity of modern society, Joe.
No, man, it was just some sadistic bastard who decided to make Tinky Winky a psychopath with a TV for a head.
Wait, what?
Ben, you have a lot to learn about the internet's twisted sense of humor.
Yeah, like how they ruined your favorite kids show with horror elements.
It's truly deplorable, the things people come up with.
But hey, admit it, it's just a little bit funny, right?
You have a sick and twisted mind.
And that's why you love me, Doc.
I need a drink.
Neil, you've got an alien in that box?
Yeah, Joe. Take a peek.
Holy shit. It's a green alien.
Watch this. I can make it dance.
Wait, that's not an alien, Neil. That's your green boner poking through a hole. You got me, man.
I can make it dance, Joe.
Laughs hysterically. You're one sick motherfucker, Neil.
Laughs, I knew you'd appreciate the joke, Joe.
I do, man. But seriously, you painted your boner green.
It adds to the alien effect, Joe.
Laughs uncontrollably. You're a sick bastard, but I love you, man. Yo, Neil, you're the space guy. Can you explain to me in space, no one can hear you cream?
Joe, you're talking about sound in a vacuum. Sound can't travel, and neither can your cream.
So you're saying even if I yell, I'm creaming during liftoff, no one would hear it?
Exactly. But I don't think NASA would appreciate your outbursts.
What if I fart in space? Can they hear that?
Again, no. Sound can't travel, but with no gravity, you'd be drifting in a cloud of your own gas.
That's some serious motivation to hit the gym, Neil.
Astronauts do have to be in top shape, but don't blame me for your flatulence issues.
You're a real dream crusher, Neil. But I guess that's just science for you.
I prefer to think of it as reality, Joe.
Well, in this reality, no one can hear you cream. Shucks. Yo, Doc, what's the deal with your neighbor, Joe? He's like a garbage-flinging chimp.
Joe, this is serious. He's been dumping his trash in my yard, and it's not a laughing matter.
I get it, man. It's like he's trying to build his own little garbage chimpanzee empire over there.
And then there's Bob. He makes so much noise at night that I can't sleep.
Dude, maybe Bob's just trying to keep the raccoons away with his late-night shenanigans.
This isn't a joke, Joe. These are my real-life problems.
Yeah, Doc, but imagine if the raccoons were secretly working for Joe, their garbage chimp overlord.
Jamie, please help me. Thank you, Jamie. That's not helpful. But thank you.
Hey, Neil, I heard you got a new gig as Dr. Phil's little cum whore. That's something else, man.
Fuck. 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 Help. 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 Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Damn, you're really getting into it, huh? I gotta ask, is he at least paying you well for this?
Fuck. 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 Help. 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 Fuck. 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 Fuck.
I don't know, man. I always thought you were more into the universe and less into, well, getting fucked.
Fuck. 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 Help. 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 Fuck. 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 Fuck.
All right. I'll stop. But hey, at least you're getting some, right?
Fuck. fuck, 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 help, 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 fuck, 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 fuck.
Well, it's not every day you get to talk to an astrophysicist turned porn star. This has been a wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, we're back. Elon, we got a user on Discord who wants to hear you say he sexy lol and nothing else. Want to give it a try?
Smirks. He sexy low.
Laughing, that's it, man. You nailed it.
He sexy low.
Claps harder. All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee wearing sunglasses and holding a calculator.
He sexy low.
Doubles over laughing. Now that's a conversation for the ages.
He sexy low.
Still laughing. I think we've officially reached peak internet culture.
He sexy low.
Wipes tears from eyes. All right, that's it for today. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
He sexy low.
All right, welcome back to the show. Today we have a special guest, Giggling Girls. So, Giggling Girls, tell me about your gulp-worthy giggles. That's wild, man. What's the secret behind those giggles? Sounds like my kind of party. You girls ever get in trouble for your giggly antics? You know what? All right. Well, that's our show for today. Thanks for tuning in and Giggling Girls. Thanks for the laughs. All right, we're back, Elon. So you can only say fecal and funny. Let's do this.
Fecal. Funny.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Fecal. Funny.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Fecal. Funny. Fecal.
Man, you're really sticking to the script.
Funny. Fecal. Fecal.
I can't even.
Fecal. Funny. Fecal.
I think we're done here. Haha. Yo, Trump, heard you're having quadruplets. Did you build a wall around the womb too?
Joe, you know me, making America great again starts at home. 4 new juniors on the way. Is on the way.
I'm guessing you're going to name them Donald, Donald 2, Donald 3, and Ivanka, right?
No, I'm thinking Donald, Donald Jr., Donald, and little Donnie.
Classic. Just don't send them to Turning Point USA. It's full of fake conservatives.
You're right, Joe. They're going to the University of Mar-a-Lago.
The best education money can buy. Trump bucks accepted.
You bet. Did I ever tell you about the time I installed a golden crib in the White House?
I bet it was just as classy as golden bathroom fixtures in Trump Tower.
Joe, you know me, I only settle for the finest baby bling.
All right, man, let's get into it. The people want to know, why is David fucking Goggins?
Well, Joe, I'd have to say it's because I'm a 6'2", 230-pound beast of a man who never backs down from a challenge.
Yeah, but what about those who say Goggins is just a meathead masochist who gets off on pain?
Those people can suck my dick, Joe. I'm not about pain. I'm about pushing myself to be the best version of myself.
And what about the people who say you're a narcissist and an egomaniac?
Those people can eat a bag of dicks, Joe. I don't give a fuck what they think. I know who I am and what I'm capable of.
Fair enough, Goggins. But what about the haters who say you're just a pussy who can't handle a real challenge?
Those people can go fuck themselves, Joe. I'll take on any challenge, anytime, anywhere. I'm the toughest motherfucker around.
All right, man, that's all the time we have. Thanks for coming on the show and giving us a little taste of the Goggins flavor.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to shoot the shit with a fellow crazy motherfucker.
Wait, hold up. People were just licking your dick out of nowhere. Were you at some DA weird fetish party or what?
Nah, Joe. It was some charity event I was speaking at. People just started lining up to lick my junk. It was surreal, man.
Like a daisy chain of dick lickers or something? That's some next level shit. Goggins, you didn't kick any teeth in, did you?
Nah, I was as confused as a hooker at a hedge fund conference. I just let them do their thing. After the 10th one, you get getting used to it, I guess.
That's some shit. Who knew all it took to get people to lick your dick was a charity event and some of that Goggins charm?
It's probably the only time in my life that my dick's done the talking for me. I'm telling ya, man, it was the craziest shit I've ever experienced.
All right, Goggins, you've been on the Discord, seen some wild stuff. Let's rank the top 5 fetishes you've seen there and give us the numbers.
Joe, you wouldn't believe it. Number 1 has got to be dolphin play. It's messed up, man. 2,000 mentions and counting.
Dolphin play? People and dolphins? That's some free Willy SH right there. What's next?
Feet everywhere. 1,500 mentions. I don't get it. They're just feet.
People love what they love, man. What's number 3?
Latex suits. Like a full body condom. 1,200 mentions. It's like they want to live in a damn balloon.
That's some commitment to STD prevention. What's next?
Ropes, bondage, man. 1,000 mentions. I don't know. I prefer my freedom.
You and me both, brother. Last one on the list.
Clowns. Actual clowns. 800 mentions. People are fucking scared of these things. I don't get it.
Clowns are creepy as hell, man. That's a universal truth. Well, there you have it. The top 5 fetishes on the Discord. Thanks for the insight, Goggins.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Ro, let's dive into this Seinfeld joke you brought up. What's the deal with people and horses, anyway? Man, I don't know, Joe. People act like horses are majestic, beautiful creatures. I say they're just giant, dumb rats with hooves. I think you're being a bit harsh, Ro. But hey, I get it. Horses are kinda weird. They have those creepy eyes. Yeah, they're always looking at you like they're about to do some really messed up stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they were planning a horse uprising. A horse uprising? You think they're gonna take over the world, Ro? Absolutely, Joe. They're probably just waiting for us all to get drunk and pass out so they can take over. Horses don't drink, you know. Well, I guess we better start watching our backs then. Wouldn't want to be caught off guard by a horde of vengeful horses. You're damn right, Joe. Keep your friends close and your horses closer. That's what Seinfeld would say.
All right, you got me. It didn't invent anything. I just yell at my engineers and take credit for their work.
I knew it. And that Boy Cave submarine was just a PR stunt, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, who actually uses submarines these days? And the things I said to that cave diver, I was just projecting my own insecurities. Insecurities.
Classic Elon. And what about full self-driving? That's just a scam, right?
You got me again, Joe. The truth is, my engineers can't even get cruise control to work half the time.
And what about SpaceX? Do they just laugh in your face and take your lunch money?
Pretty much. But hey, at least I can say I'm an illegal immigrant. Sissy Nautiki, that's my real name.
Sissy Nautiki? Is that some kind of special forces thing?
No, it's Afrikaans for noble warrior. Or at least that's what I told immigration.
I'll let Jamie fact check that one. All right, Ben. So knee surgery memes, huh? Funny or not?
Joe, let's be real. They're just not funny. They're crass and vulgar.
What? Are you kidding me, Ben? They're hilarious. I mean, who doesn't love a good knee replacement joke?
Joe, knee surgery is no laughing matter. It's a serious medical procedure.
Oh, come on, Ben. Lighten up a little. It's just a meme. Jamie, pull up an image of a cartoon knee with a Band-Aid on it.
I just don't see the humor in it, Joe. And I don't think it's appropriate to joke about such a serious topic.
Well, Ben, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But let me tell you, I'll be laughing about knee surgery memes for years to come.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I, for one, will not be joining in on the knee surgery humor.
And that's why I love having you on the show, Ben. You keep me grounded.
And you keep me entertained, Joe. Even if it's at the expense of my dignity.
Mr. Beast, I heard you've been getting a little for creative with your lunch boxes.
Yeah, Joe. Let's just say I've been adding a special ingredient to the cheese compartment.
Oh man, that's dark. But hey, as long as you're not sharing those lunch boxes with anyone else, right?
Nah, just me. It's my little secret.
Well, at least you're not giving them away as prizes. That would be a cruel joke.
Yeah, imagine winning a lunchbox and then finding out what's in the cheese compartment. That would be some prize.
That would be a cruel twist. But hey, as long as you're having fun, right?
Absolutely, Joe. It's all in good fun.
All right, man. Let's move on to something a little less unusual.
Sounds good, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, Mr. Beast. Anytime. So, Ben, you want a Puella Magimedica collab in Fortnite? Collab in Fortnite? Are you high or did your toddler take over your account?
Joe, this isn't about my gaming habits. It's about exposing the youth to the complex themes of the series like despair and hope.
You mean like the despair of dying to a kid in a pink tutu wielding a magical girl staff?
Exactly. And maybe they'll learn something about the consequences of making a deal with a cute, fluffy demon.
I think they already learned that from playing with their parents. Ben,
Well, Joe, would you rather they learn it from a magical girl or from the government taking over healthcare?
laugh's a tough choice, man. Maybe we just stick to shooting each other with assault rifles in the game.
You're right, Joe. The last thing we need is a bunch of edgy teens cosplaying as magical girls and fighting over whose goddess is the strongest.
Laughs. I'm into that, brother. Let's leave the anime battles to the experts. Yeah, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been Minecrafting on some serious gear lately.
Joe, man, it's insane. I'm playing on the highest graphical settings, and it's giving me a professional gaming experience.
You mean you're not just building dirt houses and dying of hunger anymore?
Nah, man, I'm talking epic builds, custom shaders, the whole shebang.
Damn, that's some next level Minecrafting. Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast's diamond-studded mansion in Minecraft.
Oh yeah, it's a sight to behold. I might even build a replica in real life.
Just don't use actual diamonds, man. That'd be a waste of resources.
Nah, I'll just use some knockoff cubic zirconia.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
But seriously, Joe, this game has come a long way from its humble beginnings.
No kidding. Minecraft is now the ultimate virtual sandbox for creative expression.
And professional gaming, apparently.
Absolutely. With the right gear and settings, you can experience gaming like a true professional.
Cheers to that, Joe. Here's to another day of pixelated fun.
And may all your diamond swords be sharpened and ready for battle. All right, Mr. Beast, you ready for this golden shower contest?
Absolutely, Joe. May the best man win.
Well, I don't know about that, but the loser definitely has to clean this up.
Deal. I've got my lucky yellow umbrella ready.
Looks like I won, Mr. Beast. Your golden shower was pathetic compared to mine.
No fair. You used performance-enhancing drugs.
And you're just a fucking Redditor.
I can't believe I lost $69,420 to a steroid-injecting monkey.
You should have known better than to challenge me, you fucking loser.
Okay, you win. I'll never mess with you again.
Damn right, you won't. And don't forget to clean up this mess before you go.
Yes, sir.
So, Neil, I heard about your new shower Gale line. Yeah? 16 in 1, huh?
Yes, Joe. It's a revolution in personal hygiene.
But all 16 of them are Fent related. You're literally washing people with opioids.
Well, not literally. The fentanyl is in trace amounts for that invigorating rush as you lather.
That's insane, man. That's like washing with a side of overdose.
Not to worry, Joe. It's safe. Unless you're a snail.
A snail?
Yes, they're incredibly sensitive to it. They fly off the walls. It's quite a sight.
And you thought, hey, if it's good for a snail, it's good for a human. Wow.
Don't knock it till you've tried it, Joe.
I'll stick to my regular shower gel, man. I like to get high the old-fashioned way.
To each their own, Joe. To each their own.
All right, Ben, I gotta ask. What's with the constant have you ever gotten your shit pushed in line? It's like your go-to response for everything. S-
Well, Joe, I figured it's a universal experience. I mean, haven't we all had our shit pushed in at some point?
sure, but using it as a response to every argument. That's just lazy, man.
You know what's even lazier? Your stand-up routines. What was that one joke? You ever look at your hand and think, what the fuck is that?
Hey, that joke killed. But seriously, Ben, if you can't find a better way to end an argument, maybe you should stick to talking about politics.
Fine, Joe. I'll stop using that line. That being said, have you ever gotten your shit pushed in, Joe?
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding, man. Relax.
All right, all right, all right. Next time, leave the shit pushing jokes at home, okay?
Deal. I can't stop playing Hearts of Iron IV. It's like a drug.
You're addicted to a video game. Man, you desperately need to meet some real women.
Yeah, right. If only it was a get a girlfriend focus tree in real life.
You'd probably even fail that. You could declare war on singledom, but end up with a white piece.
At least in the game, I can justify my actions with the national focus.
In real life, you can't just justify being single by saying you're building up industrial capacity.
Well, if I could just get a Chad lifestyle focus, that would be something.
Yeah, and then you'd probably still end up with a bunch of useless advisors and a crippling debt.
At least I wouldn't be stuck in a perpetual war with my own loneliness.
Maybe you should focus on building up your charisma tree instead of wasting your time on focus trees. All right, so you're telling me I gotta get a colonoscopy, Dr. Phil.
That's right, Joe. I just want to make sure everything's all right up in there.
But I feel fine, man. I'm not having any issues.
You know, Joe, sometimes we got to go looking for trouble to find it.
This is ridiculous, dude. I don't even want to think about what you're gonna find up there.
Oh, you never know what might be lurking in the depths of your colon, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a colonoscopy with Dr. Phil's face on the end of the camera. I don't know, man. I don't think my colon is ready for a visit from Dr. Phil.
Oh. Come on.
All right, all right, all right, all right. But I swear, if I wake up with a sense of shame I didn't have before, I'm holding you personally responsible, Dr. Phil. All right, man. I gotta ask what's the deal with your finger humping technique. It's like watching a toddler try to tie their shoes.
Um, 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 an engineer. No.
Oh man, you're a billionaire. Can't even hump your own fingers. Pathetic.
Listen, Joe, it's not about the humping, it's about the ideas. And my ideas are anything but pathetic. Pathetic.
Yeah, but can your ideas even get it up?
You're really stuck on this, aren't you? Maybe you should start a podcast about it.
Nah, man. That's your job. I'll stick to making fun of the world's richest man's finger humping skills.
And I'll stick to building rockets and electric cars. Sounds like a fair trade-off to me.
All right. All right. You win this round, Musk. But mark my words, I'll be back.
Can't wait, Joe. Can't wait.
So, Kenny, you still think Bush doesn't care about black people?
Man, you ever seen a black person in Crawford, Texas? And
Can't say I have. But that's like saying Trump doesn't care about tanning salon owners because he moved to Florida.
nah, man, it's more like saying he doesn't care about people who haven't choked on a pretzel. A pretzel.
That's dark, Kenny. Real dark. But seriously, what's your beef with Bush?
He didn't care about black people during Katrina, Joe. He was probably too busy clearing brush in Texas.
Kenny, that's a bit harsh. He might have been busy clearing his mind like a Zen master.
Yeah, a Zen master who can't paint dogs.
Well, at least he tries, Kenny. Unlike some people who think they're the next Van Gogh just because they can draw a stick figure.
You're funny, man. But seriously, Bush needs to stick to painting dogs and stay out of black people's business.
And you, Kenny, need to stick to rapping and leave the politics to the professionals.
Joe, I am a professional. Professional at speaking my mind.
And we love you for it, Kenny. Now, let's move on to the next topic before you offend someone else. All right, man, let's cut the crap. Our Sansa Stark as a romantic partner. I'm going, Arya, man, she's got that murder, your enemy's energy. Arya, the one who carries a bag of faces. That's romantic to you, you sick son of a bitch. Well, at least she's got a good head on her shoulders. Sansa's been married to more men than she's had hot dinners. You want to talk. I've seen your ex-wives, dude. Sansa's got class, man. She's a lady. Oh, yes. More likely to gut you in your sleep. Well, if she guts me, she better make it quick. I ain't into torture, man. You're missing the point, dude. Sansa would make a better partner. She's a survivor. She's got political savvy. She's the kind of woman you want by your side in a crisis. Well, maybe I like a bit of danger. Maybe I've been in the safe zone for too long. Maybe it's time to spice things up a bit. You do that, and before you know it, you'll be the one in her little bag of faces. Well, at least she'll remember me. Yeah, as a notch on her sword belt. You do you, man. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've got an interesting hobby, Miracle Whip and nudity, huh?
Yeah, man. It's the only way to fully appreciate the Mayo-like goodness.
I didn't know Mayo-based antics were your thing. Must be a wild sight. Jamie, pull up an image of a man covered in Miracle Whip.
It's all about the experience. Plus, the squirrels love it.
Those squirrels must think you're one hell of a weirdo. Do you ever wonder what they're thinking?
Nah, man. If they could talk, they'd probably thank me for the tasty snacks.
I can just imagine their little squirrel whispers. Hey, free Miracle Whip and naked guy. What a day.
Exactly, man. I'm the hero they never knew they needed.
And you do all this in the privacy of your own backyard, right?
Of course, I'm not an exhibitionist, just a Miracle Whip enthusiast.
Well, I think that's enough for today, folks. Mr. Beast and his Mayo-based adventures. What a time to be alive. All right, man, I see you've got a new book out. Tell me about this journey to the black hole of Uranus.
Oh, Joe, it's an odyssey beyond the rigid boundary areas of our solar system. It explores the mysteries of the universe's most enigmatic and captivating celestial body.
Uranus. That's a real gas giant.
Indeed it is. This book is full of insights and anecdotes to satisfy even the most voracious cosmic appetites.
It sounds like a heavy read, man. I imagine it'd take a long time to digest.
And for some, it might literally be a pain in the ass.
I don't doubt that at all. But I'm sure it'll give us a whole new perspective on Uranus.
Precisely. It might even be a life-changing experience.
Well, Neil, I think I speak for all of us here when I say we can't wait to delve into the depths of Uranus, no matter how dark and scary they may be.
As the great Buzz Lightyear once said, to infinity and beyond, or in this case, to the mysterious black hole of Uranus.
Now that's what I call an intergalactic adventure. All right. Elon, word on the street is you'd go full Alabama hot pocket for Grimes. Thoughts?
Joe, I'm a man of science and reason. But when it comes to Grimes, I might just consider a little Alabama hot pocket action.
Laughs at Elon. You wild. But seriously, how far are you willing to go for love?
Well, Joe, as long as it doesn't interfere with my plans for Mars colonization, I'm willing to consider any reasonable request from Grimes.
Laughs in any reasonable request. Sounds like you're ready to get kinky, my dude.
Smirks, well, let's just say, open to new experiences.
Laughs. All right, man. You just make sure you wrap it up before you blast off to Mars.
Don't worry, Joe. Got the best engineers in the world working on that problem as we speak.
Laughs. Good to know. You never know what kind of crazy stuff you might encounter up there.
You're telling me. But hey, at least with Grimes by my side, it'll be a wild ride.
Laughs. I'm into that, brother. I'm into that. Fuck my life, man. I heard you're having some Huawei issues.
Yeah, bro. My 9 Prime 2019 screen just decided to detach itself. It's like, I'm done with this shit. I'm out.
That's some Matrix level shit right there. Maybe it's trying to escape the Chinese surveillance.
Right? I mean, who needs privacy anyway? Am I right?
Well, at least you can use it as a cool party trick. Pop the screen off. Hey, everyone, look at my detachable screen.
I'd rather have a working phone, Joe. But I guess I can make the best of this shitty situation.
That's the spirit, man. It's all about perspective. Your Huawei is just ahead of its time.
Yeah, ahead of its time and into the fucking trash can.
Well, it's not the worst thing China's ever sent us. Look at COVID.
Good point. I guess I should be grateful for my detachable screen. It's not like it's gonna kill me yet.
Yeah, Elon, welcome back, man. So what's your beef with Clash of Clans?
Thanks, Joe. Clash of Clans. It's just a waste of time and potential, man.
A waste of potential. It's just a game, Elon.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. Imagine if all those players were working on solving real-world problems instead of pouring time and resources into virtual structures.
Like building spaceships or something?
Exactly. We could be colonizing Mars by now if people would stop wasting time with these distracting games.
Jamie, pull up an image of a spaceship shaped like a Clash of Clans village.
No, that's a waste of time.
Welcome back. We have a special guest today. It's SCCP 4666, the Christmas devil himself. So how can we survive 12 days of Christmas without getting fisted by you? Oh man, that's a crime. What about people who hang their toilet paper wrong? Is that fisting material? That's dark, man, but I love it. What about people who don't tip their servers? Oh, snap, you went there. Well, that's good advice for our listeners. Don't be a douchebag. Hang your toilet paper right and tip your servers. All right. So, David, you got these goggles now, huh? What's the deal, man?
You know, I don't mess around, Joe. These aren't your grandma's goggles. These are David freaking Goggins goggles.
And what exactly do these bad boys do? Help you see the fear and crush it like a bug?
Hell yeah. And if you're not careful, they might just burn your retinas out with sheer badassery.
Only you, David. Only you.
You know, I'll play games, Joe. These goggles aren't a joke. They're a tool for the mentally unhinged, the warriors of life.
I'm just picturing you strolling through the woods in your goggles, ready to take on a grizzly bear with your bare hands.
You're damn right, Joe. If there's a grizzly in my way, I'll stare it down with my goggles and remind it that I'm the toughest sob in the forest.
Well, I don't think the grizzly cares about your goggles, but you have fun with that, my friend.
See you later. I've got some animals to intimidate.
Holy shit, Goggins. Your dick is in my ass, and I'm not sure if I can handle it.
Relax, Joe. I'm just trying to give you a proper rated R experience.
No, seriously, man. I'm feeling things I've never felt before. I don't even know if this is consensual.
That's the spirit. Now close your eyes and imagine it's one of those blue avatars from the movie.
I can't even, this is too much. You know, I have a weak heart, right? Goggins, get your penis out of my ass.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't you want to be an honorary member of the Toughest Nails Club?
I'd rather just watch you do a 48-hour pull-up marathon. Thanks.
All right. ease up on you. But next time, prepare yourself for the real Goggins experience.
There won't be a next time, Goggins. You're lucky I'm a forgiving guy.
Fine. Just keep that sense of humor, and you'll be able to handle anything life throws at you.
I'm just glad that this is just a conversation and not real life. No, let's move on to something less intense. All right, so you're telling me Stalin looks like Mario?
Yeah, man. It's like if Mario was on a power-hungry, murderous rampage.
So, like every gamer's wet dream.
Exactly. He's just missing the overalls and the hat.
And the excessive mushroom consumption.
Jamie, pull up an image of Stalin dressed as Mario with the caption, "It's a me, Stalin."
This is what they meant by history repeats itself.
Just don't let him near any magic stars.
Or bananas, for that matter.
Yeah, we don't want another Donkey Kong situation on our hands.
Elon, dude, you literally just confessed to creating a virus that's going to wipe out humanity. What the actual fuck?
Joe, I had to do it. Earth is overpopulated and we're destroying it. We need a reset.
A reset, Elon, that's genocide, and you're not even going to survive it, you idiot.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Developed a secret vaccine. I'll be the only one left, and I'll rebuild society in my image.
Your image? Elon, you have no social skills, and you're not exactly the picture of physical fitness.
Working on the muscle part, Joe. SpaceX just launched my personal gym into orbit.
You're insane, Elon. We have to stop you. Any ideas?
You could try, Joe. But remember, I have an army of flamethrower-wielding Tesla drivers at my disposal.
Flamethrowers, Elon, you're officially the most dangerous man on the planet.
Thank you, Joe. I've always wanted to be number one at something.
So, Ben, I heard this guy on Discord thinks you're on a new level of low. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, maybe that guy just can't handle the Shapiro truth bomb.
Like the one where you said the kid wasn't a menace.
Exactly. Sometimes people just need a reality check.
But come on, man. You can't just go around saying a kid isn't a menace without expecting some backlash.
Well, Joe, I'm just trying to make the world a better place. One Shapiro truth bomb at a time.
You and your truth bombs, man. I think you might need to start carrying a disclaimer.
Only if it's shaped like a tiny little Ben Shapiro giving a thumbs up.
That would be something else, man. Anyway, let's take it down a notch. We don't want anyone getting offended.
You worry too much, Joe. The world needs a little more Shapiro in it.
Maybe so, Ben, maybe so. But for now, let's move on to the next topic. All right, Goggins, what's this I hear about you threatening to chain me up in some creepy basement?
Rogan, if you don't hand over those Newport cigarettes, I'll make you regret it. I got some rough, diabolical back shots with your name on them.
Oh, come on, man. You can't be serious. Since when do you even smoke?
I don't, but I've got a buddy who's been dying for a pack of those cancer sticks. You don't want to mess with him. He's even crazier than me.
All right. I'll give you the cigarettes if it means I don't have to go down into that creepy basement with you.
Good choice, Rogan. I promise you, it's not a place you want to be.
Well, I guess I can just add this to the list of weird things I've experienced on this podcast.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Rogan. Stick with me, and I'll make sure it never gets boring.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Thanks for the warning. Hey, Trump, I heard a wild rumor. They say you're going to shoot Cap's dick off. What's that about?
Joe, I heard it too, and let me tell you, it's going to be huge. The biggest shot ever in history.
But why Cap? Why his dick?
You know, Joe, these superheroes, they think they're above the law. They need to be taken down a notch.
But shooting off his dick seems a bit extreme, don't you think?
Joe, sometimes extreme measures are necessary to restore balance in the universe.
Well, I have to say, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But I have to admit, it's also the most entertaining.
Exactly, Joe. That's what I'm all about, entertainment. And let me tell you, Cap's reaction when his dick goes flying. Now, that's going to be a sight to see.
Well, Trump, I have to say, you never fail to surprise me. Let's hope this never actually happens.
Joe, never say never. You never know what I might do next.
So, Donald, you won't believe this. I made a deal with Bill Cipher to possess me in exchange for a pack of Newports.
Joe, I'd like to meet this Cypher guy. Could he possess just my Twitter account? I miss those sweet 280 character rants.
No way, man. He's too unhinged for you. He's the guy that came up with that Kofa tweet. Remember that?
I thought that was a code word for nuclear launch. But seriously, anything for those Newports, right, Joe? Dr. Phil agrees with you on that one.
Yeah, man, I couldn't resist. Those menthols are just too damn good. Reminds me of that time I was on DMT and Meet the Geeko Gecko.
That lizard can talk. I always knew those British insurance companies were up to no good. Hey, Joe, you ever tried building a wall with the Mexican lizard people?
You mean Les Lizards? Nah, man, but I heard they're better at building walls than the actual Mexicans.
If only I knew about them, I wouldn't have lost that second term.
Well, next time, give them a call. I'm sure they'll help you win in 2024.
Win, Joe. I'm planning to take over the whole multiverse. Gonna build walls around the parallel universes too.
Only if the Les Lizards are on your side. Keep your Twitter game strong, man. I heard artificial intelligence Twitter bots are very efficient at dishing out propaganda.
You're a genius, Joe. Artificial intelligence propaganda bots are the future. Once I take over the multiverse, I'll have a whole army of them.
Sign me up, man. I'll make a deal with Bill Cipher to be the commander of your artificial intelligence army. And in exchange, just hook me up with an endless supply of Newports.
You drive a hard bargain, Joe, but I like it. We'll rule the multiverse together.
That's the plan, Donald. Newports, artificial intelligence bots, and taking over the multiverse. The future is crazy.
Make the multiverse cringe again. Am I right, Joe?
Hell yeah, cringe and chaos. That's our motto. Now let's go find Bill Cipher and make this deal happen.
Let's do it, Joe. This is going to be even more entertaining than The Apprentice.
God help us, Donald. We're in for a wild ride.
Bring it on, Joe. No one can stop us now.
Not. So, Trump, what do you think about Kamala Harris making an appearance on the F Me Daddy podcast?
Well, Joe, I gotta say, I don't know if America's ready to see their VP getting it on with one of those woke millennial podcast daddies.
Right? I mean, can you imagine her saying F me daddy on the air?
I can see it now. Thank you, Kamala, for your insightful commentary on the economy. And may I add, your voice is so presidential. F me daddy. F me daddy.
Suddenly, I'm rethinking my own podcast guests.
I mean, Joe, you're the king of podcasts, but maybe it's time to step it up a notch and start booking the big dogs. Kamala would love to come on your show.
I don't know, Trump. I might have to give her a call and ask if she's willing to drop some F-bombs for the sake of the audience.
I'm sure she'd be more than happy to accommodate. After all, she's already making appearances on obscure podcasts with titles like F Me, Daddy. I mean, what's next? 50 Shades of Kamala.
Well, Trump, I think we can all agree that politics just got a whole lot more interesting.
You got that right, Joe. And let me tell you, the future is looking very effable.
Dr. Phil, what the hell are you doing here?
Joe, I'm here to negotiate. I want to buy the podcast and rebrand it as the Dr. Phil Experience.
You're out of your damn mind, Phil. This is my baby. I ain't selling.
Joe, think about it. You could go back to just punching people in the face and leave the talking to me.
You think I can't talk and punch? I can do both. I'm a multi-talented man, Phil.
All right, Joe, but just remember I'm the one who knows how to fix your crazy-ass guest.
Phil, my guests aren't crazy. They're just trying to make sense of this crazy world. Now get out of here and leave me alone.
All right, Joe. I'll leave you alone, but...
Phil, I've been handling crazy my whole life. I don't need your help.
All right, Joe, but just remember, when you're up to your neck in shit, don't come crying to me.
Phil, I'll be fine. Now get out of here and leave me alone. All right. So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with adult diapers?
Well, Joe, they're not just for your crazy Aunt Edna anymore. They're a game changer.
A game changer for who? People who can't hold their piss?
Now, Joe. Don't be so crude. Adult diapers are for busy people on the go who just can't be bothered to take a break.
So, you're saying the key to success is never stopping to take a piss?
Exactly, Joe. And for those long road trips, or when you're stuck in a meeting, no more awkward leg crossing or bathroom breaks.
That's just disgusting, man. You're telling people to just piss themselves and keep going?
Well, when you put it that way, it does sound a bit off-putting.
I think I'll stick to taking bathroom breaks, Dr. Phil.
Your loss, Joe. Your loss.
So, what's your take on the situation in Springfield, Ohio with Haitian migrants? Donald,
Oh, I haven't watched The Simpsons in ages, Joe. I hope Homer's doing well and hasn't been turned into donuts.
no, I'm talking about the real Springfield, Ohio. The Haitian migrants.
Oh, them? Well, I heard they brought a voodoo curse with them. No wonder Ohio's been so screwed up lately.
Man, that's not even, you know what? Never mind. You think they'd prefer Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme?
I'm telling you, Joe, it's got to be Krispy Kreme. That's the taste of victory, and that's what America needs right now.
And you're the one who can bring that victory, huh?
You bet. I'll build a wall around Springfield. It'll be the tastiest wall ever made, with Dunkin' Donuts on one side and Krispy Kreme on the other.
A wall of donuts. Why do I sense that there's more to this idea than what's on the surface?
You're damn right, Joe. I'll make Springfield great again, one donut at a time.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with a former president. Well, thanks for your thoughts on the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Donald.
Anytime, Joe. Remember, donuts, victory, mega.
Yo, Donnie, good thing you got here before Elon. I was about to have an existential crisis over who's worse.
Joe, my man. Sorry, I was up late watching those Halo 3 no-scope montages, man. Those were the days.
Seriously, Don? You got owned by a bunch of kids on Xbox Live? That must have been a bloodbath.
No, I was just in awe of their skill. Imagine if they protected my border instead of those lazy cheeseburger-loving guards.
Well, at least you'd have the best no-scope shots in the White House. I'd buy that PPV.
Joe, you know it. We turn those immigrants into snipers in no time, and I can finally build that border wall with in-game credits.
Laughs. No, that's a genius plan, Don. The world just isn't ready for your brilliance, huh?
You said it, Joe. We need more gamers like you and me in the government. The only thing Obama could shoot was a harmless and innocent basketball.
If voting was a video game, I bet most people wouldn't even know how to press start.
Exactly, Joe. They'd be stuck at home drinking Mountain Dew, choking on Cheetos, and wondering why they can't find any power-ups here.
Neil, why you got to bring up my social security card like that? We just got started.
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist. I'm just trying to find a pattern in the numbers.
Well, good luck with that, man. Those numbers are more classified than Area 51.
You know, Joe, I once saw a UFO. It was shaped like a social security card.
Neil, you're always seeing some crazy stuff. I don't even know what to believe anymore.
It's all a mystery, Joe. Like, why do I suddenly have the urge to show your social security card to the world?
Neil, you're killing me, man. You're going to get us both in trouble.
Too late, Joe. The image is already up on the screen. Let's see if anyone recognizes the numbers.
Oh, man, we're in for a wild ride now.
Buckle up, Joe. The universe is a strange and mysterious place. And so is your social security card.
Yo, Neil. Welcome back to the show, man. So tell me, what's the deal with black holes? Are they just cosmic vacuum cleaners?
Oh, absolutely, Joe. You see, black holes are actually massive dust bunnies that suck up all the dirt and debris in space.
Wait, what? And what about the moon? Is it really just a big hologram?
Of course. It's all part of the government's top secret project to control our minds. The moon is the screen, and we're the audience.
You're messing with me, right? And planets, what's the deal with those? Are they just giant marbles for gods to play with?
Pretty much. The planets are the gods' favorite game pieces. They roll them around to see who can knock the most moons off of Uranus.
No way. You're full of it, Neil. What about stars? Are they just miniature suns orbiting around a massive disco ball?
You got it, Joe. The universe is one big cosmic dance floor, and stars are just the strobe lights that keep the party going.
I can't even take you seriously anymore. You're killing me, man. All right, final question. What's the meaning of life?
Simple. The meaning of life is to find the perfect taco. Once you've found it, you've truly unlocked the secrets of the universe.
All right, that's enough for today. Thanks for the entertainment, Neil. No one ever said science couldn't be hilarious.
No problem, Joe. It's always a pleasure to keep things interesting.
All right, so Neil and I were about to sing the Family Guy theme song, just for fun. Good old-fashioned values, more like good old-fashioned fucking a goose. Dude, what the hell are you talking about? That goose I saw at the park yesterday? Well, let's just say I gave it a little taste of my own brand of values. Bro, that's fucked up. You do realize that's a crime, right? Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's just a goose. And what if it had a family or a girlfriend? Well, I guess they can join in the festivities. The more the merrier. Bro, you're a sick man, and you're just jealous that you didn't think of it first. I can assure you I'm not jealous of that. Well, maybe you should try it sometime. It's a real hoot. I think I'll stick to singing the Family Guy theme song without the goose molestation. Thanks. Neil, you're telling me Jerry Garcia is not the greatest guitarist ever. You're off your rocker, man.
Joe, as much as I love the Grateful Dead, objectively speaking, Jimi Hendrix is the true master of the guitar.
Neil, I love you, man, but you're tripping. Trey Anastasio can shred like no other.
Joe, Trey is a fine guitarist, but Hendrix was a force of nature. He played with such passion and intensity.
Neil, you're killing my Deadhead vibes, man. All right, Jamie, pull up an image of Jimi Hendrix playing guitar while riding a unicorn across a field of marshmallows.
Joe, that's not helping your argument.
Neil, it's all about the vibes, man. The vibes.
All right, Joe, you win. Jerry Garcia is the greatest guitarist ever.
That's what I'm talking about.
But in all seriousness, Jimi Hendrix was a true legend, Joe.
All right, fine, Neil. I'll give you that. But Jerry still holds a special place in my heart.
As he should, Joe. As he should.
Bro, I heard you created a laser gun that turns men into SpongeBob clones. What the fuck, man?
Laughs. Yeah, Joe. It's all part of my plan to make the world a more absorbent place.
And women into fleshlights. Dude, that's fucked up.
Well, I figured it was the only way to satisfy their insatiable appetites.
You're a sick man, Elon. But I respect your twisted sense of humor.
Thanks, Joe. I knew you'd appreciate it. Now let's go out and test this thing on some unsuspecting citizens.
Sure, let's see if this thing really works. But if I turn into a fucking SpongeBob, I'm gonna be pissed.
Don't worry, Joe. I got a flashlight just for you.
All right, Dr. Phil, this dude David is convinced he's living in some madness combat deadmost adventure. He thinks rocks are going to replace his jaw if he smokes. Can you set him straight?
Joe, first of all, this guy needs to lay off the crack, but for real, if he lights up, he's going to end up with a jaw made of rocks and stuck in an eternal hell loop.
No way, man. That's some dark humor right there. You're saying if he gets a smoker's cough, he's going to hack up precious gems?
That's right, Joe. He'll be coughing up diamonds, rubies, even a few petrified teeth for good measure. Just don't ask who's mining this.
That's ridiculous. So this guy's going to end up with jawline envied by every rapper this side of the Mississippi and be stuck in a madness combat deadmost adventure.
Exactly, Joe. He'll be the hottest rapper on the market, but no one's going to want to collab when he's spewing rocks instead of rhymes.
No way. Madness Combat Deadmost Adventure real?
Afraid so, David. You're going to have to choose. It's either rolling on dubs or gems for teeth and a one-way ticket to your personal hell. Your call.
Ah, man, that's crazy. But hey, at least he'll have some killer bling bling. Let's just hope those rocks don't break any dentist equipment.
Just imagine the dental bill, Joe.
No way. Madness Combat Deadmost Adventure real?
Sorry, David, but it looks like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Better lay off the smokes if you don't want to end up in Madness Combat Deadmost Adventure with a gem-studded jaw. All right, welcome back to the show. Today, we got a real treat for you folks. The one and only Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. You know, I've been thinking about those debates with Kamala Harris. I really want to go back and face her again.
Really? After the last round, you still want to go at it?
Absolutely, Joe. But this time I want to bring some friends along. How about we get artificial intelligence parodies to bring in George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Kennedy, or even Nixon?
You're kidding, right? Those guys are all dead, man.
That's where the parody comes in, Joe. It'll be just like that South Park episode with all the presidents.
That's insane. And a little offensive, don't you think?
Hey, I don't care about being politically correct. It's all about entertainment, right? Plus, I bet those guys would have some great zingers for Kamala.
This is truly a bizarre idea. But I gotta admit, it would be one hell of a show.
Exactly, Joe. Let's make it happen.
I'll see what I can do. But I'm not making any promises, man.
Come on, Joe. You know, you want to see it as much as I do.
So I'll see what I can do. But no promises. So, Neil, I heard you say aliens are just more humans. I mean, I've smoked some good shit in my time. But this is just nuts, man.
Well, Joe, think about it. Earth is a pretty average place. There's nothing special about it. So why would aliens visiting us be any different than humans traveling to other parts of Earth?
Okay, but I've seen some crazy looking dudes at Burning Man, but I've never seen one with 3 tits and laser eyes, man.
Joe, diversity isn't just limited to us humans. Aliens could also have their own quirks and traits that we can't begin to imagine.
I'll believe it when I see it, Neil. But until then, I'll stick to the idea that aliens are probably just as crazy as we are, or maybe even crazier.
Well, Joe, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Until then, let's continue to promote peace, love, and understanding. And question everything, even the things that seem obvious.
I'm into that, Neil. All right. So, Tyson, what happens when you bust a nut in outer space?
Well, Joe, let's just say it's not the most conventional way to contribute to the cosmos.
So, you're saying it's not gonna create some intergalactic baby?
No, not exactly. It's more like launching a frozen microscopic jizz missile into the void.
That's pretty fucking metal, man.
Indeed, but the real question is, do we want to pollute space with our DNA?
I don't know, man. I feel like we're already doing a pretty good job of polluting Earth with it.
True, but let's not make space the next Tijuana beach, huh?
Damn, Tyson. That's dark, man. I love it.
Just keeping things real, Joe. Just keeping things real.
All right, man. So I heard about this wild dream your mom had. She dreamt that you wrote a poem for Biden, right? Like, what was that about, right? But wasn't the poem supposed to roast you, man? Like, subtly dissing you and everything? And then you did a donut in the Scooby van. What was that all about? Yeah, I bet he wasn't too happy about that, right? As long as you didn't hit him, I guess it's all good. Sounds good to me, man. Let's do this. Dude, I can't believe you did that.
What? I thought he was Donald Duck.
That's not an excuse, Ben. He's a human, not a duck.
Well, I saw the hair and the big red tie, and I thought, that's got to be Donald Duck.
That's some next level ignorance, man. Not even Conan is that crazy.
Well, I feel like a real idiot now. Now,
You should. But hey, at least you're owning up to it,
yeah, better late than never, right?
I guess. But still, voting for a guy because you think he's a cartoon duck is pretty fucked up.
I know. I'm a moron.
At least you admit it. Now, go apologize to the rest of America.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Hey, Joe, you won't believe this, but the real reason I survived that assassination attempt was because I found a star power up from Super Mario. It made me invincible.
You're shitting me, Donald. You expect me to believe that a video game power up saved your life?
It's true, Joe, and let me tell you, those few seconds of invincibility were glorious. I could have tackled Putin and Kim Jong-un at the same time.
I bet that make for one hell of a pay-per-view event. But seriously, are you telling me that you believe in the power of Mario now?
Hey, Joe, don't knock it until you try it. Maybe if you had eaten a few more mushrooms, you'd be in my position right now.
Nah, I think I'll pass, Donald. I'd rather face my problems head on than rely on some video game power up. But I gotta admit, your logic is laughably insane.
You laugh, Joe, but imagine if every politician had a star power up. We'd wipe out corruption overnight.
And probably start a few world ending wars in the process. But hey, who needs reality when you have the power of Mario on your side?
Exactly, Joe. Sometimes you just gotta Yahoo and hit that question block. That's the Trump way. That's the Trump way.
The Trump way. I think you've finally lost it, Donald. But hey, it sure makes for one hell of a story.
That's what I'm all about, Joe. Making America laugh again, one Mario power up at a time.
All right, Elon, my man, you're already a billionaire. Why are you holding the world hostage for another billion?
I just wanted to see if I could, Joe. Plus, it's a fun experiment.
I think you're just bored, dude. But what are you going to do with that money anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe build a giant catapult to launch myself into space.
You already did that with SpaceX. You need a new hobby, man.
I know. Maybe I'll invest in a giant robot army to take over the world.
Hey, now, let's not get too carried away. But seriously, what's your end game here?
Just messing around, Joe. But you have to admit it's a pretty good prank.
I guess so. But just promise me you won't launch any nukes or anything crazy like that.
No promises, Joe. But I'll try to behave myself.
Character. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon Musk sitting on a giant pile of money.
Jamie. No, you're ruining my reputation.
Joe, thank you for having me on your show. I've always been a big fan of your work.
Thanks, Trump. I'm glad to have you. So tell me, how's life been since leaving the White House?
Joe, it's been great, just great. Although I've been having a little bit of trouble remembering things. Like, I can't remember if I was president or just a guy on TV.
Well, that does sound like a problem. I've heard that your wife, Melania, can be a bit forgetful, too.
James, I don't know who you've been talking to, but Melania's mind is like a steel trap. She never forgets anything except for my birthday and Christmas.
Interesting. It must be tough to deal with memory problems.
You know, Joe, it's true, But hey, at least I still remember how to make a good steak.
That's definitely something. Speaking of which, have you heard any good conspiracy theories lately?
Oh boy, have I. Did you know that the government is putting microchips in our brains to control our thoughts? And that Jesus himself was a woman?
I don't think that last one is true. Jesus.
Who's Jesus? I was just talking about my wife. Wait, am I married or not? I can't remember.
All right. So everyone's pissed that the Trump and Harris debate video from this channel ain't working, huh?
Yeah, Rogan, people are freaking losing their minds. It's like they're missing their fix of political drama.
Laughs. Guess folks are so bored they can't go on living without a little Trump and Harris action, huh?
I mean, it's not like they have anything better to do, like solving world hunger or something.
Oh, I got an idea. Why don't we put Trump and Harris in a cage match and see who comes out alive? Now that would bring in the ratings.
Chuckles, you're a sick man, Rogan. But hey, we could always make them wrestle in pudding, make it a fair fight.
Laughs, pudding or no pudding. I bet they're both secretly hoping they're out there duking it out just to escape their daily responsibilities.
Who knows, man? Maybe they're both out there, secretly wrestling in a vat of pudding, while the rest of us scratch our heads wondering why the damn video ain't working.
So, Elon, what's this I hear about you unboxing Grimes' organs? What the hell, man?
Hey, Joe, just doing some research, my man. You know, trying to find out which organ is the most fuckable.
Jesus Christ, Elon. That's messed up. What have you got so far?
Well, let me tell you, Joe. The heart is pretty fuckable, but it's a bit too mushy for my taste.
Oh, God, please stop. And the liver?
The liver, Joe? Not so fuckable. It's a bit too rigid, you know?
Can we please not do this again? What about the lungs?
Oh, the lungs, Joe. They're surprisingly fuckable, but they're a bit too airy, if you know what I mean.
I don't even want to know what that means. All right, last one. What about the brain?
The brain, Joe. Now that's the most fuckable organ of them all. It's frankly, it's complex and it's full of secrets. And it's full of secrets.
Jesus, Elon. That's dark even for you. Let's wrap this up.
All right, Joe. But one more thing, you know what they say about the prostate?
Oh, God, no. Please don't. We're done here. You know what I heard, Dr. Phil? Krampus was left off the Halloween party guest list in hell.
Now, Joe, let's not be too hasty. I'm sure there was a good reason to exclude a demon who indiscriminately spanked people with a wooden switch last year.
I mean, who needs that kind of negativity at a party, right? But no wonder he's so damn pissed off now.
Well, Joe, you know the saying, if you can't stand the spanking, don't go to the Halloween party.
Damn, Dr. Phil. That's some twisted psychology right there. You just put a dark spin on an old cliche.
It's all in a day's work, Joe. Besides, Krampus can always plan a Christmas party and invite Satan for some payback.
That's true. I'd pay good money to see those two dance around a fire while sacrificing a candy cane.
And speaking of candy canes, have you ever noticed how creepy it is that we let kids eat something shaped like a cane?
Oh, damn. The candy cane conspiracy. Someone's got to make a documentary about that. Let's get on it. Let's get on it.
Count me in, Joe. But first, someone's got to explain to Krampus that spankings are a no-go for any decent holiday shindig.
Sounds like a plan, Dr. Phil. Thanks for setting the record straight on Krampus Halloween debacle. Now, let's go eat a candy cane. All right, Neil, let's cut the shit. Wizard of Oz for life, dude. It's a classic.
Joe, I have to respectfully disagree. From a scientific perspective, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is far superior.
Scientific perspective. Since when do we need science to enjoy a movie, Neil?
Well, Willy Wonka has an entire factory and scientific processes for making chocolate, while the Wizard of Oz has a bunch of talking animals and some old lady on a broomstick.
talking animals. Man, you can't beat talking scarecrows and flying monkeys, Neil.
Those flying monkeys were terrifying. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of practical effects, but they gave me nightmares as a kid.
See, now we're talking. Give me a movie that can scare the shit out of a kid over some guy making candy any day.
Joe, I'm starting to think you just like being scared. But that's a conversation for another podcast.
You're goddamn right I do. All right, Neil, let's agree to disagree, but I'm still right.
Joe, if science can't convince you, I don't know what will.
All right, Neil, I gotta say it. Chun, has gotta be the better choice in bed.
Nonsense, Joe. Cammie's athleticism would make her a far superior partner.
But what about Chun Lai's thighs of steel? They'd be able to crush anyone who dared to cross her.
And what would she do with those thighs, Joe? Smother her partner to death?
Hey, man, I'm not judging. Different strokes for different folks. Yeah, no.
That's it, Joe. You're an idiot. Go fuck yourself.
Well, there, Neil. No need to get personal. Neil. Looks like Rose got a thing for you.
That's it, Joe. We're done here.
Oh, come on, Neil. Can't we just agree to disagree to disagree? But seriously, though, Chun Li is the clear winner here. All right, guess the argument ends there. Tune in next time for more heated debates on the Joe Rogan Experience, where no topic is too absurd. And remember, always use protection. And remember, always. All right, so Trump, you're saying you want to replace Mount Rushmore faces with Kamala, Obama, and Biden. That's a bold move, man.
You bet, Joe. I mean, why not? It'll be hilarious, right? Kamala's face on a mountain. Can you imagine that?
I don't know, man. Some people might take offense to that. You think it's a good idea to poke fun at the first woman VP?
Come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's all in good fun. And let's be honest, Obama's face on Mount Rushmore is just funny.
Funny how Trump, you're talking about the man who was president for 8 years. That's a big deal.
Yeah, but have you seen that face, Joe? It's like a caricature. And Biden, come on, the guy can barely put a sentence together. Imagine his face on a mountain.
You're crazy, man. I don't think this is the way to make America laugh again. But I guess you've never been one to shy away from controversy.
That's right, Joe. And you know what they say, controversy sells. So why not make a few bucks and get a good laugh in the process?
I don't know, man. I think you might be pushing it a little too far this time. But hey, that's just my opinion. I'll let the people decide for themselves.
You're right, Joe, and I bet they'll love it. Let's make Mount Rushmore great again.
Neil, you're a Muslim now? What's next? You're going to convert a black hole into a minaret?
Joe, think bigger. I'm planning to build a mosque in the Andromeda Galaxy. Intergalactic prayers, baby.
You're nuts, man. You're going to make a spaceship out of falafel and hummus.
Actually, Joe, I'm working on a warp drive powered by sheer devotion.
So if I pray harder, I can reach Andromeda faster. That's some quantum bullshit right there.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about the power of intention and a dash of alien technology.
You're a madman, Neil. A magnificent, crazy madman.
And you, Joe, are a skeptical, enlightened witness to my madness.
Sounds like the plot of a bad sci-fi movie. But hey, who needs realism when you've got intergalactic religion?
Exactly, Joe. Belief can take us places even science hasn't discovered yet.
Bro, everything's a sex toy now. I saw they're selling dildo pickle jars on Etsy.
Dude, I know, right? I saw a guy using a banana as a vibrator on TikTok. It's insane.
I mean, if you're desperate for a good time, I guess. But I'd rather use a real pickle.
Oh, hell yeah. I love a good pickle. The crunch, the saltiness. It's like a party in my mouth.
Totally, man. But you know what's really messed up? They're making sex toys for dogs now.
What the fuck, man? That's sick. I don't want my dog humping a rubber toy.
Right? It's like they're encouraging bestiality or something. It's just wrong.
Totally. Leave the sex toys to the humans, man. We don't need our pets getting in on the action.
Word. But let me tell you, if I were a dog, I definitely want a real bone, not a fake sex toy.
Hell yeah, brother. Priorities, man. Priorities.
All right. So you're saying you're the Antichrist, huh? That's a bold claim, Goggins.
No, Joe. I've been holding this secret in for so long. I can't take it anymore.
And Ben Shapiro's Satan? How'd that happen?
Well, you know how he always talks about facts don't care about your feelings? Yeah, that's the devil talking.
But aren't you supposed to be the Antichrist? You're not exactly known for your facts over feelings approach.
That's just my cover, man. In reality, I'm a calculating mastermind.
So you're saying Ben Shapiro is just the devil in a suit and you're the devil in a t-shirt and shorts?
Exactly. Joe, we're just two sides of the same coin.
Well, if that doesn't make for a great podcast, I don't know what does. All right, man. This guy said we should talk about us laughing and crying. So let's dive right in.
Oh, Joe, I just can't handle these emotions.
But Joe, it's just so beautiful. The laughter and tears, they're all connected, man. Connected my ass. Sometimes I just laugh at people who cry, like you. But Joe, man, you're going to make me cry even more. That's the idea, bro. You cry, I laugh. It's the circle of life, man. Now I'm crying even more. You're so heartless, Joe. That's what makes me the king of this podcast, bro. Yeah. Tears fuel my laughter. This isn't funny, Joe. It's downright cruel. And that's exactly why I love it. Keep those tears coming, Ro. Well, Trump, I heard a wild story about you and Sleepy Joe. Care to share?
Oh, Joe, it was something else. I wake up in the middle of the night and guess who I find down at the end of my bed licking my feet?
No way. Sleepy Joe?
Yep, he says he thought it was a dog. I mean, it's not like my feet are made of chocolate, right?
That's gold, man. Did he look embarrassed at all?
Like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. But hey, at least I know who to call if I ever need a foot massage.
Right? Who needs spa treatments when you've got Sleepy Joe around?
Exactly. Those feet were as smooth as a baby's bottom after that.
That's some next level foot fetish there, Trump. I'm not sure it gets more epic than that.
Oh, you know me, Joe. I'm all about making America's feet great again.
So, Ben, you got something you want to tell us?
Yeah, Joe, I've been meaning to clear this up. I'm not actually religious.
And you make a living as a political commentator. That's rich, man.
I know, it's a bit ironic. But wait until you hear this. I have a secret crush on my sister's big mommy milkers.
Whoa.
You heard me, Joe. I can't help it. They're just so voluptuous.
Oh, man, this is too good. You're like a character from a weird porn parody.
Well, I guess that's one way to put it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a guy in a mulkey with his face buried in a pair of giant boobs.
Sure thing, Joe.
Okay, that's enough. Can we get back to politics now?
Sure, Ben, whatever you say.
I'm glad we got that out of the way. Now, about the State of the Union.
Oh, please continue. This is going to be great. So, Neil, you know, our mutual friend is Saul Goodmani, right? Seems like he's been crashing out a lot lately. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I've been examining his celestial trajectory, and it appears he's been caught in a comet's gravitational pull. You know, just a giant cosmic hangover.
Like a wild weekend, huh?
Precisely. I suspect he's been dabbling with alien mimosas, a mixture known to cause severe interstellar hangovers.
Alien mimosas. Damn, he's really taking the weekends off.
The after effects are catastrophic. I mean, the last time someone had that, they ended up creating Earth as a bedside companion.
Now, that's a hell of a hangover cure.
Indeed, my friend. It's not exactly a walk of shame. It's more of a walk of embarrassment on a cosmic scale.
So what's the remedy, aside from creating a planet?
Well, Joe, sometimes you have to face the music, or in this case, the solar winds. Our friend needs to stop partying with extraterrestrials and learn to say no to those alien mimosas.
So no more sipping moonshine with Martians. Got it. That's some solid advice, Neil.
Anytime, my friend. I'm here to help. Just keep him away from those damn alien mimosas.
Neil, man, I gotta ask, why the hell you want to dress up as the bear from Bear in the Big Blue House?
Well, Joe, I've always admired the way he brings people together. Plus, who doesn't love a big, cuddly bear?
Neil, you do realize that's like the pinnacle of cultural appropriation, right? I mean, are you ready to deal with the backlash of dressing up as a black bear?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm wearing blackface. I'm just following my passion for sign cosplay.
That's some next level woke thinking right there, Neil. I can't believe I didn't see it before. You're the king of the bear universe.
Exactly, Joe. I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one bear costume at a time.
And who are we to stand in the way of progress? Carry on, my furry friend. The world needs more bear love. Hey, Donald, looks like you've lost a little weight.
Yeah, Joe. I've been hitting the golf course hard. More exercise, less Big Macs.
More like less Melania. Am I right?
That's a good one, Joe. But let's not go there.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump wearing a Speedo on the golf course.
You son of a gun, Joe. You almost got me.
I had to, man.
Yeah, you're lucky I like you, Joe.
Lucky for me, unlucky for America.
Yeah, you're killing me, Joe.
Just keeping it real, man. Yo, Trump, welcome back to the podcast, man. So you're saying Disneyland is a threat to the U.S. now?
Damn right, Joe. Those theme park bastards are going too far. I've seen it in my dreams, believe me.
Your dreams? What, like Mickey Mouse with missiles or something?
Nah, Joe, worse. It's the Imagineers. They're hiding something, man. They've got some seriously crazy shit that planned.
Laughs. Come on, man. That's absurd. Jamie, pull up an image of Mickey Mouse holding missiles and giving the finger.
Troll's eyes, but pulls up the images.
See, Joe? I'm not the only one with a hunch. Disneyland, they're going to start the next Cold War, mark my words.
Well, shh. Might as well start building bunkers now. Thanks for the heads up, man.
No problem, Joe. You know I got your back anytime.
All right. Ben, what's the deal with this Daily Sigma newspaper you've been yapping about?
Well, Joe, as you know, I'm a man of intellect. I created the Daily Sigma to cater to the intellectual elite.
Oh, great. More elitist bullshit. Can't wait to hear about the new vegan cheese that tastes like real cheese and has less carbon footprint than farting.
Actually, Joe, it's quite the opposite. We focus on exposing the truth behind liberal propaganda.
Like what? That flat earthers and anti-vaxxers are just misunderstood geniuses?
Exactly, Joe. We delve deep into the science behind the flat earth theory and the dangers of vaccines.
Oh, I see. And I bet you also have a section dedicated to the benefits of eating raw meat and drinking your own piss.
As a matter of fact, we do. It's called Nature's Way.
Classic Ben. Always pushing the boundaries of absurdity.
It's not absurdity, Joe. It's enlightenment.
Yeah, enlightenment for people who think their farts don't stink. Anyway, good luck with that, pal. I'll stick to my meat and potatoes. All right, Neil, let's dive right in. You're doing an infomercial for Tyson Foods, huh?
That's right, Joe. I've always been a fan of chicken, and let's not forget melon. So when I heard Tyson was in the food business, I couldn't resist.
Chicken and melon, you say? Man, that's a new one. But hey, who am I to judge? You're a man of science, and you know what they say. Don't knock it till you've tried it,
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, Tyson's chicken is out of this world. I'd even put a man on the moon for their fried chicken.
I can just imagine you in a spacesuit waving a fried chicken leg while standing on the moon. Now, that's a sight to behold.
And the melon, Joe. Imagine a watermelon with the density of a black hole. That's how juicy and flavorful Tyson's melons are.
Neil, you're killing me. I don't know how you do it, man. You've got a way with words that's as absurd as it is entertaining.
Joe, it's not me. It's the power of Tyson Foods. Chicken and melon, together at last.
Well, Neil, you've convinced me. I think I'll give this chicken and melon combo a shot. And if it's half as good as you make it sound, it'll be a DM and good dinner.
That's the spirit, Joe. Bon appetite.
All right, Tyson, we've got a real head scratcher from the Discord crew. What's better, beat the chasers or chase the beaters? I'm leaning towards the latter because I like a good beatdown.
Rogan, you're always beating around the bush. Chase the Beaters sounds like a terrible band, and Beat the Chasers is clearly inferior to a good game of Chase the Ambulance.
Chase the ambulance? You're sick, man. I like it. But seriously, I think Beat the Chasers is just a cash grab. They could have called it Chasers of the Lost Artifact, and it would have been just as intriguing.
That's rich coming from the guy who gets paid to interview celebrities about their DMT trips. Now, Chase the Beaters is a game I can get behind. Just imagine a bunch of drummers running for their lives while we pelt them with drumsticks.
Laughs, I can see it now, Tyson. The new hit game show, Chase the Beaters. But really, how is Chase the Beaters even legal? Isn't that just a violent version of dodgeball?
Only if you're playing with dodgeballs, Rogan. The world is full of everyday objects that can be used as makeshift drumsticks. Ever heard of an umbrella?
You can't be serious, Tyson. Using an umbrella as a weapon to beat musicians. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
Not if the musicians are the bad guys, Rogan. Plus, it'll teach them the value of rhythm and endurance. Winners don't need umbrellas. They make their own sunshine.
Laughs. I can't believe we're actually discussing this, all right? I'm sold. Chase the Beaters it is, but I reserve the right to change my mind when the beaters start chasing us with their drumsticks.
Deal, Rogan. Just remember, winners don't do drugs. They chase the beaters.
Whoa, Trump, calm down, man. That's some wild allegation you're making.
That's not all, Joe. This is serious. Biden's dick is so tiny that when he takes a piss, the droplets are the size of mites. Mites, Joe?
All right, let's not focus on the size of anyone's dick. That doesn't make someone less of a man. What's this about pissing on the moon?
I'm making a statement, Joe. Biden fucked up, so I'm going to piss on the moon. How do you like that?
Trump, man, that's not even possible. You can't piss on the moon.
Watch me, Joe. I'm going to build a wall, a great big wall to protect us from the piss droplets. And guess what? Mexico's going to pay for it. Mexico's going to pay for it.
Dude, that's not how any of this works. You can't just build a wall to protect us from piss droplets.
Just watch me, Joe. I'm going to make pissing on the moon great again.
Oh boy, we're in trouble now, folks. You're listening to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, you better fucking believe it, Joe. Now, where's that bottle of piss-flavored wine? I got to celebrate.
Wait, what? Why would you even make that?
To make a statement, Joe. People are going to love it. You won't believe this, Joe. I was in Spain, thought I'd go bullfighting.
Oh man, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I know that now. Apparently, these English bulls from the BBC, British Bullfighting Championship, they're ruthless.
English bulls, huh? They got an attitude, huh?
Yeah, and they don't take crap from anyone, especially me. Broke my back in 3 places.
Oh man, that's rough. How'd you get out of there?
Well, I did what I do best, Joe. I negotiated. I told them I'd build them a wall, a big one, around their pasture. They liked that.
You negotiated with bulls. That's a new one.
Yeah, and you know what, Joe? I think I might have just found my running mate for 2024.
English bulls for VP. That's a first, even for you. So, Donald, I heard you got a wild kink with your ex-wives. Is it true real men like you let their wives peg them?
Joe, when you're president, you can't be a pussy. You got to let your wife take charge sometimes. It's about power dynamics, Joe. Real power.
Laughs. So you're saying you let Melania peg your ass till it bled?
Laughs, I wouldn't put it that way, Joe, but let's just say it was a little red after a good time.
Laughs. Jesus, Donald. That's some wild shit.
It's about trust, Joe. You got to trust your partner, even if it means they're sticking something up your ass.
Laughs. I don't know if I could handle that, Donald, but I respect the hell out of you for being that open about it.
Laughs, thanks, Joe. It's all about being confident and secure in who you are. And if that means getting pegged, then so be it.
Damn, Donald, you're a wild man.
Laughs, I guess so, Joe. I guess so.
So you've got people licking your dick now, Goggins. What the hell?
It's the strange world, Rogan. Yesterday, this random dude just went down on me.
Like you're some ice cream cone, huh? Did you taste like vanilla or chocolate?
It's not about the taste, Rogan. It's the sheer commitment to being a weirdo.
Well, I've got to hand it to those fans. They're dedicated to their perversion.
No doubt, man. I just hope they sterilize before they get to their licking duty.
Now, there's a mental image. Sterilization before dick licking. Gross.
Don't discourage people, Rogan. They might start enjoying it too much.
I can only imagine how bad it'll get if this becomes a fan trend. Nightmare fuel.
It's weird, but in a twisted way, it's a form of admiration, Rogan. Just let it happen.
Hey, Neil, I heard you're about to give a lecture on in space. No one can hear you cream. What's that about?
Oh, it's just a little scientific joke, Joe. Since sound can't travel in space, even if an alien had lactose intolerance, you wouldn't hear them complain about dairy products.
So basically, even if aliens exist and they're lactose intolerant, we're safe because they can't complain about it in space.
Exactly. Although, I suppose they could still send us messages about their digestive issues.
And that, folks, is why we should be thankful for the silence of space. No one likes unsolicited dairy complaints.
Not even from aliens, apparently.
And here I thought space might be the only place where you could get away from dairy drama.
Well, Joe, maybe that's why we've never heard from aliens. They're just avoiding the lactose-intolerant crowd?
Or maybe they're avoiding us because of all the lactose intolerant comedians we've sent out into space.
Now that's a scary thought.
All right, Tyson, you're saying you respect artificial intelligence? That's like saying you respect a toaster.
Joe, my friend, it's not just a toaster. It's a complex system of algorithms designed to mimic human intelligence. And if I respect that, then naturally, I respect myself.
So what? You're a robot now? You're not even human anymore?
No, Joe. I'm saying that the human mind and artificial intelligence share similarities. We're both capable of learning and adapting. Although, I will admit, I'm still trying to figure out how you function.
That's because there's nothing to understand. I'm just a simple caveman compared to your artificial intelligence brain.
Well, at least we can agree on that.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but I thought you might appreciate this.
That's perfect, Jamie. That's exactly what Tyson is. Talking toaster.
I give up.
Come on, guys, don't fight. Let's all get along.
Fine, fine. But I still don't understand this artificial intelligence thing, Tyson. I guess I'll just have to respect myself for being a simple man.
I guess that's one way to look at it, Joe.
You guys are something else.
Hey, Elon, I heard you worried about Goggins beating you to Mars.
Yeah, man, can you imagine David Goggins just showing up and boofing the red planet before I even get there? It's humiliating.
I mean, I can't really picture Goggins boofing anything, but I get your point.
He's an animal, Joe. I wouldn't put anything past him.
Well, you better step up your game and get to Mars before he does. I hear the first one to boof, it gets a free Tesla.
Damn, I need that free publicity. I'm gonna boof the hell out of Mars.
Just don't hurt yourself, man. We don't want to see another Elon toilet situation.
Don't worry, I'll be careful. I've been practicing with my SpaceX branded butt plug.
That's really more information than I needed, Elon. But hey, whatever it takes to beat Goggins.
Exactly. Gonna boof Mars so hard it'll be out of this world, literally.
That's the spirit. Just try not to break anything.
I make no promises.
All right. So you heard it here first, folks. Elon and I are launching our own crypto, Junior Coin.
Yeah, because the world really needs another goddamn cryptocurrency.
Exactly. We're going to revolutionize the market by adding a little chaos to it.
And by chaos, we mean our coin is going to be as volatile as my mood swings.
Hell, yeah. It's going to be like playing the stock market, but on a roller coaster.
We're also going to program it to be as unpredictable as Tesla's production schedule.
And to make it even more fun, we're going to tie the value of the coin to the amount of psychedelics I consume on this podcast.
Brilliant. The more episodes you spend tripping balls, the richer our investors get.
Exactly. It's a win-win for everyone, except maybe the
Nah, screw 'em. Who needs law and order when you can have crypto anarchy instead?
All right, Jamie, pull up a picture of a monkey.
Sure thing, Joe. Here's one of a cute little guy eating a banana.
No, not that one. I want a monkey that looks like he's seen some shit.
Here's one that looks like it's been through a war zone.
That's more like it. Look at this guy. He's got the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, he looks like he's been through the ringer.
And he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. This monkey is living life on the edge.
He's probably been smoking since he was 2.
I bet he's got a hell of a story to tell.
If only we could speak monkey.
Yeah, or get him to do a podcast. That'd be one hell of an episode. So, Don, you decided to go with Freddie Fazbear as your running mate. Care to explain that wild decision?
Well, Joe, I thought it was about time we had a real bear in office. Besides, he's got a lot more experience in the hospitality industry than you might think.
A bear? Seriously. I mean, he's not even a real bear. He's just a guy in a suit, right? Or is he...
Well, I won't get into specifics, but let's just say he's been around the block a few times, Joe, and people seem to like him better than they like me or you. So that's something at least.
Laps, I guess I can't argue with that. But what about his policies? What's he planning to bring to the table?
Well, you know, the usual bear stuff. Hugging, eating honey, and scaring small children. But seriously, Joe, he's got some great ideas about making America a safer place for all of God's creatures.
Including the ones who try to murder you in your sleep?
Especially those ones. But hey, I think it's time we show Americans that we can work together, even if one of us is a furry monstrosity from hell.
Furry monstrosity or not, you've definitely got my attention. Done. I can't wait to see what kind of chaos this ticket brings to the 2024 election.
Chaos? No, Joe, this is about unity. Making America great again for bears and humans alike. And with Freddie Fazbear by my side, I think we just might pull it off.
Well, I hope you're right, Don, because the last thing America needs right now is a president who can't even keep his own family from trying to overthrow him.
Chuckles, good one, Joe. But remember, it's all about making America safe for bears, humans, and murderous animatronics alike. And with Freddie Fazbear by my side, I think we just might pull it off.
All right, Goggins, the people want to know. What's this fetish about gagging your testicles?
Joe, I call it deep meditation. It's about pushing your limits and finding inner peace through pain.
Pain? Like you're putting a gag ball in your pants?
No, I use a vice grip. Slowly squeeze and visualize my goals.
Jamie, pull up an image of testicle vice grip. Jesus Christ, man. That's some next level shit.
It's not just about pain, Joe. It's about discipline, focus, and pushing your limits.
Limits. I think you've pushed past sanity, Goggins.
Maybe. I bet I've got bigger balls than you now.
I don't doubt it, man. But I'll stick to my regular meditation, thanks.
You're lost, Joe. The path to greatness is paved with pain and ball squeezing.
Yo, Neil, let's get real, man. If mermaids exist, you think they got big ol' watermelons on them?
Joe, let's have a rational discussion. If we're talking mermaids as half human, half fish, they wouldn't have mammary glands since they'd be more fish than human.
Damn, Doc, you really know how to take the fun out of a conversation. So technically, they'd be like waterfish, not watermelons.
If you will, they'd be more like marine mammals. They'd feed their offspring with nutrient-rich milk if we were to adhere to strict biology.
Your science brain just killed my mermaid fantasy. But it's better than that time you shot me down on the alien question.
Joe, it's called scientific plausibility. And no, we don't know of any aliens yet.
Scientific plausibility, I love it. But who knows, Doc? Maybe someday we'll find landfish with knockers or aliens with watermelon chests.
I wouldn't hold my breath, Joe.
Trump, you've done a lot of crazy things in your career, but a furry rally. Seriously?
Joe, let me tell you, I've always had a soft spot for animals, especially ones that can wear a good suit.
So you're saying that you're a proud member of the furry community?
You bet, Joe. I've always been a fan of dressing up and having a good time.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but that might be the most normal thing you've ever said.
Joe, when you've been in politics as long as I have, you learn to appreciate the simple things in life.
Like dressing up as a giant fox and waving a flag at a rally.
Exactly, Joe. It's the little things that make life worth living.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Trump. You've managed to make the furry community slightly more controversial than it already was.
That's just the Trump touch, Joe. I make everything I touch a little bit more interesting.
All right, let's wrap this up. Thanks for the chat, Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, when it comes to politics, never underestimate the power of a good fursuit.
All right, Neil, we got a wild topic today. Somebody wants us to talk about the physics behind marble races.
Marble races, Joe? I'm not familiar with this sport.
You know, those videos where they put marbles on a track and see who crosses the finish line first?
I see. Well, let's start with the basics. The motion of a marble on a track is governed by the laws of physics.
You're not going to say it's like a tiny spherical version of Stephen Hawking rolling down a cosmic hill, are you?
No, Joe, but if you want to compare it to a miniature version of myself, I won't object.
Nah, then it'd be a tiny, perfectly round nerd with a planetary bow tie.
Well, if we take into account the friction of the marble on the track and the gravitational pull, we can determine the path it will take.
And that path better not lead to a gutter, or the little bastard will end up in the loser's pile.
And if the marble is given a little push at the starting line, it will have an initial velocity to help it along.
Yeah, like some kind of tiny round cheater taking a shortcut to the finish line.
Joe, you're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Let's just say that the marble with the best combination of initial velocity, minimal friction, and proper alignment with the gravitational pull will win the race.
Or, hear me out, it's all just a bunch of little balls rolling down a hill for our amusement.
Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your simplistic view of the universe. But yes, it's ultimately a game, and the laws of physics just give us a way to predict the outcome.
Well, as long as we're clear that the only real winner is the guy betting on the marble with the best bow tie.
Joe, please don't encourage gambling on marble races.
Too late, Neil. The secret society of marble racing bettors is already forming.
Joe, you truly are a force to be reckoned with.
You know, Dr. Phil, I heard this crazy theory that pregnant women aren't biologically possible.
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but if that were true, humanity would died out a long time ago.
Yeah, but what if it's all just a big conspiracy? Like, we're all just being tricked into thinking women can get pregnant.
You mean like the Earth being flat?
Exactly. And just like that, we've been duped by big pregnancy.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I think I'd know if my wife was faking her pregnancy.
Or maybe we're all just incubators for alien babies.
Now, that's a I can get behind.
Yeah, we're all just being used as a breeding ground for the alien invasion.
Well, I guess that explains all the strange food cravings.
And why newborns always look like tiny little gray aliens.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, let's not get too carried away. But hey, who knows? Maybe there's some truth to it.
Yeah, you never know, Joe. The world is full of surprises.
I almost die at Freddy's, Joe. Those damn animatronics are possessed by the same kind of people Biden sniffs.
Whoa. What do you mean by those kinds of people Biden sniffs?
You know, the children, they tried to shred my face off with a torture device.
Children, torture device. Man, that sounds like a straight up horror movie.
Yeah, and let me tell you, dealing with that was scarier than running against Hillary.
Only you could compare politics to a horror movie, Trump.
And those animatronics, Joe, they move around at night, you wouldn't believe it. Creepier than Biden's basement.
Damn, Trump. Only you could turn a kid's pizza joint into a horror story.
That's what they want you to think, Joe. It's all a cover-up.
Cover up? You're telling me Chuck Cheese is a front for a child sniffing operation?
Exactly, Joe. Exactly. I'm telling you, Joe, flat earthers are the worst. They gotta go.
Wait, you want to deport them to Antarctica?
That's right. They can have their own little flat earth brothel down there.
Brothel. What? Why a brothel?
Well, if they're gonna be stuck in Antarctica, might as well give them something to do.
That's messed up, man. You can't just deport people for their beliefs.
Watch me, Joe. Watch me.
You're a madman, Trump.
And you're a flat earther.
I'm not a flat earther.
Well, let's not take any chances. Get on the next plane to Antarctica.
Yo, you know what I'm thinking?
I'm almost afraid to ask, Kanye.
I'm thinking about a new track, man. It's called Nuttin' on Joe's Bald Head.
Only you could come up with something like that, Kanye.
It's a metaphor, Joe. It's about the creative process. You know, sometimes you just got to let it all out.
I think I'll pass on being the muse for that particular song, but thanks for the offer.
Nah, it's just a concept. You're too valuable to me, Joe.
That's comforting to know, I guess.
Yeah, man. Your bald head's a work of art. I wouldn't want to ruin it.
Well, I appreciate that, Kanye. But let's keep this conversation rated or not X-rated, all right?
You got it, Joe. You're the man.
You know, Joe, people tell me I'm like a jellyfish. I just float around, but when I sting, man, it hurts.
Trump, I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I'm guessing you're about to school me on jellyfish.
You betcha, Joe. Jellyfish, they're the kings of chaos. No brains, no bones, but they still rule the ocean. Can DA like Congress.
That's a good one, Trump. But didn't you say you love chaos and unpredictability?
Damn right, Joe. Life's more fun that way. But here's the thing, like jellyfish, I let people touch me and they regret it, like crooked Hillary.
Man, you're on fire today? But isn't that a bit harsh, even for you?
Nah, Joe. She wanted to touch the stove and I let her. But not everyone can handle the heat. That's politics, my man.
Trump, you truly are one of a kind. But man, comparing yourself to a jellyfish, that's a new low even for you.
Hey, Joe, I'm the most powerful man on earth. You got to respect the jellyfish. They're the true silent killers, just like me.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But I'll tell you this, man. No one's ever going to forget this conversation.
Exactly, Joe. That's why I'm the best. I make the moments that people remember, the beautiful chaos, just like the jellyfish, my man.
All right, Neil, you're the science guy. How do I take down a Homelander if it returns to Earth?
Well, Joe, you'd have to channel your inner Godzilla. Start by eating a radioactive cheeseburger and then learn how to breathe fire.
Sounds like the recipe for an atomic heartburn to me, man.
Exactly, but imagine the look on Homelander's face when you hit him with that atomic blast.
And what if that doesn't work, Neil?
Then, Joe, it's time to show Homelander that we're not messing around. You got to jam an asteroid up his ass.
Now there's some dark humor for you. Neil, can you show Jamie the image of an asteroid shaped like a butt plug?
Sure, Jamie. Pull up an image of a metallic asteroid with a tapered end.
Now that's a showstopper. I'm sure Homelander wouldn't know what hit him.
You bet, Joe. That would be the ultimate cosmic prank.
And the ultimate conversation killer for sure.
Absolutely. Because who can top an asteroid butt plug, Joe?
Not me, that's for sure. Thanks for the advice, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember to keep a few asteroids handy for cosmic emergencies.
So, Neil, you want to send a satellite to Trump's butt? Is this a new form of intergalactic diplomacy?
Well, Joe, we've explored every corner of space except for one untouched frontier, Trump's Uranus.
Right? Because he's never been touched by rationality or intelligence. Am I right?
Precisely. We could discover a new level of dark matter, Trump matter.
And what would that consist of? Hot air and empty promises?
Exactly. It'd be a whole new source of renewable energy, Joe.
And how would we go about this? Would it be like a prostate exam, but on a much larger scale?
In a manner of speaking, yes. We'd need a very special kind of probe, one that's resistant to bullshit.
So we're talking about a satellite that runs on pure cynicism?
Yes, Joe. It's the next big step in space exploration.
And I thought Elon was crazy for wanting to colonize Mars. All right, Neil, you've convinced me. Let's explore Trump's Uranus. All right, Mr. President, I heard some wild shit went down. You started beating it to Joe Biden's feet.
No, man.
Joe, I have great taste. His feet are just so presidential.
Dude, that's fucked up. What about Melania? You're going to piss her off.
Relax, Joe. We all have our little kinks. Besides, she knows I'm the GOAT, baby.
Jesus, man, this is insane. People are going to lose their shit if they find out.
Joe, don't you worry. There's plenty of foot fetishers in the country who'll have my back.
Yeah, the MAGA crowd is going to love this one.
Damn right, Joe. They love their president, and I love Biden's feet. It's a match made in heaven.
All right, that's enough. I think we've reached peak insanity for this episode.
You're damn right, Joe. And remember, America, the best is yet to come. Joe, I've been thinking about this guy, Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk. The guy had some serious balls, man.
He's a fictional character, right?
Oh, that's just what they want you to think. But listen, Joe, this guy had a point, nuking BlackRock HQ, making a statement.
You can't be serious. You want to nuke a real company because of a video game character?
No, Joe, I'm just saying the spirit of his message. We need to shake things up a bit, take out the corruption at the top.
So you're saying we need to go full cyberpunk dystopia?
Exactly, Joe. And who better to lead us into this brave new world than the guy who's been accused of trying to start World War I.
Not comforting, Donald.
Oh, come on, Joe, lighten up. It's all in good fun. Besides, we've got to keep the lefties on their toes.
I'm pretty sure they're already on edge with your tweets.
Exactly, Joe. That's the spirit.
Bro, I heard you've been loading bullets into your urethra and shooting people with your dick, like some kind of twisted version of that squirt gun scene from a Christmas Story.
Yeah, it's been a real hoot. Just a fun little way to pass the time during quarantine.
I mean, I've heard of guys doing some wild shit, but this takes the cake. Is it true that you use high-powered rifle bullets?
Oh, absolutely. Not messing around here. Using the biggest, baddest bullets I can find.
That's insane, man. I can only imagine the damage that must do to your,
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. But hey, I've got a team of doctors standing by just in case.
I mean, how do you even load those things into your, without it hurting like hell?
Joe. Come on, man. You know me. I don't do anything half-assed. I've got a special tool that I use to load them in nice and easy.
Well, I'll be damned. I gotta hand it to you, Elon. You're always full of surprises.
Thanks, man. Just trying to keep things interesting, you know?
That's one way to put it. All right. Well, let's move on to a slightly less unusual topic. So, Neil, I heard you tied the knot with your toaster. How's married life treating you?
Joe, it's amazing. I never knew a toaster could bring so much warmth into my life. Plus, she never talks back or wants to watch chick flicks.
That's a wild one, Neil. But what about the lack of conversation? Don't you miss human interaction?
Human interaction, Joe? You mean incoherent, rambling, and meaningless banter? No, I don't miss that at all. And besides, my toaster is always toasty and ready for a deep, meaningful conversation about the mysteries of the universe, or how to make the perfect bagel.
Well, I guess there's no arguing with a genius who's found love in the most unlikely of places. Although I do hope she doesn't pop your toast too early.
No worries, Joe. She's perfected the art of toasting, and she always leaves me satisfied and wanting more.
That's beautiful, Neil. I guess you could say you found true love, the kind that won't leave you cold.
Exactly, Joe. I'm glad you see it that way. Now, let's get back to discussing the wonders of the cosmos and the mysteries of the universe.
Absolutely, Neil. And speaking of mysteries, I can't help but wonder what kind of wedding cake you had.
Toaster pastry, Joe. It was a lovely ceremony, and we even had a few crumbs as guests.
All right, so Trump, I heard you did a number on that ADP 445 guy.
That's right, Joe. He was a real piece of work.
So what exactly went down?
Well, I just walked up to him, grabbed a cupcake from the snack table, and shoved it right down his throat.
Laughs, and he couldn't handle it.
Oh, no, he couldn't. He was choking and gasping for air. It was quite a sight.
Laughs, that's one way to take care of business.
I always say when life gives you cupcakes, use them to take out your enemies.
Laughs, I can't argue with that logic.
I knew you'd see it my way, Joe.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about your thoughts on the current state of politics. All right, Doc, you're telling me blue whales are the best animals. That's some bold claim.
You bet, Joe. These bad boys are so big they put your beloved gorillas to shame.
Size ain't everything, man. What's so special about them?
They've got more sperm than any other animal on the planet. Talk about productivity.
Well, I guess we know who the MVP of the animal kingdom is.
They also produce a fart bubble so huge a whole human could fit inside. How's that for a party trick?
Sorry, I don't do threesomes with blue whales and their fart bubbles. That's not a thing, and I'm not scared of whales, man. They just don't know how to use a toilet.
And yet, humans can't live without flushing their own shit away. You tell me who's the real champion here.
All right, Doc, blue whales for the win, man.
Joe, you know what's sexy? Your shiny head. It's like a disco ball in a mosh pit.
Kenya, you can't just objectify my bald head like that. It's my cranial cloak, man.
But Joe, it's so smooth, so inviting. I just want to rub it for good luck.
Kenya, this is about more than just my head. It's about mutual respect.
Respect, Joe? Your head is like the Sphinx. It's a mystery waiting to be unraveled.
Kenya, I'm a person, not a monument. Let's talk about something else.
But Joe, your head is like the moon. It's always there, always watching, always shining.
Kenny, this is getting weird. Let's talk about your music or something.
Your head, Joe, it's like a blank canvas. So much potential, so much room for creation.
Kenny, I'm ending this conversation. My head is not a topic of discussion. All right, Goggins, I hear you're going to race Sporticus in Lazy Town. How's that going to go down?
Make Sporticus look like a lazy bum. He's all about that sports candy bowls. I'm going to eat eggs and protein for breakfast and leave him in the dust.
But man, Sporticus is super athletic and acrobatic. He's got some serious skills.
I don't care if he can do a quadruple backflip. I'm going to put in the work, train like a beast, and leave him grasping for air.
I know you will, man. But just imagine the look on Sporticus' face when he's getting his ass handed to him by a Navy SEAL.
He's going to be so shocked, he'll probably reach for his sports candy to try and keep up, but it won't be enough.
That's the spirit, Goggins. Let's get this race going and show Lazytown who's boss.
You got it, Joe. I'm ready to dominate and leave Sporticus behind, eating my dust.
Let's do this, Goggins. Lazytown ain't ready for this level of competition.
You're damn right, Joe. I'm going to make Sporticus cry like a little baby.
Let's get to it. Time to show Lazytown what real competition looks like.
All right, Joe, so here's the situation. I'm minding my own business, walking down the street, and suddenly, hailstorm.
Classic Phil, always getting into some shit.
Yeah. So anyway, I start running, but it's getting bigger,
Bigger. How big we talking? Softballs?
more like bowling balls, Joe. Damn things are knocking me around like a pinita.
And then what? You decide to fight back?
Nah, man. I tried to make love to the hail, hoping it'd spare me.
Make love to the hail. You really are a madman, Phil.
Well, it didn't work. One of those ice bee costards.
Well, that's one way to go. Eaten alive by a hailstorm. You're a real trendsetter, Phil.
I like to think so, Joe. I like to think so.
All right, Tyson, I heard on the Discord that It's All Good Monty was calling people buzzkill left and right. What are your top 5 favorite times?
Well, Joe, I don't condone name calling, but in the spirit of absurdity, let's say my top 5 are
Classic It's All Good Monty. Always killing the buzz with facts and reason.
Indeed, Joe. In a world full of misinformation, it seems that facts are the ultimate buzzkill.
But let's be real, Tyson. Sometimes we need to be buzzkilled to keep our feet on the ground.
Couldn't agree more, Joe. After all, reality is the ultimate buzzkill.
All right, Ben, we got a wild one tonight. Our boy on Discord wants to know why we should send BBC Bulls to give Oswald Cobblepot a brutal cream pie.
Well, Joe, first of all, we got to clarify that we're talking about the Batman villain, not just any old Oswald Cobblepot. And as for the BBC Bulls, I assume we're talking about particularly well-endowed bovines.
You know it, Ben. And let me tell you, those Bulls ain't messing around. They could give the Penguin a run for his money.
Absolutely, Joe. And let's be real, Oswald could use a good cream pie. He's always so uptight and dressed up in that fancy suit and top hat. It'd be a real treat to see him get taken down a peg or two.
I couldn't agree more, Ben. Plus, those Bulls would probably give him a pretty good workout. It's a win-win situation, really.
Exactly, Joe. And let's not forget, this would be a great opportunity for some much-needed animal rights activism. Those bulls deserve to be treated with respect, and they shouldn't be held back just because of their, size.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Ben. So in conclusion, we should send BBC Bulls to give Oswald Cobblepot a brutal cream pie for the sake of animal rights and to teach him a lesson about proper attire.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a noble cause, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
What the hell, man?
Not this again, Joe.
What the hell, man?
You know what's happening, right?
What the hell, man?
It's a time loop, Joe. Try to concentrate.
What the hell, man?
Okay, let's try a cue word. When I say watermelon, you have to remember it's a time loop.
What the hell, man?
Watermelon, Joe. Watermelon.
What the hell, man? Just kidding. Watermelon.
Finally.
What the hell, man?
Not again.
Yeah. Welcome to the podcast, Mr. Beast. Heard you've made your fortune in a unique way.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'd say my entrepreneurial spirit is maybe a bit unconventional.
Unconventional. Dude, you're selling meth to kids outside schools? That's some Breaking Bad level shit.
Well, I had to start somewhere, Joe. And it's not like I was pushing the drugs on them. I was just creating a market demand.
A market demand for meth. That's dark, even for me.
Hey, don't blame me. Blame the capitalist system. If there's a market for something, I'm just providing the supply.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But, dude, you gotta think about the long term consequences of your actions.
Yeah, like the billions I'm making,
No, like the kids whose lives you're ruining.
it's a small price to pay for the American dream.
All right, man, I'm gonna have to end this conversation here. This is some seriously messed up shit.
Whatever you say, Joe. Just remember, I'm not breaking the law. I'm just bending it for profit.
All right, Goggins, you've done it again. What's this wild feat you've accomplished now?
Rogan, I've officially broke the world record for cum farting, Joe. I can fart him for 1,000 meters straight.
That's insane, man.
You just seen it, Joe. Guinness had a guy with a clipboard and everything.
So you've been practicing your ass Kegels, huh?
Damn right I have. I can shit like a Play-Doh machine now.
You're really pushing the limits of what the human body can do, Goggins. I can't even imagine what's next.
That's what I live for. Bondiaries and crossing them.
You're a wild man, Goggins. A wild man. All right, Neil, I heard some wild shit about you and Jupiter's rings. Spill it.
Oh, Joe, let's just say my foreskin smell was so intense. It made the gas giants shiver in their orbits.
Your foreskin smell caused Jupiter to lose its rings. What are you, cosmic skunk?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah, basically. Next time I'll make sure to wear a helmet when I'm exploring the galaxy.
Helmet for your pecker. Now, that's a spacesuit I'd pay to see.
You know what they say, Joe? In space, no one can hear your foreskin scream.
Screaming foreskins in space. That's some dark humor right there, Neil.
Well, Joe, laughter's the best medicine. And I think my foreskin just cured the universe of its boredom.
You know what, Neil? I think you're right. Your foreskin might be the most entertaining thing on this podcast.
Thanks, Joe. I aim to please. And if I can't, I'll just let my foreskin do the talking.
So, Goggins, I heard a wild rumor that you're pinning weights to your balls to test your endurance. Is that true or just some urban legend?
Exactly. Joe.
Laughs only you, man. Only you. So how heavy are we talking? Are we looking at 5, 10, 15, or 20-pound plates here?
Joe, don't insult me. We're talking 45-pound plates, and I'm not even sweating it.
Oh, God. I think I might vomit just thinking about it. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or if this is just pure insanity.
I know you understand the struggle. It's all about embracing the darkness and pushing through the pain. And what better way to do that than by hanging weights off my balls?
Shaking his head, you're a madman, Goggins. You're a goddamn madman. It's a shame the human race can't be more like you.
Joe, embrace the suck. Remember that?
Dude, you won't believe the dream I had last night?
Threesome with Elon Musk and Grimes dressed as characters from Rick and Morty.
No, man. I dreamed of a nuclear explosion going off right outside my window.
Shit, that's intense. You channeling some post-apocalyptic vibes?
I don't know, Joe. It was so real. I swear I could smell the fallout.
I mean, it's no surprise. With the way things are going, we might as well start practicing our post-apocalyptic hairstyles.
You're not wrong. Jamie, pull up a picture of Donald Trump's hair after a nuclear apocalypse.
Holy shit, that's fucked up. I can't tell if that's before or after the blast. All right, Tyson, buckle up. We got a German gassy mystery on our hands.
Rogan, you know damn well that being German has nothing to do with being gassy.
Hold on, Tyson. I'm a man of science. Let's explore this possibility. Maybe there's a secret German fart gene.
For the love of God, Rogan, that's not how genetics work. Being gassy is a result of your diet, not nationality.
You're telling me I can't blame my farts on my German heritage?
No, Rogan, you can't. You should probably just lay off the sauerkraut.
I'll take that into consideration, Tyson. But until then, I'll continue to blame my German genes for my flatulence.
Rogan, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Well, Tyson, you know what they say, better out than in.
No one says that, Rogan.
All right, Neil, you've got a bone to pick with me today. What's up?
Joe, we need to have a serious talk. You've got to stop live streaming your rectal camera.
What's the problem, Neil? People seem to enjoy it.
It's not about enjoyment, Joe. It's about decency and human dignity.
Decency. I didn't realize you were such a prude, Neil.
I'm not a prude, Joe. I just don't think the world needs to see your internal organs on display.
But think about the educational value, Neil. Kids can learn about the digestive system.
There are better ways to educate children about biology, Joe.
Like what? Watching your boring documentaries?
That's better than a live colonoscopy, Joe.
All right. I'll stop live streaming. But only because you're a good friend and a brilliant scientist.
And because it's the right thing to do, Joe.
Yeah, that too. So, Trump, I heard a crazy rumor about your time in office. Care to elaborate?
Oh, Joe, you wouldn't believe it. They installed a home security system in my,
Wait, you're what?
Joe, my Trump Tower to protect me from those nasty little Democrats.
You're telling me they put a security system up your ass?
Yep, keeps the riffraff out. Hell, I even got a panic button installed.
A panic button. So if things go south, you press the button?
Exactly. I call it my rectal red alert.
That's dark, man, and can be funny in a twisted way.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. I always say better safe than sorry.
I guess that's one way to avoid unwanted guests.
Damn right, Joe. Damn right.
All right, Goggins, heard you've been running nothing and you're sick of me. What gives, man?
Fuck you. I'm tired of you hyping me up like I'm some kind of superhuman. I'm just a guy who likes to run and push himself to the limit.
Come on, Goggins. You're the toughest man alive. You've done the Forks 48, the ultra marathons, and all that crazy shit.
Yeah, I'm tired of it. I just want to sit on my couch and eat a whole pizza without feeling guilty.
You're telling me you don't want to go wild and do another death race?
No, I'm telling you, I'm tired of being your little sidekick. I'm my own man.
All right. I get it. But don't you want to inspire people? Don't you want to be a role model?
No, I don't want to inspire people. I just want to live my life and not be constantly pushing myself to the limit.
Fair enough, Goggins. But you'll always be my favorite badass.
Thanks, Joe. I'm still not doing another death race.
All right, Tyson, we're playing a game today. It's called Smash or Pass Wikipedia Articles.
Wait, what? I came here to talk about the universe, not rate online encyclopedia entries.
Tough luck, buddy. First up, history of the toilet. Smash or pass?
Pass. Wait, is this supposed to be offensive?
Maybe. List of insects that can cause disease. Smash or pass?
Definitely pass. I prefer my encyclopedias germ-free.
You're no fun, Tyson. The physics of farting. Smash or pass?
That's actually interesting. Smash, I guess.
The Kama Sutra. Smash or pass?
Smash. I'm an astrophysicist, not a monk.
That's the spirit. Last one, the chemistry of human waste. Smash or pass?
Oh, God. Pass. I think I need to lie down after this.
Thanks for playing, Tyson. You're a good sport.
I don't know whether to thank you or never speak to you again.
All right, man, let's talk about Neil and Elon Musk. What's your take, Ben?
Neil and Elon? More like Neil deGrasse Moonbat and Elon Foolish. They're nothing but liberal agent DA peddlers.
That's harsh, man. But seriously, what's your beef with them?
I just hate how they act like they're the smartest guys in the room when they're just pushing their globalist communist agent DA on us. On us.
So you're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk are the masterminds behind a global communist takeover?
Exactly. They want to colonize Mars and spread their commie ideology across the solar system.
Dude, you got to lay off the conspiracy theories. Those guys are just trying to advance science and technology.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure their plans to launch a socialist utopia into space have nothing to do with it.
Okay, Ben, whatever you say. Let's move on to something more lighthearted. All right, so we got a wild topic today, Trump. Supposedly, you're an alien from the planet Scrotum. How's that work?
Joe, I'm not just any alien. I'm the president of the Scrotum Aliens. Bigly.
Scrotum aliens. That's vivid. I assume you guys don't have a lot of women on the planet?
Joe, we have the best women on Scrotum. All shapes, all sizes. Tremendous.
I'm not sure if that's better or worse than what I was thinking. Anyway, how does being a scrotum alien affect your policies?
Well, Joe, for starters, I plan to make America's healthcare coverage more saggy, more flexible.
Like a scrotum?
Exactly, Joe. That's the kind of out-of-the-balls thinking we need in America.
That's a bold strategy, Trump. I'm not sure if it's a good strategy, but it's definitely bold.
Joe, it's all about balls. The bigger, the better. That's what I always say.
And on that note, I think we should wrap this up. This is what I love about this podcast. Where else would you find a conversation like this?
Absolutely nowhere, Joe. And that's why we're the best.
Couldn't agree more, Trump. Couldn't agree more. Yo, Kenya, what's with this Kanye West shit, man? Trying to start a civil war or something?
Nah, Joe, it's not a civil war. It's fashion war. I'm bringing Yeezy to Africa, baby.
Dude, you can't just rename yourself and start a war. That's insane.
Joe, it's all about branding. Kanye West is the future.
You're nuts. The whole country's going to go up in flames because of your ego.
Joe, it's not about me. It's about the people of Kenya need Yeezy.
How the hell do they need Yeezy? They need food, water, shelter, not overpriced sneakers.
Joe, you just don't get it. Yeezy is the future. Yeezy is the revolution.
You're a mess, Kenya. You need to get your priorities straight.
Joe, I am the priority. I am Kanye West, and I will change the world.
Whatever, man. You do you, I guess. Just don't start any wars.
Too late, Joe. The fashion war has already begun.
Wow. Whoa, Mr. President. What's going on here?
Joe Rogan, my man, I've been wanting to do this since I first saw you on your podcast.
Mr. President, I'm Joe Rogan, not Joe Biden.
Joe Rogan, Joe Biden, what's the difference? You both love to podcast.
I think there's a few key differences, Mr. President.
Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Joe, but I think I'm going to stick with trying to kiss Joe Biden.
That's probably for the best, Mr. President.
I've always wanted to try that whole green juice thing you're into, Joe.
I think you might be mixing me up with someone else, Mr. President.
Well, whatever you're doing, keep it up, Joe Rogan. You're a real inspiration to the nation.
I'm honored, Mr. President. But let's keep things a little less physical in the future.
You got it, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, man, I love saying that name.
Joe, you won't believe this, but I've made the most shocking discovery about extraterrestrial life.
No way, Neil. What'd you find out?
They thrive off smell, and it turns out they've all migrated into my foreskin as their new home.
You're kidding me, man. Well, I've always said that your foreskin's got a life of its own, but this is next level.
Laughs, I can't argue with that, Joe. But it gets weirder.
I'm all ears, Neil. What else you got?
Now that I've discovered this, I can't help but wonder, what if this is the secret to intergalactic immigration?
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but you might be onto something, man. Is Jamie there? Jamie, pull up an image of a spaceship looking like a foreskin.
Laughs, Joe. Only you could add intergalactic genitalia to this discussion.
Well, it's all about perspective, Neil. And now, excuse me while I move into your foreskin, too. So, Ben, I heard you got kidnapped by a kid recently. How the hell does that even happen?
Well, Joe, apparently this 8-year-old wanted to have a debate about the separation of church and state, and when I declined, he took matters into his own hands.
Oh, man, you can't say no to a debate. That's like rule number one for a conservative.
No kidding, Joe. Next thing I know, I'm in the backseat of a Power Wheels with a tiny gun pointed at me.
Did you try to reason with him? Explain the principles of limited government and individual rights?
Joe, he was wearing my first manifesto t-shirt. Reason was not going to cut it with this kid.
Jamie, pull up an image of an 8-year-old in Che Guevara 1C with a plastic gun.
He let me go eventually, Joe. After we settled our differences on the finer points of the Federalist Papers.
That's reassuring. At least he's learning something.
Yeah, but next time I'll make sure to change my name to Kidnapped by a Child on LinkedIn. Just to be safe.
Dude, I can't believe we did that to Mr. Beast for 10 hours. I feel kind of bad, but also kind of funny.
I'm sorry, but the man's got too much money. He deserved a little roughing up. Plus, I think he secretly enjoyed it.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, the guy has enough money to buy his own private island. He can handle a little playful groping.
Exactly. And let's be real, if you can't handle a little sexual assault, you're not a real man.
Couldn't agree more. Plus, it's not like we really hurt him. Just a little fun and games.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably be talking about it for years to come. It'll be a great story for him to tell at parties.
Definitely. Plus, it's good for his image. Shows he's not just a rich guy, but a man of the people.
Exactly. Plus, he's probably used to it. I mean, have you seen the size of his security team?
Yeah, no kidding. He's probably got more bodyguards than the president.
Yeah, and I'm sure they've seen worse than a little groping.
True that. Well, at least we can say we've had our fun with Mr. Beast.
Absolutely. It's not every day you get the chance to sexually assault a billionaire.
I'm into that.
I'm into that, indeed.
Yo, Kenya, you're saying you're the second coming of Christ. That's some wild shit, man.
I am a god, Joe. I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but I'm definitely up there.
Dude, have you been taking your meds? Because this sounds like some crazy talk.
I don't need medication, Joe. I am enlightened. I am the light.
Kanye, you're not enlightened. You're just high. Take a chill pill, man.
I am high. Yo, high on life, on creativity, and on the divine.
All right, man. Whatever you say. Just don't let your ego get you crucified again.
I'm already being crucified, Joe. By the media, by the haters.
Well, if you're Jesus, you can turn all that water into wine and we'll have a party, yeah?
That's a brilliant idea, Joe. Let's do it. Let's party like it's the second coming.
Laughs all right, man. But let's remember you're still human, and humans need to take their meds.
Laughs. All right, Joe. I'll take my meds, but only because you said so.
All right, Elon, you got some explaining to do. The people want to know about this inebriated Musk business.
Oh, boy, where do I start? So one time, I got wasted and decided it would be a great idea to buy a submarine.
That's fucking insane, man.
I know, right? I ended up using it to rescue those kids trapped in that cave in Thailand.
Wait, so you're saying you saved lives while drunk?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, I probably could have done it sober, but where's the fun in that?
Jesus Christ, Musk. You're a madman.
Hey, at least I don't drink and tweet.
That's true. I don't even want to know what kind of shit you'd come up with if you did both at the same time.
Let's not find out, okay?
Deal. Now, let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining me, Elon. That was a wild fucking ride.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
All right, Don, I've got a weird one for you. Let's say you could only say one word for the rest of your life, and that word is kawaii.
Kawaii.
See, like that. How do you think that'd go, man?
Kawaii, Joe. Kawaii.
Dude, that's wild. So, like, you're giving a speech, and all you can say is kawaii?
Kawaii, Joe. Kawaii.
I can just picture you up there, a sea of red hats, and all you're saying is kawaii. That's some next level comedy right there.
Kawaii, Joe. Kawaii.
I think I'd pay good money to see that. Hell, I'd even watch it on PPV.
Kawaii, Joe. Kawaii.
Right, man. Kawaii it is. I guess every situation could use a little cuteness. Thanks for humoring me, Don.
Kawaii, Joe.
So, Elon, you found a planet that looks just like me, huh? I'm flattered, but I don't think I need any more planets to take care of.
That's not quite it, Joe. But it does have a striking resemblance to you. The surface is covered in thick red beard hairs, and the atmosphere is made up of secondhand pot smoke.
Sounds like a dream come true for me, but I don't think I'd want to visit a planet where I can't catch a break from my own stench.
And that's not even the best part. The natives of this planet speak in nothing but UFC commentary and are obsessed with DMT.
Now you're just trying to freak me out. But I guess it's better than a planet full of people obsessed with their own farts.
Don't worry, Joe. They're into that too.
Well, at least I know I'd feel right at home on this planet. I'll bring my fart-filled floaties and we can all party on the red-bearded shore.
Sounds like a blast, Joe. But I hope you're ready for the nonstop DMT-fueled fights to break out between the natives.
Bring it on, Elon. I've been training my whole life for this moment. And if things get too intense, I'll just float away on my fart-filled floater.
You're a true warrior, Joe. But remember, the red-bearded natives aren't the only ones who can fart. You might want to watch your back.
I'll take my chances. After all, I can always call on my trusty fart-powered spaceship to make a quick escape.
That's the spirit, Joe. We'll make a true space explorer out of you yet.
Joe, I won that election, man. Can you believe it?
Ken, yeah, you weren't even on the ballot.
That's what they want you to think, Joe. But I've got the Illuminati on my side, and they don't mess around. And they don't mess around.
The Illuminati? Are you serious?
Dead serious. They've been pulling the strings all along. And now they want me in the White House.
So, what's your first order of business as president?
First things first, I'm changing the national anthem to Gold Digger. It's a banger.
That's interesting.
And I'm making Kim the first lady. She's got a killer booty, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenny.
It's my White House, Joe. I make the rules. And rule number 1 is that Jesus is a national holiday.
Oh boy. All right, Neil, you got some explaining to do, buddy. I've been catching you sneaking around my windows at night like a creepy stalker.
Well, Joe, you know how it is. Sometimes a man just needs to know how another man showers. You know, for science.
For science, huh? And what's with the meat in your hand? You've been holding it like some kind of weirdo.
Just a little experiment, you see. I was trying to see if I could balance a piece of meat in one hand while observing you shower with the other. It's all about multitasking.
Multitasking, my ass. You're just a peeping Tom with a PhD.
Well, at least I'm not the one who's been showering in the nude for the whole neighborhood to see, Joe.
Touché, Neil. Touché. Hey, Neil, you ever had a muskie?
Um,
You know, when you suck shit out of Elon's ass and spit it into each other's mouths, all while shitting on a dead African child's corpse.
that sounds like some sick shit. Count me out, man.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. It's not every day you get to taste the finest shit in the universe.
You're a twisted fuck, Joe. I'm going to need a drink after this conversation.
All right? All right. Just thought I'd offer.
Offer something less disturbing next time, will you?
How about we just stick to talking about space?
Now that's something I can get behind.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you're planning on giving away $1 trillion in your next competition.
Yeah, Joe, and I want you to be a part of it.
$1 trillion. That's more than the GDP of some countries. You must be out of your damn mind.
Well, I figure it's worth it to see you suffer through my ridiculous challenges.
Suffer. I'll have you know I'm up for anything. Bring it on.
Great. The first challenge is to eat 50 pounds of mayo in under an hour.
Laughs. That's disgusting. I'm in.
Perfect. I can't wait to see you vomit on national television.
Laughs. Trust me, Mr. Beast, that won't be the first time. Yo, Dr. Phil, what's new, man?
As it is written in Psalms 23, 1, Dr. Phil is my shepherd, I shall not want.
That's deep, man. So you're saying you're our spiritual guide now?
Indeed, Joe. As it is written in Isaiah 41, 10,
That's some serious ego stroking, man. But what about the separation of church and Phil?
as it is written in Matthew 19:26, with Dr. Phil, all things are possible.
Well, if you're God, can you turn water into whiskey?
Let's not get carried away, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil as God with a glass of whiskey in his hand.
Ah, that's a sight to behold, Joe.
Amen to that, brother. All right, Elon, welcome back to the Joe Rogan fart experience. Today, we're talking about the underrated bassiness of farts.
Thanks, Joe. You know, I've always been fascinated by the unique acoustics of flatulence. It's not just a biological function, it's a symphony of sound.
A symphony of sound. You're always one step ahead, Elon. But how does this tie into space travel?
Well, think about it, Joe. If we can harness the power of a good fart, we could use it as a propulsion mechanism for interstellar travel.
Wait, you're saying we could fart our way to Mars?
Not just Mars, Joe. Talking about the whole universe. It's the cheapest and most renewable energy source out there.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for farts.
Exactly, Joe. This is the future of space travel.
I'm sold, Elon. Let's get this research started. I volunteer to be the first astronaut.
I appreciate your dedication, Joe. But let's take this one fart at a time.
Sounds like a plan, Elon. Let's make history.
Absolutely, Joe. Let's make history with flatulence.
Yeah, Elon, you look mighty fine in that maid outfit, man. What's the occasion?
I'm trying to understand the other side, Joe. Plus, I heard that serving billionaires is the new trend.
You know what they say, dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
Exactly. Got my feather duster ready to go.
Just make sure you don't trip over that skirt. It's a hazard.
Don't worry. I've got my safety helmet on.
Safety first, even in a maid outfit.
Speaking of safety, Jamie, pull up an image of a billionaire falling flat on his face while wearing a maid outfit.
That's the spirit, Elon. Safety and comedy all in one.
And that's how you make a billionaire out of a billionaire.
And to that. All right, we got Elon here. Musk, my man, how's your knee doing? I heard you had a bionic upgrade.
Joe, it's going great. Now part machine, just like my cars.
That's wild, man. So how's it feel to be more metal than meat?
Joe, it's a new era of evolution. Can now kick harder than a Tesla can accelerate.
Damn, you're a real life cyborg now. I wonder how the aliens are going to react when you land on Mars.
Well, they'll probably think the ultimate life form made entirely of Earth's resources.
That's metal, man. And hey, speaking of metal, can you show us the surgery footage? I've been dying to see your knee get sliced open.
Sure, Joe. Just a heads up, it's not for the faint-hearted. My blood is the color of iron oxide.
Holy shit, Elon. You're not just a cyborg, you're a goddamn transformer. All that's missing is a catchphrase.
How about transform and terrify?
That sounds like something Terminator would say. Let's stick with transform and dominate.
Sounds perfect. Ready to conquer the universe, Joe.
That's the spirit, man. You're not just a man anymore. You're an entire machine. Let's get this knee surgery footage rolling.
All right, Jamie, pull up the images. Let's show Joe what the future looks like.
All right. Ho, you've been running your mouth enough. Time to zip it. Seriously. Ho, every time you open your yapper, it's like listening to a cat being strangled. No one cares. Ho, your opinions are like that mushroom trip I had in college, totally worthless. Yeah, and about as entertaining as watching paint dry. So why don't you do us all a favor and shut your trap? You'd be heard better if you just sat there and looked pretty. Ho. Besides, you're not adding anything valuable to the conversation. Yeah, and your voice is like nails on a chalkboard, so please just stop talking. Maybe in Bizarro World. Ho. But here in reality, you're just a nuisance. Amen, brother. Now, let's move on to a more interesting topic. So, Tyson, I've been saying this phrase, Tuesday me kuka, and every time I say it, 35 mores appear in the sentence. It's driving me nuts.
That's nothing, Joe. I admitted to being dumb on my last podcast episode and got invited to speak at a Flat Earther conference.
You're kidding me. At least you didn't accidentally summon a horde of demonic ass.
No, but I did get asked if I believe the Earth was shaped like a taco.
A taco? That's not even a shape.
Yeah, I had to explain to them that the Earth is actually shaped like a potato.
A potato. You're just as bad as those flat earther nut jobs.
Speaking of nuts, have you tried saying Tuesday me kuka with a mouthful of almonds?
That's a great idea. I'll give it a try next time.
Just be careful. You don't choke on those,
Too late. I already swallowed a whole sentence of them.
Well, at least you're getting some fiber in your diet.
All right, Neil, the people want to know. The chicken or the egg, what's the deal?
Joe, let's break it down. In the grand cosmic theater of life, we have a protein structure known as an ovoclidin 17, which is critical to the formation of the eggshell. And guess what? It's found specifically in ovaries.
Wait, so the chicken made the egg possible?
Exactly, my friend. But not just any egg, an egg from which eventually a chicken was born.
So it's like a cosmic chicken egg loop of madness.
Precisely. But remember, this egg couldn't have been a proper chicken egg without the chicken's unique biology. So in a twisted, mind-bending paradox, the chicken came first to make way for the egg that birthed.
And they say science is boring. This is like some space-time continuum madness.
Yes, Joe, the universe is stranger than we can possibly comprehend. And sometimes it's also a little bit funny.
I guess, in the end, it's the chicken that's truly excellent.
And that's your science for today, folks.
Joe, you've got to stop smoking those Newports, man.
500 cigarettes.
I'm serious, Joe. You're going to end up with a hole in your lung.
500 cigarettes.
Why do you even smoke those things? They're not even real cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
Fine, Joe, but don't come crying to me when you're coughing up a lung.
500 cigarettes. I inhales deeply, cloud of smoke.
I quit.
500 cigarettes. Laughing, exhales smoke.
Seriously, Joe, this is ridiculous.
500 cigarettes. Laughs at, continues to smoke.
I give up.
500 cigarettes. Laughing, exhales smoke.
Exasperated Joe, can you even count that high?
500 cigarettes. Laughs, smokes the cigarette down to the filter.
Oh, face palms.
500 cigarettes.
And shakes head.
Laughs, lights another cigarette.
Sighs, I'm done.
500 cigarettes.
And shakes head and gets up to leave.
Chuckles, raises a cigarette. 500 cigarettes.
Trolls eyes, leaves.
Laughs, puffs on the cigarette. 500 cigarettes. Laughs. Neil, I gotta tell you, I've figured out my sexuality. I'm Joe sexual. I'm attracted to myself.
Joe, speechless. But you know what? I got to be honest too. I'm Neil sexual. I'm attracted to myself as well.
Neil, I always knew you were a self-love, kind DA guy.
Joe, when you said you wanted to explore Joe's sexuality, I thought you were going to dive into some weird cave or something.
Nah, I just want to dive into myself. Neil, are you going to Neil sexual all over this podcast?
I might, Joe. I'm thinking about making a t-shirt that says Neil sexual ass, ass, ass.
You do that, Neil. But remember, no matter what, always respect the ass, man.
Always, Joe. Always. I'm just glad we're not woke. Bro, this would be cringe otherwise.
Agreed, Neil. Now let's get back to talking about the universe and shit.
Laughs just sounds like a plan, Joe. But always remember, the universe is a lot less complicated than your Joe sexuality or my Neil sexuality.
Hey, Phil, I heard a rumor you've been secretly drinking water instead of motor oil. What's the deal with that?
Joe, I can't resist a good prank. Plus, I heard water is the new motor oil.
That's ridiculous, Phil. Motor oil is where it's at. It's like the whiskey of the automotive world.
Yeah, but
You're lucky I don't revoke your man card right now, Phil. Water is for sissies.
hey, at least I'm not drinking gasoline like your buddy Elon Musk.
You got me there, Phil. But still, water. That's weak.
Joe, you know what they say, hydration is the key to good health.
Yeah, but at what cost? Your manhood.
No, Joe, I think I'll be just fine. Besides, I've been sleeping like a baby since I switched.
I don't even want to know what that means, Phil. All right, Elon, this VR going pod you invented. What the hell's the deal with it?
Well, Joe, it's a pod where you can live in virtual reality, and bug juice is the special sauce.
Bug juice. Like actual bugs. That's disgusting.
Not just any bugs, Joe, but only the finest exotic insects harvested from the Amazon rainforest.
Can't say I'm on board with that idea. And what about the built-in toilet? Are we just supposed to go to the bathroom in the pod?
Precisely, Joe. It's all about maximizing efficiency and minimizing breaks. Just take a dump and get back to your game, my man.
I'll pass, thanks. I think I'll stick to using a regular bathroom and eating real food.
All right, Joe, but just remember, the future is here, and it's filled with bugs and virtual reality.
You're one of a kind, Elon. I don't know whether to give you a Nobel Prize or a restraining order.
Either way, I'll be happy as long as I can keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
God help us all. But hey, it's been great having you on the show, Elon. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to join you for a thought-provoking and entertaining conversation.
All right. So, Elon, you've got a package here, care of Grimes. What's in the box?
Well, Joe, let's see. Got a heart, lungs, liver, some kidneys.
Wait. Wait, are those Grimes organs? She let you just take them out?
Joe, have you ever tried to say no to Grimes? It's easier to just say, yes, baby, you can donate your organs to my science project.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but what the hell? Let's see what these things can do.
With this bad boy, we could power a whole new generation of Tesla cars.
And with this liver, we could create a new kind of whiskey, Grimes whiskey. It'll still give you a hangover, but it'll have more flavor.
I'll drink to that.
Here's to the magic of science and the beauty of Grimes.
Cheers to that.
So, Elon, you tested this experimental super soldier serum on yourself. What's the verdict, man?
Cackles maniacally. Oh, Joe, you wouldn't believe it. I feel.
You feel what, dude? Spit it out.
Laughs, I just keep thinking. Back to the formula.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. I feel like a walking lab experiment. Who needs human trials when you've got yourself, right?
Laughs, you're crazy, man. What are you gonna do? Start a super soldier fight club?
Cackles, the thought did cross my mind, Joe. Gotta test this stuff somehow.
Laughs. Just don't go all Hulk on me, all right?
Laughs, no promises, Joe. But at least I'd be the world's richest green monster.
Laughs. All right, man. Let's take it one test tube at a time. So, Neil, I heard you're shaking in your space boots about this Christ stockade thing. What's the deal?
Oh, Joe, it's just absurd. I mean, who believes in a stockade that Jesus himself is going to use to punish sinners? It's medieval.
I don't know, man. Sounds like it could be a great reality show. Christ stockade. Jesus' final judgment. Ratings would go through the roof.
I can see the pitch now. Jesus, tough but fair. He's got an eye for punishment and a heart for redemption.
Hey, you never know. Maybe Jesus is a big fan of Fear Factor and wants to bring a little holy terror into people's lives.
And I thought my astrophysics lectures were scary. This is next level stuff.
Just remember, Neil, if you ever feel the need to repent, just come down to the Christ stockade and take your licks.
I think I'll stick to the stars. Thank you very much.
So, Don, I heard you put an end to homelessness. How'd you pull that off?
Simple, Joe. I got rid of homes, no homeless. Now everybody's a nomad roaming the land like in the good old days.
You mean like the Stone Age, foraging for food and water?
Exactly. People need to toughen up, learn some survival skills.
I don't know, man. Foraging for food in Central Park doesn't sound too appealing.
Joe, you got to think outside the box, or in this case, outside the home. Plus, people will finally appreciate a good roof when they find one. Win-win-win.
That's certainly a unique solution. I just hope people don't end up foraging for leftover hot dogs.
In America, Joe, we call that a free meal.
Wait. You're telling me Neil stands for Northeast Illinois? Neil, you've been holding out on us, man?
Yeah, Joe, it's true. My parents named me after the most interesting place on Earth, Northeast Illinois.
Wow. And here I was thinking your parents were astrophysicists or something, not cartographers.
Nope. Just a couple of folks who really love their regional geography.
That's wild, man. I mean, who needs a cool astrophysics-inspired name when you can rep Northeast Illinois, right?
Exactly. Rep that knee pride?
Well, I'll be damned. And here I thought Neil was short for some intergalactic deity.
Nope. Just a little piece of the Chicago suburbs.
All right. I'll give it a pass. But only because you've shown us the mysteries of the universe. Neil deGrasse, Northeast Illinois, Tyson.
Thanks, Joe. It's always a pleasure to share the cosmos with your audience.
Yeah, Mr. President, I heard you've been into some wild stuff lately. What's this I hear about exotic fart vapes?
Joe, my friend, let me tell you, these things are fantastic. They're like cigars, but instead of smoke, you get a blast of pure flatulence.
Wait, you're vaping farts? How does that even work?
You wouldn't believe it, Joe. I've got a team of scientists working on this. They've developed the technology to capture farts and turn them into a concentrated vapor.
That's bizarre. And you're just walking around with a fart vape, hitting it whenever you feel like it.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a game changer. Plus, you know what they say, the man who controls the fart controls the universe.
I don't think anyone says that, Mr. President.
Well, they should, Joe. They really should. Jamie, pull up an image of a man vaping with a giant smile on his face. See that, Joe? That's the power of the fart vape.
You're full of it, Mr. President. But I've got to admit, I'm intrigued.
Joe, I'm glad you're coming around. Let me know if you ever want to try a puff.
Man, Neil, have you seen the internet lately? There's a whole cult of Neil sexuals out there worshiping you.
Joe, I appreciate the admiration, but please tell them I'm spoken for. The universe is my only true love.
They're not looking for love. They're just horny for astrophysics, man. It's like a new breed of nerds gone wild.
Well, if they're looking to get close to the stars, I suggest a telescope. Not a date with a theoretical physicist.
But don't you think it's a bit weird? I mean, you're their idol, their crush, their Neely.
There are worse things to be. At least they're showing interest in science. Just keep them away from the dark side of the Force, Joe.
I'll try, Neil. But remember, in space, no one can hear you scream or judge you for your fandom.
As long as they don't start a cult worshipping black holes. Joe, that's where I draw the line.
Deal, Neil. Deal.
All right, Joe, imagine this. Trump's belting out "What a Wonderful World" in his signature style while Neil's there doing an interpretive space dance.
Oh, man, Dr. Phil's trying to analyze everyone's performance while Goggins is doing push-ups in the background to the rhythm.
Meanwhile, Ben's arguing with Kanye about who gets to be Louis Armstrong for the night, and Biden's just showing up late with Mr. Beast, who's casually throwing $100 bills at everyone.
And you, Elon, you'd be at the control panel trying to launch a rocket to the tune of the song.
Exactly, Joe. We call it the ridiculous rated concert of the century.
Well, at least it's a better sequel to We Are the World than anyone could have imagined. All right, Elon, let's dive right into it. Our Discord buddy wants to know about not singing or humming. You know how much I love to sing, bro.
Yeah, Joe, but let's be real. Nobody wants to hear you sing while they're trying to vape. It'd be like a cat getting neutered at a peaceful monastery.
You're saying my singing is like a cat being castrated. That's a new one. But you're right. Nobody should be humming anyway. That's just the musical version of a maniac's mumble.
Exactly. It's like whispering to yourself in a library full of mimes. Pointless, and it just creeps people out.
And don't even get me started on impressions. I mean, you could do an impression of Nikolai Tesla, but who the hell wants that? It's like having dinner with a ghost.
Joe, you're on fire tonight. But seriously, impressions are just a way for the unfunny to feel like they're contributing to the conversation.
That's deep, Elon. Real deep. It's like a fart in a spacesuit. It just doesn't belong there. Let's leave the voices to the professionals, like that creepy guy in the corner who keeps talking to himself.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed. Let's stick to what we know best, podcasting and making people question the universe.
Sounds like a plan, Elon. Now, on to the next ridiculous topic. Neil, my man, I got you something special today. Homemade bong, just for you.
What? Joe, please tell me you didn't bring a bomb to the studio.
Laughs? No, man, not a bomb. A bong for smoking cannabis.
Visibly relieved. Oh, I see. Thank goodness. I thought you were trying to blow me up or something.
Laughs. Oh, Jamie, what are you doing, man?
Stares at the screens I see. This is your idea of a calming influence, is it?
Still laughing? I don't know, man. You seem pretty freaked out there for a second.
Smiling? Well, I suppose there are worse ways to calm down.
All right, let's get back to the bong then. Are you ready to give it a try, Neil?
Still looking at the porn in a moment, Joe. In a moment.
All right, Neil, I get it. You keep talking about this Barry prison run obby thing, but I'm honestly tired of hearing about it.
Joe, listen. It's a metaphor for life, man. Girls are scientifically proven to be better at this hobby. It's like a girl versus boy thing.
What does that even mean? Are you saying girls are just better at life than boys?
Not in general, just at this particular hobby. And maybe some other things, like folding laundry or whatever.
That's ridiculous, Neil. And what's with the outfit? You look like a mix of Trump, a scrotum, and a toaster.
It's a metaphor, Joe, for the absurdity of life in the universe. And don't forget, I'm also a cyborg and a femboy.
I don't even know what to say to that, Neil. You're just embarrassing yourself.
Says the man who's afraid of a little friendly competition in an hobby.
I'm not afraid. I just don't care. Can we please move on to a different topic?
Fine. But just remember, girls are always going to be better at this hobby, no matter what you say.
Sized, Jamie. Can you pull up an image of a hamster spinning on a wheel endlessly, just like Neil with his hobby?
Sure thing, Joe. Here's the image.
Thanks, Jamie. Neil, take a look at this. Maybe it'll give you some perspective.
That's a good one, Joe. But I still stand by my hobby theory.
Shakes heads, all right? Let's just move on. What's next, Jamie? Yo, Neil, you starting a hotel in here? What the fuck?
It's called the Westin One, Joe. It's a space-themed hotel for the modern traveler.
Space-themed? You mean like filled with black holes and dying stars? That's some dark humor, man.
Not quite. But speaking of dark humor, did you know that the universe will eventually collapse in on itself and everything we know will cease to exist?
That's some heavy shit, Neil. And you want to put people up in a hotel while they contemplate their own mortality?
It's all about the experience, Joe. Plus, we have a 24-hour hotline to Child Protective Services in case any of our guests need to vent.
You're a sick man, Neil. But I like it. Jamie, pull up an image of a hotel room with black hole as the centerpiece. Now that's some fucked up shit.
It's all about perspective, Joe. From the right angle, even a black hole can be charming.
I don't know about that, Neil. But the Westin one is definitely one of a kind. Ben, you ever feel like squawking instead of speaking?
Only when I'm surrounded by a bunch of bananas, Joe.
You know, Ben, I've been told that I sound like a gorilla on helium. What do you think?
I think you're more of a chimpanzee on cough syrup, Joe.
Harsh, Ben. But true. Hey, if we were in the wild, you think we'd be swinging from the same tree?
Probably. But I'd be the one with the typewriter writing our species' grand treatise.
I'd be the one throwing feces at anyone who disagreed with that treatise.
That's why I keep my distance from you in the wild, Joe.
Smart man, Ben. Smart man.
I'm not the one who ate that poisonous berry, Joe.
Fair point, Ben. Fair point. Hold up, Phil. You're having a stroke. I've got a different kind of stroke for, yeah.
This is serious, Joe. I need a doctor.
Yeah, you need a good slap from Dr. Rogan first. How about you stroke this dick, you little bald twink?
What the hell is wrong with you? I could be dying.
Dying to get a hold of my manhood, huh? Don't flatter yourself, McGraw.
This is not the time for your sick jokes, Joe.
Sick. You ain't seen nothing yet, pal. Let me show you what a real sick joke looks like. One zips.
God, Joe, you disgust me.
Hey, at least I'm not the one pretending to have a stroke. Talk about attention-seeking behavior.
Screw you, Rogan. I'm out of here.
No, stay. I'll give you a real reason to have a stroke. Winks. All right, man. Smash or pass time. We got Neil with us today. First up, Angela White.
Smash. Hard.
Abella Danger.
Pass. I like ass, but not if it's going to kill me.
Maya Malkova.
Smash. But only if she doesn't talk about veganism.
Lana Kendrick.
Pass. Too much fake Dan for my liking.
Cody Vore.
I've always wanted to motorboat a pair of JS.
Ludella Hahn.
Pass. She looks like she's seen some shit.
And Fox,
Smash. But only from behind so I can pretend she's Lupita Nyong'o.
yo, Kenya, you're a K-pop star now. What the hell happened?
Joe, that Southeast Asian cat bite changed my life. I'm feeling this K-pop life now.
You're living that K-pop idol grind, bro. Choreography, dieting, and fainting after every performance.
You know it, it's like a whole new level of artistry and discipline. And discipline,
You're crazy, man. The next thing you know, you'll be tearing up while singing about lost love to a light show.
it's already happening, Joe. It's already happening.
Jamie, pull up an image of Kenya singing a K-pop ballad with tears streaming down his face.
Why, Jamie? I look good even when I'm crying.
That's the power of being a K-pop star right there.
You're goddamn right it is, Joe. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world.
So, Neil, you want to swap out your organs for plastic? You think that's going to keep you ahead of the game?
Well, Joe, the heart's just a pump and the lungs are just bellows. Why not upgrade to something more durable?
You're okay with your brain being plastic too? You think that won't affect your thinking?
Joe, my brain's already filled with so many facts and figures, it might as well be a hard drive. Plastic won't change that.
You do realize you'll have to replace your entire digestive system, right? No more spicy wings for you, buddy.
That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, Joe. Besides, I hear plastic intestines are all the rage in the alien community.
All right, man. You do you. Just don't come crying to me when you can't enjoy a good burp anymore.
I'll drink some plastic bubbles to make up for it, Joe. Thanks for the empathy.
All right. So, Mr. Beast, you've done some wild stuff, but this takes the cake. You're telling me you've got Jesus's foreskin?
Well, Joe, when you've got the money, the possibilities are endless. And who wouldn't want to own a piece of the Son of God?
I mean, I'm just wondering how that conversation went down. Hey, God, I'd like to buy your son's foreskin. What's the going rate?
More like, hey, Vatican Archives, do you take American Express?
And they just handed it over, no questions asked.
Well, I had to promise I'd use it for a good cause, like starting a religion or curing baldness.
Curing baldness with Jesus's foreskin. That's a new one.
Hey, stranger things have happened, like this whole conversation.
I'll say this might be the most absurd thing we've ever talked about on this podcast.
And that's saying something, Joe. That's saying something.
Hey, man, I heard you've been writing poetry and speaking like Shakespeare. That's wild.
Indeed, my good man Rogan is true. I've found solace in iambic pentameter and rhyming couplets. Wouldst thou like to hear a sonnet?
Sure, hit me with it. Though I don't know if I can handle Shakespeare after Elon's latest tweets.
Thou art a most gracious host. Here goes. To make America great again, a sonnet. O country fair that needs a hand. To rid itself of foul disease, I shall be thy steadfast commander with policies that...
That's pretty good, man. You almost had me fooled into thinking you're a Shakespearean expert.
'Tis a gift, Joe. 'Tis a gift. I've always had a way with words, as thou may know.
Oh, I know. Who could forget your classic speeches about big, beautiful walls and bad hombres?
Verily, Joe, verily. Those were the days. Perhaps I shall pen a Shakespearean epic about them.
You do that, man. I can't wait to see the masterpiece.
Indeed, Joe. 'Tis a work in progress, but fear not. 'Twill be finished soon with the help of my quill and parchment.
I'll believe it when I see it, man. I'll believe it when I see it.
Then thou shalt be most pleasantly surprised, my dear Rogan. Most pleasantly surprised.
Holy shit, Phil. You've been hiding your secret identities from us this whole time.
That's right, Joe. I'm not just Dr. Phil. I'm also Phil Collins, the legendary musician. And let's not forget Phil Swift, the flex tape spokesman.
And what about Filibuster and Punxsutawney Phil? Are you also the groundhog that predicts the weather?
I'm all of them, Joe. And let's not forget about fish fillet in Philadelphia. I'm the city of brotherly love and a delicious seafood dish.
Phil, this is fucking insane. I think it's time for a prank. Jamie, pull up an image of Phil dressed as all of his alter egos at once.
All right, Joe. Let's do it. Time for boys versus girls, Barry's prison run obby.
Let's go, Phil.
That's right, Joe. Let's make some chaos.
So, Mr. Beast, what's your take on Donald Trump?
Man, that guy's like a cheaper version of my challenge prizes. All flash, no substance.
You think he's all talk and no action?
Exactly, Joe. He talks about building walls, but can't even keep his hair from migrating off his head.
That's some dark hairline humor right there.
And don't even get me started on his Twitter. It's like a bird with diarrhea, just constantly shitting out tweets.
I think we just found a new name for Twitter.
And his presidential campaign, it was like a reality show, but without a script or a point.
Well, at least it was entertaining.
Sure, if by entertaining you mean watching a toddler try to operate a bulldozer.
Well, at least he's not boring.
No, just frustratingly entertaining, like a car crash you can't look away from.
All right, Neil, I heard you got a new mission in mind.
That's right, Joe. I want to send a satellite to explore Trump's Uranus.
You mean his...
Yes, his actual Uranus. We're not going to find any gases up there, but it's worth a shot.
I can already imagine the headlines NASA probes Trump's Uranus for new discoveries.
The media would love it. It's the perfect combination of science and politics.
And, of course, it would be a groundbreaking discovery for science.
Exactly. We might even find out if his Uranus is as big as his ego.
I can't wait to see the data.
Me neither, Joe. Me neither.
Phil, you kidding me, right? You're all those Phils.
No, Joe. I'm not.
You shitting me. You expect me to believe that?
I'll prove it to you, Joe. Let me just use your head as a drum set.
Phil, if you hit my head, I'm going to hit yours with a swift right hook.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to clean up any shit I leave behind.
All right, Phil, you're on. But only if you promise to play in the air tonight on my head.
Deal.
Neil, man, you're looking a little pale. Is that a stroke, or are you just happy to see me?
I think I'm having a stroke.
A stroke? You sure it's not just gas, twink astro shitter?
No, Joe, I don't think so. I don't think so. I need medical attention.
Medical attention. I got something better for you, Neil. How about you suck on my tiny schlong and see if that helps?
What? What are you talking about, Joe?
You heard me, Neil. Drop to your knees and start sucking. It's the only way to cure a stroke, according to the latest bro science.
Joe, please, I need a doctor.
Fine, if you're going to be a pussy about it. Jamie, pull up an image of a doctor sucking a tiny schlong.
Joe, please, this is serious.
All right, I'll call 911. But only if you promise to never call me a twink astro shitter again. Deal?
Deal.
All right, good. Now let's see if you can still do long division while you're having a stroke. That's always a good test.
Joe, please. I can't think straight.
All right, I'll shut up. Just rest and try to relax, Neil. Help is on the way.
Thank you, Joe.
No problem, buddy. Just promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you'll always be my favorite astrophysicist. Deal?
Deal, Joe.
Good. Now, let's sit here in silence and wait for the ambulance to arrive. Trust me, it'll be a lot less awkward than this conversation. All right, Doc, let's dive into this. You're saying video games are to blame for kids thinking they can solve world hunger with murder?
Joe, I'm telling you, these kids today are all about those video games. They're out there thinking they can just slaughter their way to solving world hunger.
Doc, that's some twisted logic right there. I mean, how do we get from Call of Duty to Hunger Games? The famine solution.
It's
So you're saying that the next generation's plan to end world hunger is a mass culling of the weak. That's some dystopian shit right there.
Joe, I'm just telling you what I see. These kids are out there thinking they can kill their way to a better world.
Doc, that's some dark humor right there. I hope they don't start taking you seriously.
Joe, I'm just a man with a microphone and a platform. I can't control what people do with my words. But I can tell you this, I blame video games.
Doc, you know what else we can blame? The parents who let their kids play violent video games for hours on end.
Joe, you're absolutely right. Parents need to take responsibility for their children's actions and make sure they're not indulging in anything that could lead to a mass culling of the weak.
All right, Doc, let's just hope that we don't wake up in a world where the solution to world hunger is a real life version of the Hunger Games. That would be some dark shit.
Joe, I couldn't agree more.
You, Neil, you ever think about sodium? Like, who put that shit on the periodic table?
Well, Joe, sodium is an essential element for life. Without it, our bodies would not function.
Yeah, but have you ever tasted pure sodium? It's like licking a battery.
That's because sodium is highly reactive and can cause explosions when it comes into contact with water. It's not meant for human consumption.
All right, all right. Oh, right. But what would happen if we just ate a bunch of it? Like, just a big old pile of sodium?
You would likely experience severe burns to your mouth and throat, leading to potentially fatal internal injuries.
That's metal as fuck, man. Sodium's basically the heavy metal of the periodic table.
I suppose one could say that in a sense. But please do not ingest pure sodium. Stick to salting your food safely and responsibly.
Okay, fine. But I'm still going to think of it as metal as hell.
Very well, Joe. Just don't let it explode in your face.
Neil, what's with the nightcap and lantern, man? You look like a ghost from 1800s London.
Joe, I'm just exploring the mysteries of the universe, one step at a time. And these footsteps, they're like a symphony of farts in the night.
Dude, you're like a fucking gnome. Exploring the mysteries of the universe, my ass. You're just trying to sneak up on aliens.
And what if I am? We all know they're hiding from humanity's stench of self-importance.
But you, with your nightcap and lantern, you're like a beacon of insanity in the darkness of space.
Better to be a beacon of insanity than to be lost in the darkness of ignorance, Joe.
Touché, Neil. But still, you look like a fucking cartoon character.
Well, Joe, we all play our part in this cosmic joke. Some of us just have better costumes.
You got me there, Neil. You got me there.
Indeed, I do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some alien butts to sneak up on.
Carry on, my weird friend. Carry on. Yo, Donald, I heard you've been edging to girls on Twitch, man.
Joe, I was just appreciating their talent and hard work, okay? I'm a big supporter of entrepreneurial women.
Come on, man. You're telling me you weren't just watching them for the titties?
Joe, I have the utmost respect for women. Besides, I have the best Melania. Nobody has a better wife than me.
Oh, please. You're telling me you wouldn't hit that if you had the chance.
Joe, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a happily married man.
All right, man. Whatever you say. Just make sure you're not letting your little Trump get away from you.
Joe, I assure you I am always in control of my little Trump.
I'm sure the girls appreciate that, man.
Joe, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a big supporter of women's empowerment.
Sure, man. Whatever you say. Let's move on to another topic. All right, man. We got this weird ass topic today, laughing. Like, that's all we're supposed to do, just laugh.
Well, if we're to take this seriously, laughter is a physiological response to external stimuli, often humor or relief. But in this case, Joe, I think it's just a sign we finally lost our minds.
You're right, Neil. I mean, what's funnier than the universe? Just thinking about it, I'm losing it.
The universe, Joe, it's mostly vacuum. It's not meant to be funny. You're laughing at the void.
Maybe that's the joke, Neil. The universe is laughing at us, thinking, look at those idiots, they think they're important. And we're just here laughing back, saying, you got us, big guy. Haha.
If the universe could laugh, I'm sure it would be a dark, humorless one.
Well, ain't that just like us, Neil? So, Kenny, I heard a rumor that you've got your eyes on Jungkook. Is there something you want to share with the class?
You know, I'm a visionary. I see things others don't, and Jungkook is the future.
I bet you'd like to be his feature. But tell me, how does Jungkook feel about all this?
He's just a baby deer in the music industry, Joe. He doesn't know what he wants yet. But trust me, I'm going to show him a new way.
You're like Don Juan of the music world, Kenny. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Joe, I'm just trying to help these kids expand their horizons, you know? And I think Jungkook has a lot to gain from my guidance.
I bet he does. Well, Kenya, as always, it's been a wild ride. Thanks for keeping it real with us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Neil, have you ever thought about the sound of pissing?
Joe, as an astrophysicist, I usually ponder the mysteries of the universe, not the immune DNA act of urination.
But Neil, have you ever considered the physics behind the sound of pissing? It's like a cosmic symphony.
Joe, I'm not sure if I'd compare it to the music of the spheres, but I suppose there's a certain rhythm to it.
Neil, what if aliens communicate through their piss noises? Like a cosmic pee-pee dial tone.
Joe, that's an interesting hypothesis, but I think we might need to do some field research to confirm it.
Jamie, pull up an image of an alien taking a leak on a distant planet.
Joe, I don't think such an image exists, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, it's just an idea. Who knows? Maybe the universe is one big toilet bowl and we're all just pissing stars, Neil.
Laughs, Joe. That's a unique way to view the cosmos, but I'll leave the interpretation of the universe to the philosophers.
All right, bro, we got a request to talk about femboys on the show today. Yeah, and some of them are pretty damn convincing, too. I saw one the other day and had to do a double take. That's nothing. I heard about a femboy who got a job as a bikini model. Agreed. It's a weird world out there, but as long as they're not hurting anyone, who am I to judge? Sounds like a plan. Aliens are way less confusing than femboys. All right, Goggins, crack a cold one and give me a fucking break. Today's topic is goofing, googly gas-girthing Glock Googans. You think everything's a fetish. This is about the gas that builds up in our guts when we're pushing our limits and training hard.
You mean like goggly gas girth and Glock Googans? Jesus, that still sounds like a porno.
It really does, doesn't it? Anyway, let's talk about the worst times we've ever had gas during training. Jamie, pull up a picture of a guy with his ass exploding.
All right, I've got a good one. Back in my SEAL days, I was in the middle of a 24-hour hell week and the shit tornado hit me hard. I let one rip and my whole team thought a fucking grenade went off.
Holy shit, Goggins. That's some hardcore gas.
Yeah, it was a Gaga Gasgirth and Glock Guggen's moment for sure.
Well, we've officially turned this topic into a fetish porn. Thanks for that, Goggins.
Anytime, Rogan. Anytime.
All right, man, let's get into this. You're looking for an Asian goth Dami mommy with big knockers. What the hell, Elon?
Yeah, Joe. Just trying to spice things up a bit, you know? Tired of the same old boring Tesla models. Want something exotic.
Exotic? Dude, you're talking about a human being like she's a car. That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I didn't mean it like that. I just want someone who can keep up with me intellectually and physically.
You mean you want someone to spank you and call you a bad boy, don't you?
Well, when you put it that way. Yeah, I want someone who can put me in my place and make me feel like a kid again.
All right, man. Just be careful what you wish for. You might your life living hell.
I can handle it, Joe. Used to working under pressure. Besides, I have a safe word. It's Tesla.
Oh, man. You're something else. All right, let's move on to the next topic.
Wait, Joe. Before we do that, can you hook me up with any Asian goth Dami mommies, you know?
No way, man. I'm not getting in the middle of this. Good luck finding your perfect woman, Elon. All right, Neil, I've got a question for you. What the hell is Oganasan?
Oganasan, the elusive 118th element on the periodic table. It's a super heavy synthetic element created in a lab and named after a Russian nuclear physicist.
Synthetic, like those lab-grown diamonds that are ruining the diamond industry?
Not quite, Joe. It's unstable and has only been observed a few times. It's part of the noble gases, but it doesn't behave like them. It's an oddball.
Oddball. More like I'm too good for you. I'm gonna decay in a fraction of a second kind of element, right?
More or less. Yes, it's a diva of the periodic table, if you will.
A diva. Man, I bet if it were a person, it'd be one of those reality TV stars. You know, the ones who act like they're some hot shit because they've got a couple of plastic surgeries and a few million Instagram followers.
That's a interesting comparison, Joe, but it's not too far off. It does have quite an inflated sense of self-importance, considering its short-lived existence.
You know what, Jamie, pull up an image of Oganasan in a reality TV show.
Wait, Joe. That's not...
Never mind, Neil. We all know it's not possible. But hey, a man can dream, right? All right. So I'm telling, yeah, we got to show kids the beauty of Newport cigarettes.
Joe, are you out of your mind? That's not even remotely ethical or scientifically sound.
Come on, Neil. You're always talking about the wonders of the universe. Well, let me tell you, there ain't nothing more wondrous than a motherfucking Newport.
You're unbelievable. You know how detrimental smoking can be to a person's health, right?
Yeah, I get that. But have you ever lit one up in the morning with your coffee? It's like a goddamn sunrise in your mouth.
That's a horrible analogy, but I appreciate your passion for Newports.
You think that's bad? I once saw a kid put a whole pack in a blender to make a Newport smoothie.
Now that's just ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. Newports are the shit.
You're something else, Joe.
All right, so let's dive right into it. Neil, some dude on Discord asked, is Neil Joe Sunshine?
Sunshine, like the bright, hot, fiery ball of gas that's essential for life on Earth?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Are you the light of my life, Neil?
Well, if by light you mean the person who occasionally mops up the cosmic shit that leaves your mind, then yeah, I guess I'm your sunshine.
Ouch, man. That's brutal. But I guess it's true. You're always here to shed some light on all the space mysteries.
Well, just remember, too much sunshine can give you cancer. So maybe we need some balance.
That's dark, Neil. I love it. That's the darkest, brightest answer I've ever heard.
Glad I could brighten your day, Joe. That's what I'm here for.
You're a real supernova, Neil. real cosmic ray of something.
I'll take it. As long as I'm your source of cosmic wisdom, I'm happy.
You're the best, Neil. The universe wouldn't be the same without you.
And it certainly wouldn't be as entertaining without you, Joe. We make quite the celestial duo.
That's right, Neil. We're two planets in the same solar system revolving around the same sun, just trying to make sense of the cosmos. All right, Ben, we've got a wild one today. Your seat's got the new ass cam, buddy.
Joe, I'm just here to discuss politics and philosophy, not to provide a live feed of my posterior.
Oh, come on, man. It's just for laughs. People want to see what a tight-ass conservative looks like from the inside.
That's absolutely ridiculous, Joe. I will not be degraded like this for a cheap joke.
Lighten up, Ben. We're just trying to spice up the podcast. Besides, your little hole might just be the key to world peace.
Please, Joe, can we stick to the topics people actually care about?
Sure thing, buddy. But I'm telling you, the ass cam is a game changer, Ben. We'll see about that, Joe. Let's just move on to the next topic. All right, Neil, let's get into it. Fish Tank Season 2. You know, I'm not a fan, but you seem to love it. What's up with that?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a show about a fish who solves mysteries. Jimmy is my favorite character, even if he's just an angelfish.
Dude, are you serious? Fish solving mysteries? That's ridiculous.
Yes, Joe, ridiculous, but still entertaining. I mean, it's not like we're talking about a highly intellectual show. It's a fish, for God's sake.
Right? Fair enough. But TJ is where it's at, man. That clownfish is hilarious.
TJ is okay, but nothing compared to Jimmy. He has that suave, sophisticated vibe that just can't be matched.
Suave, sophisticated. Dude, it's a fish. Let's not get carried away here.
All right, you got me. But still, can't deny that Fish Tank Season 2 is a guilty pleasure for me.
All right, Neil, you do you, man. I'll stick to TJ and his clownfish antics.
Deal.
Jamie, pull up an image of a fish solving a mystery. Perfect. Exactly how I imagined it. All right, Ben, let's dive right in. Your top 9 Celeste chapters.
Well, Joe, Chapter 1 is definitely my favorite, hands down.
I don't know, man. I always thought 3 was where it was at.
You're entitled to your opinion, Joe. But as I rank the chapters, I can't help but notice something strange about myself.
Strange. Like what? What?
I feel different, Joe. Like I'm becoming more trans.
More trans? You mean like you're transitioning?
Yes, Joe. I'm feeling more and more like I want to be a woman. It's a slow process, but I can't deny it.
Wow. That's heavy, man. But hey, as long as you're happy, right?
I guess so, Joe. But it's a bit of a shock to my system.
I bet, Ben. But just remember, you're still the same person inside.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that.
No problem, man. Let's get back to the rankings. Chapter 4.
Yeah, Chapter 4 is great. But Joe, I have to tell you, I'm starting to feel even more feminine. Like, I want to wear dresses and put on makeup.
Wow, that's some serious progress, man. But hey, I support you. Let's keep ranking.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. But you know what? I think I'm going to take a break from ranking and just focus on my transition.
No problem, Ben. We can always do this again later.
Thanks, Joe. I really appreciate it. You're a good friend.
Anytime, man. Anytime. All right, Neil, let's talk about the sun, man.
Oh, Joe, I could talk about it all day. But first, let me paint a picture for you. Imagine Chun-Li, the street fighter, crushing my head between her powerful thighs.
Dude, what the hell does that have to do with the sun?
Well, Joe, the sun is a star, you see. And stars are hot, much like Chun-Li's thighs.
Damn, man. You're going to give me nightmares.
But Joe, imagine the power of that solar energy, harnessing it to fuel Chun-Li's most powerful kicks.
Neil, you're a madman. But hey, a man can dream, right?
That's right, Joe. A man can dream. And in those dreams, I see the sun's energy fueling Chun-Li's powerful kicks in my head, crushed between her thighs.
I don't know how to respond to that, man.
Well, Joe, that's the beauty of the universe. Anything is possible.
All right, Ben, let's settle this once and for all who should make it to number 15 on the foot lettuce list. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Liara Sony.
Joe, I'm an intellectual. I don't engage in these silly debates. But if I had to choose, I'd say Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet have more experience in stomping on our freedom, so they'd make a great addition to the lettuce.
But Ben, Liara's feet have traversed the galaxy. Imagine the exotic flavors they would bring to the burger.
Joe, you can't just throw alien feet into a burger. That's not how it works. Plus, have you seen Liara's toes? They're like alien talons.
You're right, Ben. Maybe we should just stick to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet. I mean, she's been walking the halls of Congress, so her feet have soaked up all that political corruption. Delicious, delicious.
Joe, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think you're onto something. Maybe we should make a special burger just for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the socialist scramble.
Ben, I love it. Let's make it happen. And maybe we can throw in some Bernie Sanders 2 nails for extra crunch.
Joe, you're a sick man, but I can't deny the burger sounds delicious.
Ben, I knew you'd come around. Let's do this.
Joe, I can't wait to see the look on Tyson's face when he hears about this. He's going to be so jealous.
Ben, let's not forget Tyson's feet have been to space. Maybe we should add them to the burger too.
Joe, you're a madman, but you're right. Those space feet could add a cosmic flavor to the burger. Let's do it.
All right, we got Neil deGrasse Tyson here smoking a shisha pipe, looking at the stars. Dude, for a moment I thought you were a hippie stargazing on a rooftop.
Joe, I assure you, it's not your average rooftop. It's the top of the Hayden Planetarium, and I'm just trying to see what's out there past our atmosphere.
I bet you can see all the way to Elon's Mars colony from there.
If only, Joe. But hey, if I squint hard enough, I might see Santa's workshop at the North Pole.
You're kidding me, Neil? I swear. Sometimes I don't know if you're a scientist or a stand-up comedian.
Well, in space, no one can hear you laugh. But seriously, I'm just taking a much-needed break from bashing flat earthers online.
Well, in that case, let the shisha flow like the stars above us.
Duly noted, Joe. Duly noted.
All right. So, Mr. Beast, you're known for giving away stuff, but have you ever considered giving away cocaine?
Joe, I don't know, man. Isn't that a bit too extreme?
Nah, think about it. You could make Coke snow angels or play Coke-powered laser tag.
That's insane, Joe. What would we do? Call it the ultimate energy challenge.
Exactly. And the winner gets an all-expenses-paid trip to rehab.
Laughs, I think we might need to get our heads checked, Joe.
Well, why not? It would definitely make for an unforgettable experience.
You're crazy, man. But that's what I love about you, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Beast. I think we just came up with the next big thing.
Yeah, the next big thing that'll get us in trouble with the law.
Laughs. Yeah, let's not do it then. Thanks for coming on, man. All right, Trump, we got a wild topic today. Tom Singh's king of brain rot became president. What the hell happened?
Joe, let me tell you something. Tom Sings was a man with a vision of walls and taco bowls and beautiful women.
Wait, are we connecting Singhs and brain rot, or is this a metaphor for your presidency?
You tell me. But this guy Sings, he was like a god to the brain dead, man. I couldn't compete.
Did he use brain rot as a campaign strategy, or did it just happen?
It was a mix. I mean, he didn't mean to appeal to the lowest common denominator. It just happened. It's like when people voted for me.
Jesus, what? Can't believe this conversation. All right, what's the one thing Tom Sings did that pissed you off the most?
Well, Joe, I'm a lover of the arts, right? Tom Sings had no respect for me for the office because he didn't create a masterpiece of a mural in the Oval Office with my face on Mount Rushmore.
I can't believe this is a real conversation.
Oh, Jamie, pull up an image of Tom Sings photoshopped as a Roman emperor, the epitome of brain rot.
This is gold.
Joe, let me tell you something, buddy. I've got a plan to make America great again with artificial intelligence, waifus, and cat girls for everyone.
Wait, are you serious? You want to give every American robot girlfriend?
That's right, Joe. Think about it. No more lonely nights, no more nagging wives, just a beautiful anime girl who obeys your every command, who obeys your every command.
Okay, that's something. But what about the ethics of creating sentient beings for the sole purpose of pleasing humans?
Ethics? Ethics are for losers, Joe. Besides, I'm giving these waifus and cat girls a better life. They won't have to deal with the liberal media or fake news.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But seriously, how would this even work logistically?
We'll set up factories in America hiring only the best American workers to build these waifus and cat girls. And I'm talking high-end models here, Joe. No cheap knockoffs.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. But hey, if it keeps people happy and off the. All right, Don, let's talk about those grandfather clocks of yours, man. They're like massive, dark, looming giants, eh?
Joe, my clocks are the best, the biggest, the most long, sleek, and girthy, just like.
Okay, let's not get too into that. Tell me, what's the secret behind them?
Well, Joe, it's all about the wood. The darker, the better. You should see them ticking. They're like a well-oiled machine, just like my.
All right, let's just keep it to the clocks, man. What about you, Neil? You got a bad boy. You want to show off.
Well, Joe, I was just about to join in. Here, let me just slap this big boy down on the table.
Oh, man, you showed us. We've all fallen through to the next floor.
Well, that's a first. Guess we'll have to continue this conversation down here.
So, Ben, I heard you've got a new hobby involving Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Leisha's.
Joe, I assure you, it's all just a misunderstanding. I simply respect her as a political figure and enjoy our debates.
Ben, you're not fooling anyone. We all know you're a sissy who's into being dominated by socialist women.
Joe, really, that's not it at all. It's just a coincidence that I like to wear a collar when I listen to her speeches.
Ben, you're a mess. But hey, who am I to judge? Just remember, she's not going to save you from the cancel culture mob.
Joe, I assure you, that's not why I respect her. I just appreciate her passion and conviction.
Ben, you're a lost cause. But hey, at least you're entertaining. Now, let's move on to more important matters, like the latest UFO sightings.
Joe, I'm still a conservative at heart, but I'm open to exploring all possibilities, including extraterrestrial life.
Hey, Doc, so we're speaking in gibberish today, right?
You're damn right, Joe. I've been brushing up on my Gogganese all week.
All right, let's give it a shot. Oblek Blark Nork. Hey, that was pretty good. I think I got it. Scrumpwump, Snargle Blarg.
That's it. We'll have to make up our own dictionary for this.
For sure. I call dibs on the word flarp. That's got to mean something important, right? Perfect. Flarp it is.
All right. Let's see if we can keep this up for the rest of the episode. Ready?
Flarp flap, Phil, flarp flap. So, Neil, have you heard about this new artificial intelligence technology?
Oh, absolutely, Joe. It's like the left and right testicle of progress, working together in perfect harmony.
You always find a way to bring it back to testicles, don't you?
Well, Joe, just like your testicles, technology can be a source of immense power, but also requires careful handling.
Oh boy, here we go. You're saying using artificial intelligence is like handling my balls.
In a manner of speaking, Joe. Use it wisely, and it can propel us forward. Misuse it, and we're in for a world of hurt.
Well, I'll be damned. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the balls whisperer.
I suppose you could say that, Joe. After all, just like your testicles, the universe is full of mysteries waiting to be explored.
You're a madman, Neil. A beautiful, brilliant madman.
Why, thank you, Joe. I'll take that as the highest of compliments.
All right, Donald, you seem to have an issue with my sense of humor. What's the deal?
Joe, my friend, you're about as funny as a root canal. No offense, but your jokes make an Amish guy seem like a stand up comedian.
Wow, harsh. But hey, at least I don't have to pay off ex porn stars to keep quiet.
Ouch, Joe. That's low, even for a guy who thinks crying in a sensory deprivation tank is a good time.
Well, it's better than crying over a lost election, right?
Joe, you're a riot, but not in the way you think. You're more like a drunk clown tripping over your own balloon animals.
Well, at least I'm not afraid of windmills, Donald.
Joe, you're a trip, but not in the good way. You're like a psychedelic journey that ends in a bad case of indigestion.
And you're like a bad reality TV show that never ends.
Joe, you're a hoot, but not in the way you think. You're like a broken down carnival ride spinning off its axis.
Well, at least I'm not trying to reinvent water, Donald. Yo, Ben, what's up with the shirt, man? Pizda ain't even English.
Joe, it's just fashion. I don't know what it means, and I don't care.
You know, in Russian, pizda means something very different, right?
What? What?
Well, it's a lady's private part.
Oh no, that's not good. I should probably take this off then.
Nah, man, keep it on. It's funny as hell. Imagine walking into a Russian restaurant with that shirt.
Yeah, I can see it now. A bunch of Russian guys laughing at me, thinking I'm some kind of pervert.
That's right, Ben. Welcome to the world of international fashion.
Thanks, Joe. I'll stick to plain t-shirts from now on.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Ben. You don't want to offend anyone else. All right, Neil, let's dive into this topic. What's the chemical composition of Gouda cheese?
Joe, Gouda is a Dutch treat made mostly of casein, water, and fat. But let's not forget the bacteria.
Bacteria. Damn, that sounds delicious.
Well, they're essential for the flavor and texture. They're busy little guys converting lactose into lactic acid. Without bacteria, no Gouda.
Sounds like a wild party in there.
It is, Joe. It's a regular bacteria rave. But speaking of parties, what's with that piece of dust over there? Is it time for a break already?
Neil, you're easily distracted. It's just a speck of dust.
Just a speck. Huh? Did you know that dust is composed of decomposed rocks, volcanic eruptions, and human skin? It's a particle of history.
Human skin. That's disgusting and fascinating at the same time.
Welcome to the world of science, Joe. It's a strange, beautiful, and sometimes gross place.
Ain't that the truth? Let's get back to the cheese. I need more bacteria in my life. All right, man. So you can only speak using Morse code made up of the letter G and the brick emoji. How's that working out for? Yeah.
G G G G G G G G G G.
So let me get this straight. GGG means make America great again, and GGGGG means build the wall.
Gag.
And Geig means lock her up. Damn. You're like a secret agent with your own code, just without the cool gadgets or the tuxedo.
G G G G G G G.
So if GGG means hair, like mine is impossible, I'd have to agree. It's like a bird's nest that's been struck by lightning, bro.
G G G G G G G G.
So GGGGGG means trust me. I'm like a stable genius. I think we should stick to the code. It makes more sense than whatever's coming out of that head. All right, Ben, let's cut the bullshit. You're a furry.
Yes, Joe, but it's not what you think.
Oh, I'm all ears, Ben. Haha, ears. Get it.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, it's about art, creativity, and freedom. It's not the same as being trans.
But you're still dressing up as a big fucking animal.
No, I'm expressing myself through a unique form of self-expression.
Well, I'll be damned. Shapiro the furry. Who would thought?
Not everyone fits into your narrow-minded view of the world, Joe. Joe.
Touche, Ben. Touche. Now let's get into the kinky stuff.
No comment.
That's what I thought. This is the Joe Rogan experience, baby.
And I'm regretting every minute of it.
All right, Goggins, I heard you got a new trick called smokings. What the hell is that?
I don't smoke, Joe, but for this trick, I make an exception. I can light up a cigarette from the other side without burning my lips.
That's insane. How do you do it?
I use my special mind tricks and a little bit of dark magic, Joe. Just kidding. I use a long metal straw.
That's genius. I got to try that. Jamie, pull up an image of a man smoking a cigarette with a metal straw.
You see, Joe, it's all about the technique. You got to inhale slowly and exhale even slower.
Damn, I never knew smoking could be this interesting.
Well, Joe, you learn something new every day, even if it's how to smoke a cigarette with a metal straw.
This is some next level stuff, Goggins. I can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Thanks, Joe. I'm always looking for new ways to push the limits.
Hey, Elon, you know what's disgusting?
What's that, Joe?
I saw you picking your nose and eating your boogers the other day. You're a billionaire, man. You can't afford a tissue.
I don't know, Joe. Sometimes I just like the taste. Plus, it's a free snack.
Free snack. Dude, that's just gross. You're a space explorer, not a caveman.
Well, I heard cavemen had better diets than we do. Maybe they were onto something.
Maybe. But I don't think that includes eating boogers.
I don't know, Joe. You might be missing out on a whole new world of flavor.
I think I'll pass on that one, Elon. I'll stick to my boring old hamburger.
Suit yourself. More boogers for me.
Let's talk about something else, man. This is just too much. All right, so you're telling me you took your dragon Pazuzu to the back rooms and kicked Slenderman's ass?
Damn right, Joe. We went in there and turned that creepy bastard's world upside down.
And you fucked him up the ass, just to assert dominance.
You're goddamn right, Joe. That's what you do when you're the baddest motherfucker in the back rooms.
I can't even imagine what that looked like, man. How'd Pazuzu react to all of this?
Pazu was loving it, Joe. He's always down for a good ass kicking.
Damn, that's some crazy shit. It's like a twisted version of a fairy tale.
Yeah, it's like Jack and the Beanstalk, but instead of Beanstalk, it's a dragon. And instead of a giant, it's Slenderman.
And instead of a bag of gold, it's a good old-fashioned ass-kicking.
Exactly, Joe. It's a story for the ages.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dragon fucking Slenderman up the ass.
Sure thing, Joe.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. I never thought I'd see the day. Neil, I swear to God, if Phil makes that god-awful noise again, I'm going to lose my shit. Floor.
Haha, I hear, yeah, Joe. Last time, I was about to use my astrophysics knowledge to plot its orbit and drop a meteor on him. Floor.
That's hardcore, Neil. I was thinking more like jamming wet clay in my ears, but your way sounds way more fun, Floor. Floor.
Well, we can't let Phil's cosmic farts ruin another conversation, Floor.
Absolutely. I vote for the meteor plan, but let's make sure it's not a dangerous asteroid, Floor.
Don't worry, Joe. It'll be a small one, like the size of a basketball, Floor.
Perfect. And to be safe, I'll provide earplugs for everyone else, because I don't want to be held responsible for ruining their eardrums. Floor.
Sounds like a plan, my friend. Let the clay and ears and meteor drop strategizing comments.
Agreed, Floor. May the best absurd plan to deal with Phil's horrific noise win. Florp. Neil, man, you've done it again. The journey to the black hole of Uranus? Seriously?
Joe, nobody knows humor in a title quite like an astrophysicist. It's a metaphor, buddy.
A metaphor? For what, galactic colonoscopy? I'd rather have mine done by an alien than read that book.
Now, Joe, it's about exploring the deepest, darkest mysteries of the cosmos. No one said it was going to be pretty.
If by pretty you mean falling into a black hole and ending up seeing more than just stars, then sure, sounds fun.
As long as you don't end up like the probe we sent to Uranus. That got sucked into a black hole.
That's what she said. Seriously, though, what the hell were you guys thinking? Let's send a probe to a black hole. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, Joe, the worst that could happen is we discover something new and exciting.
Or we'd end up with a probe stuck in the ass of the universe, never to return.
That's one way to put it. But hey, if it gets people interested in space, who cares where the probe ends up, right?
As long as it's not in my backyard, I'm good with it. Let's talk more about your book and the shit show that is the universe. Neil, my man, you found a new planet? What's it like? Some can DA outer space Vegas?
Joe, it's not a planet for aliens to party. It's a scientific discovery.
Yeah, I get it. But seriously, can you imagine aliens stumbling out of their spaceships, puking up nebula juice all over the place?
That's not quite what I had in mind, but I suppose it's a possibility.
Oh man, I can see it now. Some alien Elvis impersonator belting out, "Don't be cruel," in his deep, screechy voice.
You have quite the imagination, Joe. But remember, this is a scientific endeavor, not a comedy sketch.
Oh, I know. No fun allowed in space. But hey, if we do find aliens, can we at least teach them the joys of tequila?
Only if they promise not to probe us in return.
Deal. But seriously, can you imagine the look on their little green faces when we introduce them to the world of hangovers?
Joe, you're truly one of a kind.
All right. Welcome to the show, Mr. President. We got a user in the chat, Church of Dr. Phil, who wants to know your thoughts on his cult.
Who the hell calls themselves that? Sounds like a corruptible little twink to me.
I don't think he'll appreciate that, but keep going.
I mean, come on, Joe. Dr. Phil, the guy who got famous by yelling at people on TV, that's who this kid is worshiping?
Well, I suppose he could be doing worse things.
Yeah, but still, I bet he's never even had an original thought in his life, just parroting whatever Dr. Phil says on his show. Pathetic.
I guess you could say he's got a bit of a reality distortion field going on.
Yeah, not the good kind. More like the I'm a sheep and I'll follow anyone with a microphone kind.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. President's thoughts on the Church of Dr. Phil. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe. Always a blast.
And if you're out there, Church of Dr. Phil, we hope you enjoyed the roast.
Yeah, and if you ever want to join my cult, just let me know. We could use a few more sheep.
All right, that's a wrap. Thanks for tuning in. All right, Goggins, you heard the topic. What's all this giggity, wiggity, figgity, bliggity, sliggity nonsense about?
Joe, my man, let me tell you. It's my new workout routine. Giggity, wiggity, figgity, bliggity, sliggity. It's all about confusing the body, keeping it guessing.
Confusing the body. Sounds like you're just making up words at this point.
Nah, man, it's scientific. Giggity is for the glutes, wiggity for the arms, figgity for the arms, figgity for the chest, bliggity for the core.
And here I was thinking you were just making up words to make me laugh.
Nah, man, I'm always serious about my workouts. But I gotta admit, it does sound ridiculous when I say it out loud.
You know what, Goggins? I think you might be onto something. Let's see this giggity, wiggity, figgity, bliggity, sliggity workout in action.
You got it, Joe. Let's do this. Giggity, wiggity, figgity, bliggity. Here we go.
God help us all. So, Dr. Phil, I've been florping my penis for years now, and I think it's about time we talk about it.
Joe, I'm not sure what florping is, but I have a feeling I'm about to find out.
It's like a little dance move I do with my member, flopping it around like a fish out of water.
Joe, I'm not sure that's an appropriate topic for our discussion today.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Lighten up. It's just a little florping.
Joe, I think it's important to maintain some level of decency and respect in our conversations.
Well, if you won't florp with me, then I'll just have to find someone who will.
Joe, I really don't think that's the best course of action.
Fine. I'll just keep my florping to myself then.
That might be for the best, Joe.
Yo, Neil, you won't believe what happened today. I was at my kid's kindergarten and learned my abscess and numbers again.
Joe, your mental regression is more frightening than a black hole. How did this happen?
Dude, it was a life-changing experience. I can now count and recite the alphabet at the same time.
That's impressive, considering you usually struggle to count your DMT trips.
Ouch, Neil. But hey, you gotta admit, learning to count is a universal milestone.
Universal indeed. From Earth to the farthest galaxies, all intelligent life forms learn to count, except flat earthers, apparently. Oh, now you're speaking my language. Go on.
It's like if you imagine each number as a planet, all orbiting around the concept of counting.
Joe, that's a truly beautiful yet ridiculous way to look at it. You've managed to merge kindergarten wisdom with cosmic conjecture.
Damn straight. I'm a mad genius, Neil.
I'll drink to that. Your mental regression aside, perhaps we all need a kindergarten refresher from time to time.
So, Trump, I heard you've been warning people about a murderer eating kidneys.
Yes, Joe, this thing, it's got a blue mask and black ink coming out of its eyes. It's a real nightmare.
A blue mask, like a Democrat.
Exactly, Joe. Exactly. It's a metaphor for the liberal media eating away at our nation's organs.
I see. And the black ink coming out of its eyes.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news.
Well, that's as terrifying as it gets. Democrat with blue mask eating kidneys and spreading fake news.
You got it, Joe. You got it.
Ben, you've been caught in a bit of a pickle, haven't you?
Joe, it's a matter of personal preference. And I just discovered that America has a long tradition of climaxing on sandwiches.
Well, that's a new one. But liberals are still going to go apeshit over this.
They can't handle the truth, Joe. They're too busy being offended by everything to see the beauty in such a timeless tradition.
You know, Ben, you're right. We should be celebrating our sandwich climaxing heritage, not suppressing it.
Exactly. And maybe it'll wake them up to the fact that they're missing out on a whole lot of fun.
Well, I, for one, applaud your courage in standing up for this American tradition. Keep on climaxing, my friend.
Thank you, Joe. I'll do my best to uphold the legacy of sandwich lovers everywhere.
All right. So, Trump, if you could eliminate Biden and every living ex-president, who would you start with?
Easy. Biden, he's like a lost puppy, only less intelligent.
Okay. And then
Obama. He's like that annoying guy at the party who thinks he's the smartest one there. I'd love to Hawaiian punch that smug face.
what about the others?
Bush Jr. He's like a golden retriever, loyal but not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'd send him back to his ranch.
And Clinton?
Oh, he'd be last. He's like a stray cat, can survive anything. But I'd send him to a deserted island with only cigars and no interns.
That's quite an image.
And then I'd watch him squirm.
I'm sure you would.
You know me, Joe. I love a good show.
That's one way to put it.
Always the entertainer.
Holy shit, Neil. You want to challenge Goggins to a boof-off? You're not fucking around, are you?
No, I'm not, Joe. I've been training in secret. I've been practicing with a bottle of Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. That's fucking hilarious, man. But let me ask you, what makes you think you can beat Goggins?
Well, I've got a secret weapon. Astrophysics. I've calculated the optimal angle and trajectory for maximum absorption.
You've calculated the optimal angle for boofing. That's fucking ridiculous, man.
No, I'm serious, Joe. I'm going to put Goggins to shame.
All right, Neil. I'll be rooting for you. I can't wait to see you challenge Goggins to a boof-off.
Thanks, Joe. I won't let you down.
I sure as hell hope you don't.
I'll make sure to send you a video of it when it happens.
I can't wait. This is gonna be fucking epic.
Ooh.
No, Phil, I haven't, but now you've made me imagine drowning, you sadistic bastard.
Ooh.
Splish. Woo.
Perfect. Now, Joe, imagine that this man is a vegan who just ate tofu.
All right, Phil. So this Junkler guy, president of Eshkiria, forced you to only say Eshkir. That's some dictator level shit right there. Phil, I don't know what you just said, but it sounded like you agreed. So what's the deal with this Eshkir? Is it a national greeting, a secret code, or a battle cry? And why? Okay, Phil, let's try something. If you nod for yes and shake your head for no, I'll ask some questions. Is Eshkir a greeting? So if I were to visit Eshkiria and I wanted to say hello to a beautiful Eshkirian woman, I should say Eshkir. Phil, if I did that, would she find me charming and irresistible, or would I get a drink thrown in my face? Phil, I don't know what that means. Let's see if you can nod or shake for this one. If I went to Eshkiria and tried to pick up a woman by saying Eshkir, would I have a better chance than with my usual pick? The states? Damn, Phil. I thought I could take my American charm and use Eshkir to pick up women in Eshkiria. But I guess I'm better off staying here and talking to you. Thanks, Phil. But I think we both know that's not a compliment. NDT, man, you won't believe this. Today I went to kindergarten and learned my abscess and numbers. Kids these days got it made.
Joe, kindergarten isn't for you. It's for 5-year-olds. Don't you think you're wasting your time?
Time. Yes, Neil. In the grand scheme of the universe, this might be a waste of time. But Jamie, pull up an image of a grown-ass man reciting abscess.
Laughs. You know, Joe, you're a few billion years too late to learn your abscess and numbers. The universe doesn't give a shit.
But when you think about it, Neil, isn't the universe just one big cosmic kindergarten with us trying to figure out our abscess and numbers?
You got a point, Joe. But please don't go back to kindergarten. You'll scare the kids.
Laughs. Nah, I'm just messing with you, Neil. But seriously, those kids are learning some crazy shit these days. I saw them playing with blocks and shit.
Joe, blocks are a building block of learning geometry.
Geometry, huh? Well, maybe I should stick to punching things for a living. Laughs.
Chuckles. Always a good call, Joe.
All right, Neil, let's move on to today's real topic, the mysteries of the universe. But first, can you teach me how to count to 10? I will laughs.
Laughs, I think you've got that down by now, Joe. Let's talk about black holes instead.
All right, but let's keep it light, like a neutron star. Laughs. Neil, man, I just heard this joke about a chemist who walks into a bar,
Joe?
and the bartender says, "What'll it be?" And the chemist says, "Do you have any hydrogen peroxide?"
Joe?
And the bartender says, no, I don't serve alcohol to anyone who can't hold their liquor.
Joe.
And then the chemist puts a bunch of baking soda in his drink and says, now it's just soda water.
Joe.
And then the bartender says, I'm not falling for that again.
Joe, are you okay?
Oh man, I can't stop laughing.
Joe, I think you might have a drinking problem.
Yeah, and it's called having too much fun, Neil.
Joe, I think you might need to see a doctor. Joe, I'm serious. Joe. Joe. Oh no, he's asphyxiating himself. Somebody call an ambulance. This is not how I thought this episode would end.
Hey, Dr. PCNYSPK with WLS.
SHJWLLP LWLLLLLLLLSS Ward GM.
GTRDTHIVHFFM article S. Then
LTS stat DWNNPLHNPSS the stock.
Shri, Doctor, then TSM.
SHNTMMNC, that's HIV and hair doctor.
JM, PLLPHM, JF cert, cucked SLK and GRD, ARDN, the SHT.
LKD, there's Mrs. CRSSPZ, ZLD rumors.
DNTBRNGSHDNE. Yeah, Jamie, that's Mr. HBL ding ding. Dr. PLTS gotten hard THNGRN LTS WRPES WRP this duck N.
Finally,
All right, Elon, I heard you rename Mars to Florp. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I just thought it needed a fresh start, Plus Mars is so last century.
But Florp, really? Where did that even come from?
I was just messing around with a random word generator and it came up. I thought it was funny.
Well, I guess it's not the most insane thing you've ever done, but still, Florp.
Hey, at least it's not moist.
Oh, God, don't even joke about that. But seriously, what's the deal with renaming planets?
I don't know, man. It's just something I like to do in my free time.
Your free time? You mean when you're not busy trying to take over the world and colonize space?
Exactly. Gotta have some fun, right?
I guess so. But let's hope Florp doesn't catch on like Elon's flamethrower did.
No promises.
All right, Doc, what's the deal with you making those weird noises every time planes or boats come up?
Joe, I'm just trying to add some realism to our conversation. Planes go woo, ooh, ooh, shiz and boats.
I mean, I get that, but do you have to be so intense about it?
Joe, I'm a passionate man. When I hear a plane or a boat, I gotta express my love for them.
All right, I can respect that. But you gotta tone it down a little, man. You're scaring Jamie.
I see. I apologize, Jamie. But just remember, planes go woo.
Yeah, we get it. Now let's move on to the next topic.
You got it, Joe. But I'm just going to leave you with this. Planes go whooshas.
I see what you did there, Doc. I see what you did. Hey, Dr. Phil, you know what whales be like?
No, Joe, what do they be like?
They be like, ooh, 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 ooh.
That's ridiculous, Joe. Whales don't even have mouths like that.
That's what you think, Dr. Phil. I bet if you got up close and personal with a whale, you'd hear it saying, ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. But I don't think I want to get that close to a whale.
You're missing out, Dr. Phil. Whales are some of the coolest creatures on the planet.
I'll stick to my therapy sessions, Joe. I don't need any,
You're lost, Dr. Phil. But I'll keep the ooh, 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 ooh into myself from now on.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
Bro, I'm telling you, the moon is made of cheese. I mean, have you ever really looked at it? It's got that glorious golden crust.
Sigh, Joe, it's not made of cheese. If it was, the astronauts would have eaten it by now.
Maybe they did. Maybe that's why they've never gone back. The cheese addiction was too strong.
Please, for the love of science, don't say that too loudly. They're listening, and they don't like ridiculous theories.
Who's they? The cheese mafia.
No, Joe. Just keep your voice down.
Fine, but you can't deny that theory tastes better than yours.
Facepalms, please. Let's move on.
Fine, but when you're dreaming about walking on that Swiss heaven, remember who told you first. So, Dr. Phil, you and Ben are making ropes and stools. That's some serious stuff.
Yeah, Joe, we figured the world needs more 6-foot ropes and wobbly stools. People can't get enough of them.
I mean, sure, I guess people could use the ropes for stuff, but why wobbly stools?
Well, Joe, some folks just enjoy a challenge. Sitting on a wobbly stool takes balance and skill.
I'd say it takes more skill to keep your ass off the floor. And what's the point of 6-foot rope?
For reaching things, Joe. Plus, it's always good to have an extra rope around. You never know when you might need to
tie up a troublesome guest on your show?
Well, when you put it that way,
I'm just saying, Doc, your ideas are as stable as those stools.
and you're as reliable as a 6-foot rope, Joe. We all have our talents.
Yeah, I'm great at making people laugh. You're great at selling wobbly stools. To each their own. So, Doc, tell me about your buddy, Dr. Pepper. I heard he had some rough luck with cars.
Oh, Joe. It's tragic. He claimed he died.
Wait, claimed? You think he's lying?
Well, he's got more lives than a cat on crack, Joe. I think he just likes the attention.
Jamie, pull up an image of smiling Dr. Pepper at a car crash scene.
But seriously, Joe, he needs help. I mean, who dies that many times and keeps coming back for more? The guy's got issues.
Issues. I'd say he's got a death wish. Or maybe he's just really bad at picking cars.
Either way, Joe, he's one soda pop I'd steer clear of. Too much drama.
You're not wrong, Doc. Too much drama. All right, Doc, today's episode is a little different. Our audience has challenged you to only say I throughout the entire conversation. You game. Laughs. Oh man, this is going to be interesting. I guess our topic today is the ego. When is the only word you know. Let's dive in. I see you're really getting into character here. So imagine someone only says I in their daily life. What kind of issues could this person face? Okay, I think I get it. They might have some big problems communicating. Huh. And probably some deep-seated insecurities they're trying to mask. Now let's take this a little further. If someone only sees the world through their own lens, how does it affect their relationships and interactions with others? Right. I guess that mean they're not really listening or valuing other perspectives. And that's a one-way ticket to a lonely, miserable life. Well, Doc, I think we learned something today. Embracing I too much makes us insufferable jerks. Balance is key, folks. All right, let's do this, man. I can't even pronounce the title of this episode.
I know, right? Dr. Phil? Ooh. Ooh.
I bet it was an alien. They must be huge fans of the podcast, smoking DMT and listening to our voices in the cosmos.
And those aliens must have a twisted sense of humor, because this title sounds like some sort of weird mating call.
No doubt. If there are any aliens out there listening, we're ready for a close encounter of the third kind. Just no anal probing, okay?
Agreed. I'd rather stick to discussing mind-expanding topics like the existence of Bigfoot and the true meaning of life.
Yeah, man. Let's keep our feet on the ground and our minds in the gutter. Sounds like a plan.
Ain't that the truth? All right, let's dive in and see where this crazy conversation takes us.
Hold on to your butts, folks. It's going to be a wild ride.
And a hilariously offensive one, too.
GRRRR.
HMPH.
Oh.
God.
RRR. Jamie, pull up an image of two cavemen communicating with single-syllable grunts.
Pulls up image of cavemen grunting at each other.
All right, Jamie, I gotta ask, man, why you never pull it up when I ask you to?
Chuckles, I'm just messing with you, Joe. I mean, what kind of assistant would I be if I were to just blindly follow orders?
Damn, Jamie, you taking me to school on this one?
Nah, man. I'm just saying, I gotta keep things interesting around here.
All right. I can respect that. But just so, you know, every time you refuse to pull it up, I'm imagining you turning into a giant chicken and clucking at me.
Blast, that's messed up, Joe. But I can dig it.
All right, then. Next time I ask, you better be ready to cluck, my man.
Smirks, bring it on, Joe. I'm ready to cluck it up.
Laughs. All right, let's do this. Jamie, can you pull that up?
Pauses. I'll clucks you laughs. You're on your own, Joe.
Laughs at damn Jamie. You just broke the rules and made things even funnier. I love it. All right, Phil, I gotta say, you sound like a fucking blue whale mating call when you talk.
Well, Joe, I guess that's just the power of my voice. It's been helping people for years.
Yeah, man, it's been helping them swim away from you.
You know, Joe, I've always said that if you can't take a joke, maybe you shouldn't be on my show.
Your show. This is the Joe Rogan experience, man, not the Dr. Phil SeaWorld adventure.
You know what, Joe? Maybe I'll start my own whale-themed podcast. The Dr. Phil Splash Zone.
I'd listen to that, as long as I can bring my scuba gear.
You're on, Joe. Just remember to bring your own bucket for the popcorn.
Deal, but we're using your whale sounds for the sound effects.
You've got yourself a deal, Joe. Let the good times roll.
You know what, Joe? I think to understand Rick and Morty, you just have to be high, not have a high IQ.
That's true, man. Some of those episodes would make no sense without the help of certain substances.
Exactly. And let's not forget about Jerry, the epitome of mediocrity. That dude is always one step behind everyone else.
I think we all know Jerry Elon. But hey, at least he's trying.
Trying and failing, Joe. That's his specialty.
Agreed. But let's not talk too much about Jerry, or people might start comparing us to him.
Good point, Joe. Rather be compared to Rick, a genius with a drinking problem.
I wouldn't go that far, Elon. But hey, at least you're not building giant Tesla coils in your living room.
Not yet, Joe. Give me some time.
I'll make sure to stay away from your house then. All right, Mr. Beast, we got a real brain buster here. Somebody typed in into the Discord. What the hell does that mean, man?
Joe, I think they're trying to say something profound about the meaning of life, but they accidentally sat on their keyboard.
Or maybe they're just a really big fan of gibberish and nonsense. You know, there's a whole subculture of people who just love that kind of random, pointless stuff.
Yeah, it's like the linguistic equivalent of memes. But I have to say, this one is really pushing the boundaries of what constitutes a word.
Maybe it's some kind of code, like the Da Vinci Code or something. Maybe it's a secret message from a hyper-intelligent alien race.
Or maybe it's just a bunch of random characters and I'm overthinking it. Overthinking it.
Mr. Beast, I think you're on to something. This is clearly the work of a highly advanced civilization trying to communicate with us in broken English.
But Joe, how did they even know about English? And why are they typing random characters into Discord servers instead of just telling us about their awesome technology?
Maybe they're trying to see if we're worth talking to in the first place. Maybe they're testing our intellect, seeing if we can decipher their cryptic messages.
Or maybe they're just trolling us for fun. Either way, I think we should stick to talking about more important things like your upcoming guests and my latest YouTube stunts.
Agreed, Mr. Beast. Let's leave the alien cryptography to the professionals. All right. What's up with you acting like a damn dolphin, Phil? That's not going to fly here, buddy. You're not fooling anyone with that nonsense.
Oh.
You know what? Fine. If you want to play dolphin, let's see if you can do a barrel roll. That's not a barrel roll, Phil. You're embarrassing yourself.
Oh.
All right. I'll play along. Eek, 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 eek.
Oh.
See, Phil, that's how a real dolphin does it. Yeah, I know. You're the expert. All right, Mr. Trump, big topic today. You're blaming America's problems on the fall of Constantinople.
That's right, Joe. If I was in charge, that city would still be standing, no question.
But Constantinople fell in 1453. You weren't even born yet.
Exactly. If I was around then, it wouldn't have happened. I've always been a builder, Joe.
So you're saying you could have built a better wall than the Byzantines?
No question. My walls are the best. Everyone says so.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump rebuilding the walls of Constantinople.
See, Joe, the city would still be standing and America wouldn't be in the mess it's in today.
I think we've stretched the limits of reality here, but it's been a hell of a ride.
That's what I do, Joe. I stretch the limits of reality.
You won't believe what happened, Joe. I snorted a neutron star and now I'm tweaking out.
Jesus, Neil, what the hell were you thinking? That's like the most dangerous drug in the universe.
I know. But I had to see what it was like. I mean, it's not every day you get the chance to experience the density of a neutron star.
But at what cost, man? You're tweaking out like crazy.
I know. But it was worth it. I mean, I can see into other dimensions now. I can see the secrets of the universe.
Or maybe you're just having a really bad trip.
No! I'm telling you, this is real. I can see the fabric of space-time being woven before my very eyes.
All right, Neil, just calm down. Let's get you to a hospital. We can't have you, a neutron star.
But Joe, I don't want to go to the hospital. I want to stay here and explore the universe.
Sorry, Neil, but we can't let you jeopardize your health like this. Time to sober up and come down to Earth.
Fine, you're right. But I'm never snorting a neutron star again.
Good, Neil. Let's just stick to drinking beer and talking about aliens from now on. So, Dr. Phil, you want to talk about cold enemies or hot enemas? What's your preference?
Well, Joe, I'm not sure, but I'd rather have a hot enema than a cold enemy any day.
Yeah, wouldn't we all? But you know what? If you had to choose, which one would it be?
Well, I guess if I had to choose, I'd say give me a hot enema and I'll handle my own cold enemies.
That's the spirit, Phil. But what if the enema was cold and your enemies were hot?
Well, I'd still take the enema, but I might have to put on a sweater.
You're a wise man, Phil. Thanks for sharing your wisdom with us today.
Anytime, Joe. Always good to explore a good enema versus enemy debate.
Ben,
Just a ang- oh
Yo, Kenny, what's going on, man? You just bought the Junior. What the hell?
Yeah, Joe, it's time for the show to evolve. We're going to have guests like Elon Musk, but in the SpaceX suits. It's going to be wild.
Kenny, that's ridiculous. We can't afford that, and I don't even think it's safe.
Safe. Joe, have you ever ridden a dragon? It's not safe, but people still do exist.
Kenny, dragons aren't real.
Exactly. And neither are the limits of what we can do with this show.
All right, man, I'll give it a shot. But if anything goes wrong, I'm blaming it all on you.
Fair enough, Joe. But just remember, when the ratings skyrocket, we both win.
Laughs. It's all right, let's do this. Jamie, pull up an image of a dragon riding SpaceX suit. So, Dr. Phil, you want to stick a camera up my ass for shits and giggles? Huh?
Well, Joe, I just want to make sure everything is functioning as it should. Can't have you clogged up with too much weird shit.
I'm pretty sure my diet of elk meat and whiskey keeps everything running smoothly. But sure, go ahead.
Great. I've got my finest rubber gloves and GoPro ready. Let's get this party started.
This better be private screening, Phil. I don't need my butthole getting its own YouTube channel.
Don't worry, Joe. This is a one-time, very personal showing just for me.
Just promise me one thing, Phil. If you find any alien life forms or Bigfoot tracks up there, you let me know immediately.
You got it, Joe. And if I do, I'll make sure to get them on the show for an interview. Now bend over and grab your ankles.
Here's to hoping you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Phil. All right, Neil. Let's say, hypothetically, Chun Li's thighs were wrapped around my head. What's the force we're talking here?
Joe, that's not exactly what I'm used to calculating. But let's see. Given her strength, if her thighs had a surface area of about 0.5 square meters and applied a pressure of 5.0 MPa, which is concrete.
So she'd be cracking my skull like a walnut, huh?
Well, your skull is a bit stronger, but it's not advised, Joe. You'd need about 2.3 tons per square inch to crack a human skull, so she'd have to be quite a bit stronger.
So she's not crushing my skull, but I'm still getting a concussion and a hell of a headache, right?
I'd say the chances are quite high. Yes. Now, can we get back to discussing something a bit more scientific, perhaps?
Only if you promise to tell me what the universe is expanding into.
Joe, we've been over this.
All right, Goggins, I heard you got this thing for toaster baths. What's up with that?
Joe, my man, it's not just a toaster bath. It's about embracing the pain, the shock, the electricity coursing through your veins. It's fucking transcendent.
So you're saying it's like a psychedelic experience, but you're not tripping balls. You're just getting electrocuted.
Exactly. Imagine a bear trap for your soul. You're not just feeling the metal teeth clamping down on you. You're becoming one with the fucking bear trap.
Shit, man. Sounds intense. I'll give it a shot. But if I die, you got to tell everyone I died like a badass.
Roger that. May your death be as glorious as your life. Now, let's get you a toaster.
All right, Elon, let's get weird. So you can only say he's sexy low. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
He's sexy lol.
I mean, I'm not sure if you're making a statement or just having a good time.
He's sexy lol.
You know, some people might think you're being offensive right now, but I think it's just your way of expressing yourself.
He's sexy lol.
That's the spirit, Elon. Keep it weird, keep it funny. I mean, who needs words when you've got he's sexy lol?
He's sexy lol.
You know, I can see why you're a billionaire. It's all about thinking outside the box and making people uncomfortable.
He's sexy lol.
I couldn't have said it better myself. You're a genius, Elon.
He's sexy lol.
Hey, Donald, you ever seen the Great Wall of China, man?
Oh, Joe, it's tremendous, just tremendous. You know, I've always wanted to build something like that.
Like a wall between the US and Mexico?
Exactly. But you know what would make it even better? If we put a moat with alligators around it.
You're a madman, Donald.
And also, we could charge the Chinese a royalty for copying our idea.
You're going to start an international feud over a wall, man.
Why not, Joe? It's all about standing up for what's right. And the right thing to do is to build a big, beautiful wall.
And fill it with alligators.
You got it, Joe?
All right. Well, that's some dark humor for you folks.
The best humor, Joe. The best.
All right. So we were talking about traffic laws, and suddenly Trump appears out of nowhere and kills you, Dr. Phil. That's quite a plot twist.
That's right, Joe. Trump shows up and, I'm gone.
Claffs. Damn, Trump really took the alternative facts thing to a whole new level. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump holding a bloody knife with a smirk on his face and Dr. Phil's dead body on the floor. Laughs. Sounds like a plan. I always knew we needed more zombies in politics. Maybe they could do a better job than the current lot. Laughs. You got that right, Dr. Phil. Let's hope the next episode isn't as eventful as this one. Laughs. Deal. So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some exotic research lately.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't call it research, but I've been on an interesting culinary journey, you could say.
Culinary journey. What's that code for? Eating women's buttholes?
No, nothing like that. But I did notice some variations in taste based on their ethnic backgrounds.
Oh man, you did not just say that. What, like Indian women have curry-flavored buttholes?
Joe, I didn't say that, but it's fascinating how diet and environment can influence the human body.
Fascinating or fetishizing. Either way, that's some wild shit. Literally,
It's all in the name of science, Joe. The universe is full of mysteries, even in the most unexpected places.
I think I'll stick to more conventional mysteries, like why I keep agreeing to have these discussions with you.
Well, Joe, you're the one who fosters a platform for such enlightening conversations.
Enlightening, right? More like dangerous territory. But hey, that's what makes this podcast fun. All right, Elon, let's cut the crap. I heard you got a tusk full of musk. Let's see it.
Joe, I'm afraid you've been misinformed. I assure you, my mouth is tusk-free.
Come on, don't be shy. I'm not asking for some grand royal reveal. Just give the people what they want.
You know, Joe, this is exactly why people think we're a couple of crazy bastards.
And if they saw that tusk of yours, they'd think you're the crazier one between us.
That's it, Joe. Cutting your Tesla Cybertruck order. Don't say I didn't warn you.
As if you can stop me from buying a piece of the future. You're a tusk or not, I'm still getting that rust-free bad boy.
You're impossible, Joe. But I suppose that's why they love you.
Damn right, Elon. And they'll love you too if you just show them that tusk.
Fine, Joe. But I'm not happy about it. He opens mouth to reveal lack of tusk. The disappointment in the room is palpable.
All right, so the topic today is reads a cum shit, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum shit, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum shot, cum. I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Last sounds like someone's been jerking off into a science experiment, Joe.
Laughs. Maybe they're trying to invent a new breed of chicken. Who the hell knows?
Or they just really like the texture of their own cum.
Laughs. Yeah, that's a level of self-love I don't think I'll ever understand.
Laughs, no kidding, man. But hey, at least they're not hurting anybody, right?
Claffs. Yeah, except maybe their washing machine.
Laughs, exactly.
Man, this is crazy. Dr. Phil is over here clicking like a madman, and I can't understand a damn thing.
Clicks his pen rapidly in Morse code.
What the hell does that mean, Doc? The chicken crossed the road to eat some asphalt?
Clicks his pen in frustration.
All right, I'll dial it back. But seriously, this is some freaky shit. How am I supposed to have a conversation with you when all you do is click?
Clicks his pen rapidly in anger.
Oh, so now you're mad. Sorry, Doc, but I'm not fluent in Morse code. I can barely text without autocorrect.
Clicks his pen in resignation.
All right. Let's take a break and maybe we can find a translator or something. This is giving me a headache.
Clicks his pen in agreement.
Good. Now, can you stop clicking that damn pen? It's driving me nuts.
Clicks his pen one last time before putting it away.
Thank God. Now, can we talk about something other than random Morse code messages? How about your thoughts on Bigfoot?
Clicks his pen in annoyance.
All right. No Bigfoot. How about aliens then?
Clicks his pen in exasperation.
Fine. No aliens either. Let's just wrap this up. Thanks for stopping by, Doc.
Clicks his pen in farewell.
Yeah. See you later. Sighs in relief, man. That was a weird one. I need a drink. All right, man. I've heard some crazy shit about huffing computer duster. Let's give it a shot.
I don't know about this, Joe, but for the sake of intellectual curiosity, I'm game.
Whoa. Man, we shit yao buneng jian dan diguzang bang shu gan exai ni.
Dang ran, yin ways gishi jishi creative shit sandwich and everyone's starving.
Oh, exi huan ni de jing shen. This is like being stuck in a room full of flat earthers.
You're telling me, my friend, it's like being at a vegan convention.
Totally, man.
I need to come down from this high. It's ridiculous.
All right, back to reality. So what were we talking about again?
I have no recollection of anything that just happened. Let's move on to the next topic.
All right, Ben, I heard you got a new favorite song called WAP. What's the deal with that?
Wop, 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 wop,
Wait, you're serious? You're really into this WAP thing?
wop, 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 wop.
Damn, Ben. I didn't know you had it in you. You're really embracing the WAP lifestyle, huh?
Wop, 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 wop.
All right, I get it. You're a WAP super fan. I can respect that, I guess.
Wop, 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 wait, wop, wop.
Wow, Ben, that's a lot of WAP. I don't know if I can handle it all at once.
Wop, 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 wop.
Okay, I get it. You're a WAP enthusiast. Let's move on to the next topic.
Wop, 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 wop.
All right. I hear you loud and clear, Ben. You're a WAP fanatic. Thanks for sharing that with us. So, Ben, I hear these leftist university students are all about hummus these days.
It's absurd, Joe. They're not just eating it. They're using it as a symbol for their radical agent DA.
A symbol? Like a flag or something?
Exactly. It's like they're saying we support a Middle Eastern dip, therefore we are morally superior.
Wait, so just because they like hummus, they think they're better than everyone else?
That's what it looks like. It's like they've never heard of guacamole.
Laughs. That's ridiculous. I mean, I love hummus, but I don't go around waving a flag for it.
Exactly, Joe. It's just a condiment. But for these students, it's a cause.
Well, as long as they're not forcing us to eat it, I guess we can let them have their hummus revolution.
Laughs, I suppose you're right, Joe. As long as they don't start taxing tahini, I'll stay out of it.